One more race, 100 laps for $50,000 to
I get off the bottom, it is snug. But if I can run my line,
yeah, you run traffic, man. He's gonna beat you. With 2 to go, there's only a moment.
Yes.
You checked out before that. He's beating you in traffic. Along you, Beth.
oh, I just need a driver.
Quarter road down. On the right, this one we're going to half down. Go to 25. I'm saving shit tons of yellow. Right front and right rear.
Okay.
We're pretty good, just like that much free.
I just need to do a better job. If you want to give it, this much, give it this much.
It's a regular stuff? Okay. So, no, it's there. I wouldn't, like, if he wants to go and fight on the start here, it's not. Got 50 laps to go, right?
Exactly. Yeah, like I'll try and fight him over it.
Yeah, let him wear shit out.
If Harry, I'll let him go follow him into traffic.
Yeah.
Hey, give him shit, Eric.
Thanks, bud. You got this.
I'm telling you what's going on.
Just gonna drive harder in traffic.
The 1 is Davey Hamilton. The black 7 is Otto Sitterly. 2 modified legends having at it. Goes Otto Sitterly, the master of the modified, to supers. Takes the win here. McMorrin weathered the storm. 75 watts. Checker flag falls.
Good job, dude.
Green flag, we're racing for 50 grand in Vegas. Willison leads him down into 1. But Bobby Santos now up to second with black 22.
Antonio Santos is possessed in the opening laps here.
Cody Swanson's right there on the inside. Oh yeah! Cody Swanson with a great start. Look at that 50 launch off the backstretch. Cody Swanson, he's done it. He wins the $50,000 at the Open Wheel Showdown.
You just won $50,000. How does this feel for you?
I mean, it's really special, right? New this summer, you know, I don't know, I haven't been doing for a while, and it'd be hard enough to figure that out, right? And so for me to come out and even do well, I'd have to be in a car that was really good. And
EPARTRADE is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
EPARTRADE, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier.
When you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information, and then from there it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
EPARTRADE really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Looking for a quick fix of motorsports news? The Speed Sport Daily is what you need. It's a free racing newsletter delivered directly to your email every day. We'll cover the winners and the losers and tell you who's making news off the track. It's NASCAR, NHRA, World of Outlaw, IndyCar, and so much more. Go to speedsport.com today and get signed up for America's free racing newsletter and get your daily motorsports fix. The Speed Sport Daily.
Land speed record holder George Poteet's Speed Demon rocketed 481 miles per hour at the Bonneville Salt Flats. You don't go that fast without ARP fasteners.
There is no way that we could go the speed that we've gone, the number of times we've gone, with a lesser quality bolt than ARP supplies to us. And we absolutely wouldn't be where we were today if it weren't for ARP.
When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
We're Performance Plus Global Logistics. Our team of dedicated performance industry and logistics experts get valuable cars and components to the track on time in top condition. We provide expedited logistics solutions for the performance industry using direct routes instead of deferred options, and communicate all necessary information to the appropriate resources to meet regulations and ensure a smooth transit and secure delivery, both domestically and internationally. And we exceed customer expectations by providing best-in-class service with an efficient and cost-effective system in place. Contact us today to book your next shipment.
Scott Lewis & Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
You work as hard as your truck, and you have no time for downtime. That's why more truck owners trust Blue Def, America's #1 diesel exhaust fluid brand. Each batch is guaranteed pure, so you can avoid costly repairs caused by inferior DEF. Demand America's best for your truck. Blue Def and Blue Def Platinum. Put trust in your truck.
When it comes to pushing the limits of performance, the pros know there's no room for compromise. At Crowder Cams, we don't just engineer camshafts and valve train components, we redefine what power means. Since 1955, Crowder Cams has been the name trusted by racers, engine builders, and gearheads around the globe. Whether you're building a street machine, a dragster, or a track car, Crowder Cams provides the muscle you need to dominate. And with Crowder, victory is within your reach.
For over 25 years, Wisconsin-based C-Tech Manufacturing has been engineering and manufacturing the toughest, most accessible aluminum tool drawers, cabinets, carts, and tactical storage solutions for America's hardest working professionals. Whatever you need to store and however you need to store it, put your trust in C-Tech Manufacturing. We build it better. Visit our new website at ctechmanufacturing.com or give us a call at 715-355-8842.
If you're watching this video, you might be wondering, what is WPC? WPC is a surface treatment designed to reduce friction and increase the strength of metal parts. As much as it might seem like a coating, WPC is actually a surface treatment. Think of it like shot painting, but the media is much finer, like talc. So what you're left with is a super hard, smooth surface that actually has some proprietary dry lubricants embedded within it. For more information, visit WPCtreatment.com.
Morning and welcome to Race Industry Week 2024, brought to you by EPARTRADE, Racer and Speed Sport, presented to you by ETS Racing Fuel, Penske Racing Shocks, Peak, Fifth Third Bank Motorsport, Scott Lewis Associates, and Crowder, sponsored by ARP, C-Tech Manufacturing, Performance Plus Global Logistic, 3P Performance Racing Sensors. I am Francisque Savignan, the founder and CEO of EPARTRADE, the racing industry, every minute, every day. This is day 2, and we have an amazing lineup of speakers starting in a few minutes with the president of NASCAR, Mr. Steve Phelps. If you want to look at the schedule or the list of the speakers, please visit epartrade.com. With me this morning are Judy Kinn, the co-founder of EPARTRADE, Scott Shelton, the Chief Revenue Officer of Racer, Joe Tripp, the managing partner and CEO of Speed Sport, and a wonderful host, Mr. Brad Kelly. Judy?
Thank you, Francisque, and welcome everyone. It is such a privilege to present this week for the industry. It's hard to believe we're on our 5th annual Race Industry Week, and this special week was really born out of COVID. The world stopped. There were no trade shows, so we decided let's produce one. Here we are on our 5th annual Race Industry Week, and a couple years ago on our 3rd Race Industry Week, Jim Campbell of GM said this is a tradition. So that was very heartwarming. So here we are on our 5th annual. I don't know. We just have a who's who each and every single day. And it's a privilege to present this special week to you guys. So, Scott?
Good morning, everyone. And for those of you joining us from the West Coast, a very early welcome. It is also my privilege to be here with all of you for EPARTRADE's 5th annual Race Industry Week. This is a moment bringing together the best minds in motorsport, innovators, leaders, and enthusiasts alike to celebrate everything that makes this industry so extraordinary. I'm Scott Shelton, and I'm the Chief Revenue Officer at Racer. And let me tell you, it's so exciting to be a part of a brand that is deeply embedded in the culture of motorsports. At Racer, we've got a lot of exciting things happening right now, new ideas, new opportunities, and new ways to engage with this incredible audience. All of our stories, news, posts, and video are all created through the lens of a racer. Go to racer.com and check it out. But today is about the amazing lineup of guests, the conversations, the innovations that we'll all be a part of. And I, for one, am thrilled to be here to listen, to learn, and to be inspired just like you. Thank you again, EPARTRADE, for assembling this incredible week. And now let me hand it over to Joe Tripp, Managing Partner and CEO at Speed Sport. Joe, take it away.
Hey, thanks, Scott. That was well said. And, I've got to say that it's been such a privilege to have Racer and Paul Fanner as friends, colleagues, and drafting partners as we, as really the two leading motorsports journalism brands in the country for well over a decade and decades going on. And so it's a real privilege to work with you guys as always. And congratulations on everything you guys are doing. They're really, innovating in ways that that are going to define, how motorsports media and journalism is presented. So congratulations on all that, and congratulations to EPARTRADE. The Race Industry Week in its 5th year, as Judy said, was born out of COVID. But it's moved well beyond that. With hundreds and thousands of people watching in the webinar, and as I discovered today, over 10,000 people watching live on Speed Sport 1 yesterday. It's really grown well beyond a solution to a pandemic, and it's really, again, just like Racer, leading the industry in technology and how media and how the industry comes together. So congratulations to all of you guys for leveraging the technology and bringing all these amazing people together. I can't wait to sit back and watch all the presentations today.
No, thank you, Joe, and very well said. Yes, it started on Zoom, and we're still using Zoom as the production software, but basically we're also streaming on racer.com, on speedsport.com, on YouTube, on different social media, and the first time started yesterday on TV with Speed Sport 1. So thank you, Joe, for bringing all that into the equation. Mr. Gilly, we are going to have a very special guest for you in a few minutes. Do you want to take over?
Yeah, I would love to. And thank you, Francisque. And thank you, Scott. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Judy. What a great year it's been. And, to kind of echo what everyone said, I've loved seeing the way that EPARTRADE has gone. And I look at Race Industry Week. I think of seasons as stories and how the stories are told. And you can go back and look at last year's Race Industry Week or the year prior, the year before that. And some of the things that were talked about that might have just been the beginnings of something. NASCAR, we're about to talk with them. 3 years ago, they introduced a new race car into NASCAR. And since then, we've seen 3 championships. We saw the car race at Le Mans with the Garage 56 program and a lot of different things. And the way the story gets told along the way, to think about some of the beginnings of those stories that we've talked about here has been pretty special. I look forward to doing more of the same, not just with Steve Phelps here in a few minutes, but literally throughout the day, covering so many different forms of motorsports.
Thank you, Brad. I'm being told that Steve is on. So we're going to transition now into our first session of the day. We're going to bring Steve Phelps on screen with us, and he should be in within any second. So I can see him coming up. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, Steve.
Thank you and welcome to the program. Brad, on to you.
Thank you, Francis. Thank you, Judy, and thank you, Steve Phelps, for being here today. I'm not sure exactly in what part of the country you're in right now, but I know all of my friends in North Carolina are waking up to snow this morning, so hopefully it's equally as beautiful for you, Steve.
I'm in sunny Florida.
Nice.
I would say warm Florida, but it's not. It was 39 degrees here in Daytona.
Wow. Oh, well, that's awesome. Well, welcome and thank you so much for doing this again and joining us here. We're excited to talk about, not only some of the things that have happened with NASCAR, but a lot of the places that we're going. And you can really define that in so many different ways. And we're going to cover that over about the next 30 minutes or so. So again, Steve, we appreciate you for doing this.
My pleasure, Brad, to join you again.
Awesome. Well, let's take a quick look back and talk about 2024. And I think the highlight reel from this past season could probably encompass the entire day, and that would just be the highlights. I mean, so many different things happen, and obviously the front-facing part of that is things that happen on the track. So when you look back as the president of NASCAR, Steve, at some of the things we saw this past season, what comes to your mind?
Well, I would say, Brad, I always start with things on the racetrack, and I don't think, and you think about 2024. It certainly didn't disappoint. I thought the racing was arguably the best racing that we've ever had in our history, and I don't think there's hyperbole in that at all. I mean, you have 3 of the closest finishes of all time, the top 7, 3 in 1 year alone. We've never had even more than 1 in that top 7. So to have 3, I think it's pretty extraordinary. But I think you go past those 3 races and you look at the, kind of on balance, what the racing was like. I go back to the playoffs themselves. I thought our playoffs were just the most compelling, tremendous storylines, but the racing was terrific at every single race in that 10-race playoff system. So I was very happy with the on-track product. We'll certainly go to work with our race teams, our OEMs, our own engineers to try to fine-tune some things. I think Goodyear did a really good job with, at Martinsville with a short track tire that really worked well. I thought that racing was really good. But we'll keep trying to improve on it, and that's kind of the promise that we make to our fans, Brad.
We 19 different winners in a single season, especially considering that this is the 3rd year of the next gen car or Gen 7 car. Honestly, I would have thought, Steve, that this would have been something as time went on, the bigger budget teams would have sort of separated themselves from the field. We had a 6-time winner in Kyle Larson, a 4-time winner in our champion, Joey Logano, a handful of 3-time winners and single race winners. The parity that we saw amongst all of the race teams, all of the organizations, seems to be spread pretty wide. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think if you consider, Brad, we had 10 different organizations win at the Cup level. That's pretty stout. And I think that the number actually was 18 different winners, not 19. We had 19 2 years ago. I think we had 15 or 16 last year. But to your point, I think everyone probably would have gone where your head was at. So in year 3, you would have, the bigger budget teams figure something out and really drive success. And I'd say to some degree that has happened with, you mentioned 2 multiple winners, right? With Larson with 6 and Joey with 4. Those are 2 big budget teams that have come to the top. And I think if you look at our final 8, it was 4 different organizations. Our final 4, you had 3 different organizations. And I actually think it's great that in that final 4, you had a newcomer team in 2311, right? It's only been around this is its 4th season. Its 3rd season with 2 cars. I think that's extraordinary. And I expect more of the same. It's hard. I think this is arguably the most competitive form of motorsports in the world. I do think, I'll just speak to our own, just for NASCAR, I think the competition has never been better. And just from the front of the grid to the back of the grid, almost any team can win on any given Sunday. And I don't ever remember in our history actually having that. And that's, I think, we as a sanctioning body are pleased with that, right? I think that's what it's meant to be. And I do think the charters and the charter system has led to that. There are no more starting parks. There are no more, underfunded teams that are just running in the back. You just don't have that anymore. And you see teams that were in the back that are really coming, into the middle of the pack, and even in, fighting for top fives and top tens. If I'm a race fan, I'm excited about that. And then, kind of the bigger budget teams need to continue to try to fight for, kind of the positions that they have. So I think it's, I think we're in an unprecedented era of competition, and I look forward to continuing in 25 and beyond.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And with that competition, you also start to see the benefits off of the racetrack as well. Attendance. Here's the one thing that I love. I almost feel like the narrative has changed just a little bit, in that sometimes you have a very cynical audience that if there were 3 empty seats at a track, they would point to those and say, look at those. I feel like a lot more people are counting the full seats and how many more people are coming to the racetrack right now. And that's a really awesome thing to see.
Yeah, I think, attendance, listen, we'd like to see every race a sellout. That's what we will, continue to endeavor to do. Double-digit sellouts again this year. I think we'll see some additional sellouts next year. I think that, when we go to Bowman Gray for the Clash, that'll be a sellout. My expectation is when we go to Mexico City, it will be a sellout. I think that Richmond will be a sellout this year or next year. So I think just continuing to chip away at it to create full grandstands everywhere, that's what I believe we should have. And we'll continue to work on, the race day experience for our fans to make it better and better, because it is a more competitive environment there than it's ever been, right? Kind of keeping up with the Joneses, and whether that's the Jerry Joneses or other Joneses, it's, that race day experience is important, and continuing to invest in fan experiences. Obviously they're coming, seeing great racing, but then the capital expenditure that we need to do, and past just maintenance capital, it's how do you create things that are unique and different for, new fans and long-term fans alike. And that's what we are going to continue to do, because we've invested a lot of money. You look at our facilities, each of our facilities is hardwired, with high-speed opportunities for internet, because and other opportunities to take robust things that happen in the racetrack and make sure that race fans are able to share those out in the world. Because if you don't have connectivity at a racetrack, you're missing something, right? And whether it's phone calls or it's, texts or whatever it might be, the ability to send video across your device to family and friends, whether it's social media or otherwise, is an important thing for us. But it's expensive, right? We spent $50 million at our 12 racetracks to put in, permanent fiber. So there would be strong connectivity. And that's what the fans expect, is they're getting it at other facilities as well that are not, that are in stick and ball sports. So we've got to keep up with what is happening there and make sure that we are investing into the things that make for a more compelling experience.
Yeah, for sure. Especially when you have those close finishes or racing in the rain or, all of the different things that we see, for people to be able to share that has just been a great thing and a great investment as well. Well, Steve, I hear from a lot of people in NASCAR, and one of the phrases that you're famous for saying is next year is our most important year. And that held true this year. That will hold true next year and in 2026 and so on and so forth. So let's look ahead to 2025 now. We're kicking it off with a new media rights deal, unlike any that we've seen in NASCAR.
Yeah, I think that it's really important, I think, Brad, and we were very deliberate in what we were trying to achieve with our media rights negotiations, which were concluded obviously a year ago. And now they take center stage when we started Bowman Gray, early next year. And you look at the mix that we have from a media perspective. You have broadcast, obviously, which is really important, with Fox and NBC. Then you have a pure streamer in Amazon, which we think is really important. We need to test the market to make sure that that streamers look at NASCAR like they do with stick and ball sports, that we can actually make this work. And I know we can. And I think we have the right partner in Amazon. I think what they've done with the NFL in their 3 years has been extraordinary. You look at the growth that they've experienced, it's really good. They take a fresh look at the production value and what that looks like. And I think that will work well. And then you transition, with the in-season tournament that they will start and the seeding that will then go into Warner Brothers Discovery or Turner Sports, with, obviously cable and streaming with Max. I think it's good, and that a nice balance between the two. And then we head back to a mixture of broadcast and cable with NBC as well. I think that's a good mix. And then importantly, with the CW and the Xfinity series, to have a full year, 33 races on broadcast television or over the air. And I think it's a great mix. It's really important for us. I do believe that these 5 media companies are going to importantly promote the sport more than it's ever been promoted. And that's really important. We need to make sure that race fans know where to go. And I've heard that from a lot of folks that say, well, they're not going to know where to go. We are going to have a megaphone and blast where these opportunities for race fans to go and watch our races, starting with Fox and then to FS1. And then just consider the first part of the year, you're going to have Fox promoting, with the NFC Championship game, promoting the 500 and the Clash. And then at the Clash, you're going to have, promoting the Daytona 500. The following week at the Super Bowl, which Fox has, they'll be promoting the Daytona 500. Warner Brothers Discovery with their Max product, or the product on Max, that'll be a subscription product. They'll be promoting that significantly with the in-car cameras and kind of that curated content that will come through there. Then you'll have obviously the CW promoting the Xfinity race and the Daytona 500. And then you're going to have Amazon talking about practice and qualifying, because it's going to be on week 2. When we go to Atlanta, it's going to be on Amazon. And so you've got all these massive promotion that is going to happen. And I think that's a good thing for the sport. And the only one that won't be promoting of our 5 media partners is going to be NBC. And they'll certainly pick up the slack when it's their turn to do that. And they do such a great job with promotion, and obviously just such a great job with their production value as well.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because, and it is twofold. It is, number one, there is the core NASCAR fan. They're going to want to watch the races. We've got to tell them where it's going to be. But people always ask, and the big question in promoting, how are you putting NASCAR in front of a new audience? How are you bringing new people in? And I think what gets lost in the wait, where is the race right now, which people are going to pick up on, is the fact that all of these partners now are going to be introducing NASCAR to their audiences that aren't already NASCAR fans.
Yeah, and I think it goes past that, Brad. I think because we need to do our part too. We just can't rely on them to do what they are going to do to promote the sport, and they're going to. But if you look at the $60 million productions facility that we've just came online in January of this year, and what it means for race fans to have robust content that will be coming to them through different channels, right? Our own channels, like NASCAR.com, our social channels, but importantly, YouTube and Netflix and what Amazon's going to do from a content perspective and other outlets, that's going to be enormous. So I just look at NASCAR Full Speed on Netflix. The audience was, significantly, the majority was female, which is obviously important. Most were not existing race fans that were watching it. And I think it created race fans. It created an opportunity for us to be in someone's consideration set based on channels that normally, are looking at fans who are potential fans that just aren't coming to our channels. And so you have to meet those fans where they are. And if they're on Netflix, great, we're going to meet them there. If they're on Amazon, great, we're going to meet them there. If they're on YouTube or any other channel, we're going to meet them there. And then we have this growing data warehouse, which is over 20 million strong. When we understand who they are, where they are, what motivates them, who their favorite driver is, what they want, we can serve them content as well. So I consider it, the things that are coming out of that building in Concord at our new productions facility are live event production. So that will be on the weekends, and we're producing about 50% of all the content that fans will experience next year will come out of that building and the people that work in that building. This year was only 14%. It is a massive ramp up. And we need to do that. And we need to make sure that we're holding ourselves to a standard that is as good or better than anyone. And that's what my expectation is. And then you have content creation. So I kind of think of it as green flag to checkered flag. And then the production of the content kicks in, and that content's important. So checkered flag, you plug into the content and you provide robust content to that race fan, meet them where they are, and then content all week, and then you're back to live event production. And it just continues all year long, and including the off season, because I think that, we need to do a better job keeping our fans engaged in the off season to just keep them thirsty. And so when you get to the Clash, they're ready. And I think that's really what happens, certainly with hardcore fans, right? They're already, you're hearing, I can't wait for the season to start. It's been forever, since we've been racing, which is, I don't know, a month. But I'm ready. And I think there are a lot of hardcore fans that are ready too.
I would agree. As a guy who would be fine if we just did this 52 weeks a year, I can't wait till February 2nd. But I do want to echo what you said about the production facility. I've spent a lot of time in there, and it's not just the facility that you guys build, which truly is state of the art. I mean, through every door, a lot of wow moments for a tech geek like me, but the amazing people and talent that you've put in there as well. It is truly an amazing facility, and a lot of the things that have come out of it. I do want to move on to something else new for 2025, and that is a couple of new tracks coming. Well, maybe one old track and one new to the Cup Series coming online, starting off February 2nd with Bowman Gray Stadium, and then we get to go to Mexico City as well. Let's talk about those two events.
Yeah, I think the Bowman Gray to me is a kind of a nod. So we did 3 years of the Clash at the Coliseum, and I thought it was really good, and for a lot of reasons. One, we showed that we were not afraid to take chances on doing things differently. And I think we did that at the Clash, building a quarter-mile racetrack inside an iconic facility. And, year 3 was tough, right? We pulled up what we did at the Coliseum by a day, which we had never done in our history, which was the right thing to do because it rained for 3 straight days. But I think a pivot now to, kind of a throwback, to Bowman Gray, a historic track that has lots of roots in NASCAR, obviously. And I think that to me is, I think it's going to be terrific. I think the racing is going to be a ton of fun. I think it's a great way to start the season. And, you know, how long are we going to be there? I don't know. You know, are we going to do 3 years again like we did at, you know, at the Coliseum? I have no idea. But that's the exciting part. And, you know, what our team has done from a schedule variation standpoint, including Mexico City, I think really works. And I think we've seen that it has worked. You know, the racing in Chicago and how great that's been, other than, you know, the torrential rain that we've had. I think it's a nod to what our media partners want. I think it's a nod to what our race fans what they want. And I'm really excited about Mexico City, and, you know, to take a cup race to Mexico City and race at that racetrack. You know, the excitement down there is incredible, and I think it'll translate to here. And I think we'll have significant ratings. So we took one of the Richmond races and brought that to Mexico City. It's hard, right? I'm sure there are lots of fans in the Richmond area that are not very happy that we did that. But as we look at what we believe is in the best interest in the growth of the sport, that actually was a pretty easy decision. And I do think that the fans in Richmond and the move back to the Saturday Night Cup race is another nod to, you know, kind of long-term race fans and the tradition that is part of NASCAR. And so as we look at these things, Brad, I think it's as much, how do you have a nod to, you know, the history of the sport while accelerating the growth by doing things unique and different. And that's something that I think we've done over the past 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, I would agree, because there have been a lot of anticipated races on the schedule, from the first time we went to Coda, to the Coliseum, to North Wilkesboro, to the Chicago Street Course, to what we've got coming up with Mexico and Bowman Gray. It seems like every year we're talking about, man, I can't wait to see this for the first time. With that said, Steve, a lot of people wonder, where do we go next? Do we go north of the border? Do we go overseas? Roger Penske just bought Long Beach. You know, what are we looking at on the horizon?
Listen, I don't know, Brad. We've got a lot of things that are kind of in the hopper, and things that we are looking at. I do think I would like to see a time when, you know, we're not announcing the schedule in September, that we are looking longer term at what we may want to do, in, you know, for the schedule moving forward. Whether that happens in 26 earlier, that would be our goal. But to me, it would be nice to announce at least pieces of our schedule, if not the entire schedule, that looks more than a single year at a time. Is that going to happen? I'm hopeful. It's hard, right? Because you're making bets early on things, and you need to make sure that the relationships with these tracks, particularly the tracks that we don't own, are, you know, in a good place. And but I do think the one thing I will say is that schedule variation is going to continue. We are not going to rest on this schedule and just say, hey, it's just this schedule and that's the way it's going to be. I think for us, looking at different marketplace, whether it's north of the border, whether it is other opportunities domestically or other places around the world, all of those things are being looked at this particular point. And, you know, Steve O'Donnell and Ben Kennedy and that group, I think, are being very thoughtful about it. You know, for me, it's really serving race fans. So if you think about Chicago, or you think about the clash at the Coliseum, you know, more than 70% of those that bought a ticket to both those races, or both those, you know, facilities, had never been to a NASCAR race. That's a good thing for us, you know. And is it difficult to take them from other racetracks? It is, but I think it's really important for us to do that. And, you know, we're willing to invest in, like, Chicago financially we'll just say it's a difficult race for us. But, you know, it costs $50 million to put that race on. And we unfortunately didn't sell $50 million worth of tickets and sponsorship. And that's what it is. But was it a smart decision for us? I believe it was. I think it actually helped us with both Amazon coming on board and Warner Brothers Discovery coming on board. And we heard from both their CEOs that that was the case, because this is a sport that was willing to invest in itself and drive innovation that leads to growth. And that's what we're going to continue to do, whether it's the schedule or anything else, frankly, Brad.
I like that. I want to circle back to the competition side and the Gen 7 race car. We've been in this for 3 years now, and a lot's evolved. You mentioned tires. We've seen aerodynamic changes. We've seen competition on intermediate tracks be some of the best we've ever seen, and really now growing into the short tracks in a big, big way. Martinsville was a great example of that. I don't even want to like specifically target one aspect. When you think of where we are now with next gen and where it's going, what comes to your mind?
Well, I think it's, as I talked about earlier, Brad, I think we'll continue to fine tune what that looks, what that car is. And it's an industry-wide thing. It's not just, hey, NASCAR is going to do this, this, and this. It really is working with our OE partners, working with Goodyear, working with our race teams. And we're in constant collaboration with those groups, with those stakeholder groups. I think there's some other opportunities for us in the lower series to make some changes. What those look like, I don't know. But we'll keep iterating on the next gen car. I think, we're looking at some things in the Xfinity series, nothing to announce now. And, I think there's some things that we need to do with our race teams in the Xfinity series, as well as OEs that are existing, and then potential new OEs that could be in that series and in our truck series. And I think that's important for us. We are very active in looking at new OEMs that will come to the sport, or we're hopeful will come to the sport. Varying degrees of conversations that are happening, some more advanced than others, but I'm bullish. I think we'll find a new OE that will come race with us in, I'll call, short to midterm.
Steve, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for the leadership, and we look forward to what happens between now and February 2nd, but most of all, when we hit the track again at Bowman Gray Stadium on the 2nd of February. That's going to be a lot of fun.
Thanks, Brad. Take care.
Thank you, Steve. Great honor to have you on. Thank you.
Thank
so
you.
Stay with us. We're going to run a short video from our sponsors, and we will be right back with you. We're going to bring our next guest, Jerome Galpin from NASCAR Euro Series. So stay with us. We'll be right back with you. Thank you.
When it comes to pushing the limits of performance, the pros know there's no room for compromise. At Crowder Cams, we don't just engineer camshafts and valve train components, we redefine what power means. Since 1955, Crowder Cams has been the name trusted by racers, engine builders, and gearheads around the globe. Whether you're building a street machine, a dragster, or a track car, Crowder Cams provides the muscle you need to dominate. And with Crowder, victory is within your reach.
For over 25 years, Wisconsin-based C-Tech Manufacturing has been engineering and manufacturing the toughest, most accessible aluminum tool drawers, cabinets, carts, and tactical storage solutions for America's hardest working professionals. Whatever you need to store and however you need to store it, put your trust in C-Tech Manufacturing. We build it better. Visit our new website at ctechmanufacturing.com or give us a call at 715-355-8842.
If you're watching this video, you might be wondering, what is WPC? WPC is a surface treatment designed to reduce friction and increase the strength of metal parts. As much as it might seem like a coating, WPC is actually a surface treatment Think of it like shot painting, but the media is much finer, like talc. So what you're left with is a super hard, smooth surface that actually has some proprietary dry lubricants embedded within it. For more information, visit WPCtreatment.com.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2024. This is day 2. Mr. Jeff Hammond is joining us this morning. Jeff, how are you?
I'm doing well, Francis. Good morning, Judy. How are y'all?
Good morning.
Another great start of the day. We had Steve Phelps, and we're going to continue with NASCAR. We're going to travel to France, my home country, where we're going to bring Jerome Galpin, one of my favorite guy in racing, who took NASCAR to Europe. So I'm being told that Jerome is with us. We're going to bring Jerome on screen, and we have a short video about his series. So when Jerome is on, we're going to basically run a short video from the NASCAR Euro Series, and they have done a brilliant job. So I can't wait for Jerome to be on and share his story with you, Jeff. So I see Jerome on, and while he's connecting his video, there we are.
There we are.
Hello, Jerome. Oh, you're on mute. There you are.
Good morning and good afternoon for our European friends.
Very good. So welcome to the program. Let's start with a short video, Jerome, and then we'll let Jeff take over.
Driver, stop your engine!
Wow. Good morning, Jerome. Quite a introduction to what we're getting ready to get into as far as NASCAR Euro is concerned. Pretty fantastic season from what I've been able to review on and study on. And you got to be very, very proud about what the progress you're making over there as far as the Euro Series is concerned.
Yeah, exactly. It was a wonderful 24 season. We visited again 7 different countries, and we had people coming from 25 different nationalities. At the end, we have a champion coming from Italy, Vittorio Ghirelli, and another one from France in our let's say second division, the Euro NASCAR 2. So it was a kind of a roller coaster. We have also our playoff system, so we had a really tight finish at the end. Everything was not done until the last checkered flag. So it was really again a very, very exciting season.
Well, let's talk a little bit about, you touched on the fact that you go to 7 different countries. I understand your series. You only have one oval. The rest of it are road courses. I think the Netherlands is a oval. And tell us a little bit about the different places that you go and that you race.
Yeah, in Europe, our mind, or let's say outside of North America, our mind is all about road course racing, and we are lucky enough to have some of the best facilities and in the calendar. Starting with our friends of Valencia. That unfortunately we give them our best wishes because they had these tragic weather conditions back a few weeks ago. But they are absolutely wonderful partner for us, and it will be a pleasure to join them and every year to start the season in Valencia on the same track that MotoGP is visiting. Then we go to Italy for Vallelunga. Which provide us the track is located very close to Rome, so it provides us a very nice flavor of the Italian way of life. It's really typical. Then we move to a different, totally different track with Brands Hatch. Here you are around the bricks building and the green grass in the middle of England. So it's really a nice facility. Also, it will be our 14 events at this facility. Probably one of the jewel of our crown of our calendar. You know, Brands Hatch is attracting every year more than 50,000 fans. Passionate, and it's always a great event. Then we will have our oval event in Venray Raceway in the Netherlands, one of the only or even the sole real oval facility we can find in Europe. Half mile, super high speed, you know, but very exciting race. It's a short track, but it's really exciting, and it's a really good opportunity for our teams and drivers to have a flavor of oval racing. So great show there. Then we go a bit more east in the direction of Most in the Czech Republic. Once again, a long-time partner on a very fast and challenging track. Before starting our playoff, so we have a kind of different system of playoff in our side. We do not, let's say, eliminate anybody, but we provide double point scoring for the semifinals in Germany at Oschersleben and the finals in Belgium in Zolder. So this means that everybody can win coming to the playoff depending of their position in the championship, but then with double point scoring on the line, you're absolutely sure that you can't get a champion before the last checker flag of the last race.
Well, like I say, that sounds like what I have been told. And when I say that, Jerome, I've had the privilege of talking to Bobby Labonte, who's raced over there, our former NASCAR champion from here in the United States, as well as a young man who raced with you in 2024, Ryan Vargas, who I've become friends with him. I think he finished 10th in your points this year, or at least in one of the standings I saw, and he speaks very highly of the way the series is run, the excitement that it brings. And the one thing that both of these drivers have told me is that, Jeff, you think about fans and you think about excitement. And I think that your video that you rolled in here at the very beginning kind of highlighted that, is that you have a really solid fan base, and they, when you come into town, they come out and support you. You mentioned Brands Hatch. That was one of the places that Ryan Vargas said, he said, I couldn't believe the crowd. He said it was so powerful. He said, I felt like I was back here at the Daytona 500 almost there here in the United States because of the excitement and the energy that was there with the crowd. He says, every place we go, the crowds are very energetic.
Yeah, absolutely. We are a smaller NASCAR community than you are in the US, where NASCAR is really the major racing sport. But we have a really strong community with a lot of patience, and that's exactly what we gather. We gather on our events fans who want to come to spend a day. All our events, they are organized like a big American themed festival. So you have NASCAR on track with a colorful and high action racing, but you will also find, cheerleaders, American footballers. You will find country music, rock and roll, everything, that you will have American foods and let's say movie cars. So it's really, when you come to a Euro NASCAR event, you come to spend a day in the USA. Alors, for you guys, it's maybe a bit of cliche, but it creates, such a great atmosphere. And we have a lot of young fans and families coming. And let's say the most important thing for us is to see them smiling. And we also introduce a lot of let's say initiative that allow fans to come really close to the action, so they have access to the paddock. We organize also always the grid walk. This means before the start of the pro race, we put the car on the grid with the drivers, and then we open the grid to race fans to enter the grid, interact with the drivers and so on. So this really give them, and we want really to give them the feeling that they are part of the show. It's not us racing and then coming to attend to something. It's really we are racing together.
And Jerome, I think the other thing is we're talking about the power of your series, but the fact that it continues to grow. It gets, and here again, and talking to Ryan Vargas, he's been involved, last couple seasons with you, and talking to Bobby again, is that the plan is to continue to improve the sport, bring some more technology in. And I understand in 2025, you're making upgrades on your cars. And also, the affiliation with NASCAR, I hope I got this right, my information in talking with him. You've got Joe Balish in Europe right now with your association. He is a former NASCAR, and I guess I'd say current NASCAR representative over there, and he's helping bring this series along and improve upon it as far as safety and competition and improvements that way. Am I correct?
Absolutely right. As you can see there, sorry, on the other side, we just start a new era we will start a new era in 25 with a new branding of the series. The NASCAR is the series, the official NASCAR series is becoming the NASCAR Euro Series. This means that NASCAR will take a more prominent role in the series. Of course, we keep our long time and great partner Willen. We will stay with us, but on different marketing points. And yeah, the goal is really to continue to develop the series. There is really a real spot for us, to catch in Europe, where most of the series, they are built on on technologies and on car manufacturer. Our thing is about close racing, no balance of performance, pure racing, no electronics and so on. So we really want to keep this DNA of the series, but we need to move forward. So a lot of things will be made in terms of promoting, developing the event, and also we want to improve in different areas. So Joe Balash was a absolutely great addition in the series. We worked together when he was a NASCAR International Liaison for 7 years. And really, Joe learned about European way to race, because we race under the FIA regulation. So we are a kind of hybrid series between USA and the FIA world. And he fully understands, how to operate and how to navigate between the sanction body and what we can do and not do. And that's why when we had this opportunity to welcome Joe as the technical and sporting director of the series, it was a kind of no-brainer decision. He is highly respected in the paddock, and I think he brings a lot to us to continue to develop the series. But yes, we did a lot since we started the series and we funded the series back in 2009. But I think we have again a lot of potential of development for the series in the coming years.
And I'll have to agree with based off of what I have learned, as the season wound down. Again, talking with Ryan, I run into Joe not too long ago when he's just about the time he's getting ready to make the move over there. I think the world of him. I think he's a quality guy. He's a fair guy, but he's the kind of guy that when it comes to officiating, he's going to keep you very within lines that what NASCAR's vision is to make your series stronger and make sure that all the competition has a fair and level playing ground. And I think that's, again, when you've got growing pains, those are the hardest things sometimes to get control of. But having someone like him working with someone like you is so passionate and you believe in your series, you should expect great things. I want to touch on just a couple of the items that I've been told that you're going to upgrade with your cars. Number one is sequential gearboxes, which that's what everybody's going toward. And that's something that, you're very familiar with as far as in Europe, as far as that's concerned. 4 speeds are not what you call a like it is here in the United States. But also I found it interesting, and I think the spirit of safety, and that is the fact that they're going to let you use the rear view camera if you want, as far as not just having to run strictly a rear view mirror. I think something like that right there will help it with a lot of young drivers developing their talent and learning how to race, not mirror driving, but when they get ready to make a move, if the spotter's not really, not to say you shouldn't trust your spotter when he says caution, but you don't need to have these spotters driving the car. The drivers need to be driving them and being in control. Those are some of the improvements the guys were telling me about that they were excited about. Especially, like I say, Ryan said he's hoping to get to run some races this year back over there in your series, and I think he's really kind of looking forward to it because of the improvements you're going to make in the cars.
Yeah, exactly. Ryan was great to watch on track. He made some unbelievable moves and show people that you can overtake outside or whatever, but always super nice, smart, and respecting the rules. We try every year to upgrade the car, and let's say this new sequential gearbox is the first step of our Gen 3 car. Compared to other series, we try to work gradually, with our teams and step by step, leaving them the time let's say, to put an addition and another. So instead of having a big investment immediate, we gradually improve the car. So this year, the new sequential gearbox is the first step, alongside with the rear view camera. And you're absolutely right. The spotter, we have the spotter as you do in the US, but the drivers must also have his own vision and to make his move. And also keep in mind that our drivers coming from all over the world, few of them are used with spotter. So that means a lot of them, they are used with their mirror. So we always have to adapt, let's say, to our audience. And when I say audience, I say race fans, teams, drivers, stakeholders. So to make sure that we cannot just copy paste, what NASCAR is doing in the US. We have always to adapt to our audience. And then after that, we have other projects in mind, like upgrading the body and so on. But this new sequential gearbox is really exciting, especially for young drivers coming from go-kart. And we always keep in mind, the series. We want the series to be absolutely cost effective. And today it's not it's true to say that you can run a Euro NASCAR or NASCAR Europe series for season for approximately 100,000 euro. Of course, depending on the team, you can have different level, but I think this is probably one of the most cost efficient series you can find, whether it's in the US or in Europe or all over the world, and meeting a large audience and having a lot of fun in the car.
Explain to me, I understand that you have two series within one series, a pro series and your open series. You want to explain a little bit about how that works? Because I found that intriguing, that you could have one car run both series and you can have two different drivers in one car. So it's a little complicated, but to me, it's almost like when we go to racetracks and we bring in the Craftsman Truck Series and we bring in the Xfinity Series and we bring in the Cup Series, and you're running three series there, but it's easy to differentiate. But to make a bigger weekend out of it, you've got two series. And the way you got it structured, it kind of like mirrors what we have. But to me, being able to do that with that one car and I find it fascinating, but I also find it, like you say, cost efficient. Gives the fans a lot of opportunity to see a lot of racing, but it also gives different drivers opportunities based off of their skill set at the same time. Correct?
Exactly. When we funded the series, once again, we had to be really creative, and then we are in the middle of two different worlds. What we are doing in Europe and NASCAR in the US. So we found something that is really good in Europe. Especially in endurance series, you have it also in IMSA, where multiple drivers can share the same car. My problem with that is that I wanted each driver to have his own results. So we ended up with this system where, yes, you share the car, you share the cost, so which is the perfect way, but each driver has his own program. So that means the pro driver, he has his own practice, qualifying, and races, and the same thing for the open drivers. In that way, they can really share the cost, but there is no interaction. Let's say there is no racing interaction between the drivers. They have their own sessions, they have their own tires. The only thing is that they share the car. And our cars, they are really designed to do so. You know, let's say in a season we cover 26 races during a season, and I would say it pretty much never happened that a car was not able to cover the next race after an incident. They are really designed to be easy to repair in case of accident. You know, fiberglass body, tubular chassis. We have also a very nice carbon crash box that prevent a lot of heavy impact. So it's hard for the team because you never stop to work. But yes, during a racing weekend, we cover with the same car 4 practice sessions, 2 qualifying, and 4 races. But it's a lot of let's say action for the race fan, and it works really well.
Well, it sounds to me, you know, in all of what I've been able to learn. I mean, I've watched a little bit of it, you know, on some YouTube and everything, but at the same time, the fan support, the cooperation with the owners and the drivers, I think it shows the hunger and the passion that is growing in NASCAR Euro Series. And I love your creativity as far as the business model is concerned, being able to be able to do this. What are the future, you know, what else is going on in 2025 and let's say on into the future of 2026, and what are your dreams as far as Euro Series is concerned?
You know, we race today in 7 different countries, but we have over 45 or 47 countries in our territory. So we have a lot of room to expand. The only thing is that we want to expand in the same time that our teams and drivers can develop their budget. So the big next thing would be on communication, because a lot of people knows NASCAR, but few people now knows NASCAR in Europe. So the key points for the coming years is to increase the audience, to develop the sponsorships and opportunities for our teams and drivers, and you know, continue step by step adding some more events. The goal is not really to make the car more expensive to run, but let's say run multiple and more events. So that's the plan we are working on. For the moment, we have good perspective. We always receive, you know, requests from new circuits and countries that want to welcome an event, but we want to continue to work step by step. We are lucky enough to work with a very good group at NASCAR International, whose leader is Chad Ziegler. So we spent the last 2 years working on a strategic meetings and so on to make a nice plan. And really the goal is to bring the NASCAR Euro Series at the top of Europe, being, let's say, the Cup of Europe in the coming years. And also our goal is also to prepare our drivers to be race ready to race in the USA, to come to the let's say national series. And we can see that nowadays with the few test opportunities and practice that you have on a NASCAR event in the US, we need our drivers to be well prepared. So we are working on developing some program also for our drivers to be ready. But I have no you know, when you see people coming to race with us, the level of our drivers, and I'm talking only about road course, because oval for us is a kind of different beast, but they can really be competitive on road course, and so now we are putting plan. I think since 2009 we brought to the US more than 40 drivers coming from Europe at the different level of NASCAR, from weekly series to Cup. The goal right now is to get them much better prepared and ready to make also some nice splash in the US.
Okay, the other thing is, you know, with the number of racetracks that you have on your schedule, are you looking or discussing with anybody to add any more? And or I know you don't go back to the racetracks like we do a lot of times here in the US. Is there any plans to maybe go back and revisit Brands Hatch or someplace in Germany? You know, does anybody want you to come like run a spring race and then come back and run a fall race type scenario?
I think the next steps for us are more to add some more countries to the calendar. You know, having one country per event where we have a wonderful and long-term partners is really good. So establish a proper event like every year rendezvous for fans and families of this country. So the next step are probably, you know, of course, bringing back an event in France is probably number one on the priority list. But then after that, we have we have also to explore Scandinavia or some other countries in the Balkans. So it could be pretty easy to, let's say, in terms of circuit, to add 2 or 3 events. Now the main goal is really, I don't want to add events and take the risk to lose some of our teams and drivers because of budget. So it's more important for us to have a strong basis, bringing more, let's say, awareness, audience, and sponsorship in the series, then to allow the whole group, because we are working as a whole group. When I say we are, let's say, taking decision and so on, but it's always you know, a lot of discussion and exchange with our teams and drivers. And I consider that everybody is bringing his own stone to the building, and we really work as a group, and we are just let's say we are just catalyzing the ideas and making things moving forward.
Well, Jerome, it has been a pleasure. It's been insightful. At the same time, I wish you well. And when you see Joe Ballas, you tell him I said hello. And I look forward to maybe one of these days I'll come over and take in one of your events. I think I'd like that. And I really am excited for you as far as 2025 is coming up this year. And good luck, you know, there and then in the future.
Thank you very much. We would we look forward to welcome you on an event, and just want to congratulate Francisque and Julie for this, and all of you for this wonderful wonderful event. And thanks a lot. It was an honor for us to be part of it.
Of course, Jerome. Merci. Merci à toi. No, he's a wonderful guy. Thank you, Jerome. Thank you
very much.
Stay with us. We're going to run a short video and we're going to transition into MotoGP. And again, if you want to look at the schedule and the lineup of speakers, please visit EPARTRADE.com. Everything is out there. Thank you very much. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Land speed record holder George Poteet's Speed Demon rocketed 481 miles per hour at the Bonneville Salt Flats. You don't go that fast without ARP fasteners.
There is no way that we could go the speed that we've gone, the number of times we've gone, with a lesser quality bolt than ARP supplies to us. And we absolutely wouldn't be where we were today if it weren't for ARP.
When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
We're Performance Plus Global Logistics. Our team of dedicated performance industry and logistics experts get valuable cars and components to the track on time in top condition. We provide expedited logistics solutions for the performance industry using direct routes instead of deferred options, and communicate all necessary information to the appropriate resources to meet regulations and ensure a smooth transit and secure delivery, both domestically and internationally. And we exceed customer expectations by providing best-in-class service with an efficient and cost-effective system in place. Contact us today to book your next shipment.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2024. This is day 2. A big thank you to our sponsors, Judy, right?
Oh, absolutely. And if anybody's ever interested in reaching out to them, feel free to make an account on the platform EPARTRADE and reach out to them. That's why we created this B2B trade racing platform.
Thank you. Jeff, that was a great session with Jerome, and
Yes.
and what Jerome didn't tell you, he's a great racer. He competes in rally with his wife, and in off-road in Dakar. He won the Dakar Classic. I mean, it's just they were like pure motorhead. They're just like an awesome couple, and just they live and breathe racing.
Now, wait a minute, you called him a motorhead?
Yeah, it's like crazy. He loves that. He loves motor racing.
Well, yeah, see, the thing is right now, where I grew up here in the South, we call ourselves gearheads.
Oh, that's right.
That's
the
the reason I'm
gearhead.
just trying to make sure I got that straightened. Now, I can tell the passion he has, and again, the folks that I have met through the Euro Series that race over there, and like I say, Joe Ballish, former NASCAR official that I became friends with many years ago. He moved his entire family over to France to be a part of it because the series is getting stronger, and I think NASCAR realizes that this is a diamond in the rough, and they want to continue to help polish it and get it to where it needs to be. And I think it's has a bright future, very bright future, and a lot of positives going there. And I'm just it was a pleasure to talk to him and pick his brain a little bit about it. So also looking forward to what we're getting ready to get into next.
Yes,
I'm sure you got something there.
We're staying in Europe this morning. We are going to talk with Alfonso from Moto GP, and I see him joining us. And so just give us 1 second. We're waiting for his camera to start. And while we do that, we have a short video for MotoGP. So why don't we just run the video while we get Alfonso to start his camera?
I'm sorry, I don't know why.
History is written down.
This weekend we start the championship.
Tissot Sprint King in Qatar, the perfect way to announce his championship challenge.
The world champion goes straight into the lead.
Prima gara, vittoria.
Il campione. Double second place here in Qatar for Brad Binder. Wow. And they've both gone down. It's a race win for Jorge Martin. Hey!
Seguimos.
Good morning, America.
It's the rookie sensation Acosta. Absolutely brilliant. He is second again. The Top Gun is back on top. He makes it back-to-back Tissot Sprint wins. Magic Maverick Vinales, he completes the treble in Texas.
Amazing. This is the Spanish Grand Prix. On this spectacular Sunday afternoon in southern Spain.
Danny Pedrosa, talk about rolling back the years. Martin's gone down! Marc Marquez leads the Spanish Grand Prix. They touch! What a world champion!
There we go. Thank you. I think we got Alfonso here. And
Finally, I hope you can hear me. Sorry.
Yeah, very good.
Absolutely, we can hear you. What a video. Wow.
What a statement. What a statement. Anyway, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation.
Well, Alfonso, it's a pleasure to finally get a chance to see you face to face this morning.
Yes.
I am really excited about the opportunity to pick your brain a little bit about this series that is, I think we always talk about the NASCAR series, how long it runs, from beginning in February and run into November. Well, you folks do the same thing. I mean,
exactly the same thing.
But the travel is just, it's mind boggling when I look at all the places you go. And to me, it just exudes international flavor and unbelievable excitement. When you see the video kind of like, shows the fierceness of the competition and the passion of the fans that watch and pull for their favorite riders.
So everybody keeps on saying, enjoy the winter break. And we keep on saying, what winter break? 2025 has already started. So, we're already working for the next one. 2024 has been a challenging year, but the result, I think, has been, unbeatable in terms of, as you say, the competition. I think this year we've had a season where we've had different sub stories that come together all the way to the last race until we crown a new champion.
With what you're sharing with me right now and everything about the challenges of 23 and 24, and you're already, like you say, I mean, 25 is right around the corner. I mean, it's just, let's face it, it's right around the corner. Give us some insight about what these teams go through in preparation. And the one thing that amazes me, I mean, within the United States and NASCAR is the logistics. We have, back-to-back races. We'll be racing on the East Coast, on Saturday, and the following Sunday we'll be on the West Coast. And somewhere between, East and West, we have to change out vehicles, and we change out, all the parts and pieces necessary to get there. When I look at what you guys go through, how do you handle all that? How does that planning, how does the MotoGP, organization work with the competitors to make all this come together? And again, behind the scenes, it looks seamless, but it's got to be, when you're in the trenches, it's got to be all out war, just battling week in and week out.
It's definitely an operation. So
yes,
if you want, we have we have back-to-back events. Let's say this year, Japan, Indonesia, sometimes something like that. So when you finish a race, Sunday 4 p.m. All the teams have all in their flight boxes. They have all their material there. So let's say in about 3 or 4 hours time, everything's packed up. So the whole circus is packed up. It's all palletized, and it all goes on, depending on the journey to make, 4 or 5 planes. So they're all charter planes dedicated to the championship. Dorna has its own logistics team, which is in charge of making sure, customs, etc., all the operations. It flies directly to the next venue, and then let's say by Wednesday afternoon, you're ready to start setting everything up for the next event. And by Thursday morning in the next venue, all the pit boxes are set up, and you're starting to prepare your bikes ready for the Friday.
Okay. We've touched on that. What about the overall courses that you run on? Do you have a separate group that goes in advance to make sure the courses are laid out the way they need to be properly, safety wise, and everything like that, and ready to go for when you guys show up?
So mainly we do a lot of, and this is where I say 2025 has already started. So we're already in contact with the first venues that we go to. And so we implement any improvements that we wanted to from last year, and we make sure that everything is ready for that date in terms of, requirements, special protections, that as you say, the asphalt is ready. The gravel traps have been shoveled around so that it's ready. The paint, that it's presentable for the race weekend, basically. But it takes months of preparation.
Along that same line, tell me a little bit about the sanctioning body's role when it comes to the motorcycles themselves. I mean, like here in NASCAR, the different series, we have inspectors, we have, inspection processes. What does that entail when we talk about MotoGP? Because again, motorcycle 2 wheels, relatively a small vehicle or apparatus that you race off of. How much scrutiny does the bike go under as far as MotoGP is concerned, rules and regulation wise?
So So the regulations are basically done through the Grand Prix Commission. We take pride in that all the stakeholders have a they participate in the rules. The main one is the actual manufacturers. Then together with the FIM, the International Motorcycle Federation, and on ourselves, we try to make a good compromise in terms of the regulation. One, for the sport, and two, that it's a sustainable championship. In terms of technology, as you say, even though it's a two-wheel apparatus, the technology that goes into a MotoGP bike is peak in terms of what they can develop. I mean, if you think that a 1000cc motorcycle can develop 300 horsepower, there's definitely a lot of development and technology that goes into the bikes.
With that being said, do y'all have to put a limit on that? I mean, it's like here with NASCAR. We could make 900 horsepower, but the sanctioning body says, "Wait a minute, guys, we got to keep these things on the ground." I mean, because let's face it, and we see this in your series. These motorcycles will fly. You get them off the ground a little bit, they will go for a flight. So it's like race cars. But so you got to sometimes for the competition wise, as well as keeping things safe wise, you have to kind of put restrictions on them, don't you?
That's exactly what I mean in that all parties that we take part in MotoGP, we try to put together a set of regulations that obviously is attracted to a manufacturer who has developed, wants to develop their product, their industry, their know-how, but also keep the championship equal and sustainable between all the participants. And obviously cost is one of the most key factors within this. So our regulations take this into account a lot, not by capping the amount of money, but capping what you can do within those regulations. So it's very simple. For example, 1000cc 4 cylinders, and then there's a certain let's say architecture criteria within the engine that stops it getting out of hand. So for example, you have a certain diameter and stroke to pistons, which in turn makes the crankshaft a certain dimension, etc. This stops the engine development getting completely out of hand.
Okay, well, let's move on now to the riders. You got a brand new champion and Jorge Martin from Spain, and tell me a little bit about your champion, and then tell me, because he said he wants to become a MotoGP legend.
He's on the right track.
That's what I wanted to know. I mean, is he the kind of guy that he wants to wind up being the champion, multiple time champion, and wants to dominate the series? What's that going to take? I mean, because again, the video shows the competition. There are a lot of talented and I'm going to use the deal right here is that crazy riders out there, and what they do with these bikes are it's almost death defying. I don't mean to take it that far, but it's incredible they can ride a motorcycle like they do. It's almost like it's a part of them. They become part of the motorcycle. Does that make sense?
It's absolutely. Riding one of these motorbikes is a balancing act in itself. I think one of our top, let's say, views was a picture of Martin laying down on the floor, and then the same picture of him on the bike with his complete arm on the ground. So, I mean, just the performance of the bikes is incredible, but it's actually how much performance the riders can get out of these bikes. So, Martin has been in the championship from the bottom, let's say, from our Rookies Cup, which is basically a talent cup where we try to, basically find the future champions. He started from the bottom. He grew through Moto3. Already in Moto3, he proved that he was a pole position champion. I think he has more poles in Moto3 in a single season than anyone else. I'm sure he still holds the record. In Moto2, he didn't win the championship, but he was definitely, a special talent that everybody was eyeing. He's definitely had some hiccups. He had some big crashes, which I think almost stopped him from racing. So it's not just being crazy, it's the determination that he has that's actually gotten him here. He was injured in a fairly big way, and his determination to get back on a bike and perform like he has in the past 2 years, because we can't forget that he almost did it last year as well. He's on the way. He's on the way to becoming one of the big ones in the sport.
Well, in touching on him, we have a question from Angel Markle, and they want to know about, how is Moto E Championship progressing, and is there a plan for this to grow with time?
There is. I don't know how many have had chances to see Moto E races, but it's almost like a sprint race in itself. Now, we're currently using Ducati bikes, which have been a rather big evolution in the past 2 years, and the actual performance of Moto E bikes is improved a lot, and the racing is, for me, I think it has nothing to envy, to be honest.
Okay. We were talking about Jorge. Give me some of the other guys, the competitors that he has to face right now. Where is his challenge going to come from? Are there? I've looked at the rider lineup, and they're so impressive. All these riders, they all look like they've got the attitude that they can get the job done. But who's going to be the challengers? Which bikes challenge who the most when you look into 2025? What can we be looking for as far as, like in NASCAR here, we always like to pick out, 4 or 5 drivers we'll think will wind up, making it to the championship round. If you had to sit down today and make a prediction, can Jorge come back? And sounds to me like, he would be one of the #1 picks to repeat as a champion coming up.
Well, I think the 2025 season is going to be very interesting in terms of there's been a lot of changes, or there's going to be a lot of changes next year. So we'll start with the champion. Jorge Martin is changing factory. He's changing from a Ducati, an independent team, and he's switching to the Aprilia factory team. So new bike for him. He's been riding the same bike for a few years. He already did a test with after the season finisher in Barcelona, which it looks like he's already starting to get a grasp of the bike. His main rival the past 2 years, and it's been the 2-time champion Pecco Bagnaia. He's with the Ducati factory. He's staying in the same place, and Marc Marquez will be joining him in the Ducati factory team. So there's a few shuffles within teams and factories that will definitely make betting a little bit more difficult. And then we also have a rookie this year, Pedro Acosta, who's he was last year's Moto2 champion, and his first season in MotoGP has been truly impressive, and he's moving up to KTM factory team. So we expect a lot of those 4 at least. And but the good thing is we have a healthy championship. As you say, we have plenty of riders who are capable of winning a race each weekend. And our races this year, I think, have been the closest we've had in a long, long time. So I don't know if that answers your question, but
no, I mean, it gives, you know, the listeners and everything and myself, because again, I'm a novice. I mean, I listen and I see and hear, but you know, I'm not, and I'm being dead honest. I mean, I haven't spent a lot of time, you know, keeping up with the series. I watch the one-offs, and but now I'll have more interest now as we move forward, because I told you earlier this morning when I was talking to you, um, you know, MotoGP is basically Formula One on two wheels, and it's incredible with the crowds and fan support. And as I said earlier, leading out, the schedule is mind-boggling, and how you get this, you know, in NASCAR we call ourselves a traveling circus. I mean, and to a certain degree, this is what you guys are. You know, you're on the road so much and going, you know, I mean, we're not going just cross country here. We're going around the world. And I mean, I'm excited about the fact that you guys will be here and be at COTA in the early part of the season. And I can only imagine what those bikes will be doing at that particular road course. I mean, it seems like it's going to be a very fast race. Am I wrong about that? I mean, that particular layout?
yeah, COTA is a very interesting racetrack. It's incredible. I mean, it's got that fast section, turns 3, 4, 5. Then we've got the slow section, 15. We've got an incredible turn 1. I personally really like the layout at COTA, definitely. In terms of attendance, I mean, we're you know, I think this year we've beaten all the records. We've had 3 million people coming to the racetracks. We've beaten a single Grand Prix attendance in France with almost 300,000 people in one weekend. So, as I say, we're really happy with the result, the outcome of 2024, and we just strive to keep on growing.
Well, and along that same vein, Joe Beagle would like to know, you know, what about the acquisition of Liberty Media and what it means with Formula One? I mean, with all this, is this going to give you more viewership and more exposure around the world?
Well, I mean, we hope so. Definitely. I mean, Liberty is a strong, let's say, partner or ownership in this, and we definitely, you know, we're not, you know, we're evolving from a motorsport to a global entertainment brand. So, you know, obviously, we believe that this is going to be, you know, an opportunity to be, you know, to be more exposed.
Got more of a technical question here. They were asking about the new fuel that you guys are experimenting with, as far as, you know, the greenhouse effect and everything. Where are you with that? And is this something here that you know, because of all the places you go around the world of trying to make sure you conform to everybody's fuel regulations?
So the championship itself, and this is again together with fuel suppliers, we are currently now at a 40% sustainable fuel, and we will move on to 100% sustainable fuel in 2027. So we are now specifying exactly what the term sustainable means, because you know, there is many let's say ways of being sustainable. So we're currently finishing now, let's say, a workshop to define what the sustainable fuel, this 100% sustainable fuel, will have to be for 2027. But it's already set in the regulations that we will do 100%.
Got you. Another question here about the Moto E. Are there interests from other manufacturers about wanting to enter this series? I mean, do you have other the possibility of expanding?
I mean, yes, but keeping a single manufacturer keeps also the costs down. Now, this is probably the most, let's say, efficient formula of running the Moto E. So yeah, we do have interest, but I think it's probably not enough at the moment to make it an open manufacturer class.
Understandable, because again, and for an ignorant guy, okay, please don't get mad. I'm a rookie.
No, well,
when you're talking about expense in NASCAR, we know how much the cars and everything like that, cost per team. What is it? Was it like for a MotoGP? I call it, super bike that you go and race with. What's the cost on one of these things? Because I mean, again,
honestly, I don't. I don't know. I am a technical guy, but I'm not a budget guy. So I'm sorry, I can't answer.
No, that's I was just curious because again, just I like you were saying earlier, these bikes are not just a motor and two tires. And I'm saying they handle, they got shocks on them. I mean, they got. I'm sure they've got a lot of technology that would just blow my mind.
Big technology, yes.
Big technology. And again, what they do with it, the will that these riders have to be able to do that, and the nerves that it takes to drive down in that corner and lay that sun gun down and know that you're, the only thing from you and getting road rash is that the leathers you ride in. So it's a very impressive and very impressive, but at the same time, you got to have guts. You got to have grit to be able to ride one of the
Yes,
guns.
absolutely. You got to commit yourself to every corner.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I see that Francis and Judy's back. So guess what, my friend? We have improvised the best we could, and we're done. I think we did okay.
I think it wasn't too bad.
Spending time with you, and loved getting an insight of what it's all about in MotoGP. And again, the season and everything is right around the corner, and all I can say is wish you well.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure, and I hope I've answered all your questions.
Thank you, Alfonso. And on the budget questions, we might have an answer in a couple hours. We have Justin Marks coming on, and with Trackhouse, and Justin runs a NASCAR team, a MotoGP team, and many others. So we're going to have maybe some answers with Brad Gillett a bit later. So thank you very much, Alfonso. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
We are going to run a short video from our sponsors, and we will be right back with you.
EPARTRADE is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
EPARTRADE, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier.
When you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information, and then from there it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
EPARTRADE really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Speed Sport 1 is your new home for motorsports. If you're a hardcore race fan, you've got it all on this new, exciting network. It doesn't matter if it's on land or water, 2 wheels or 4, asphalt or dirt. It's all free at speedsport1.com. You can also take it on the go with the Speed Sport 1 app. Download it today. This is Speed Sport 1, the live racing network.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2024. We're joined by Chris Medland and we're going to be talking Formula One. Chris, how are you?
I'm very well, thanks. I've made it from Qatar to Abu Dhabi since we last did one of these yesterday. So I've been on the move, but I'm very well, thanks.
I know that's a rough 3 races back to back, right?
Yeah, Las Vegas was the one that really hurt, I will admit. The time zone difference between Las Vegas and Qatar for what we were working on was about 12 hours. So you had to completely switch your body clock and fly for 15 hours if you went direct, or longer if you didn't, which was me. Yeah, it was a tough switch, but slowly feel like I'm getting there. So a bit more human today than yesterday.
Excellent. So we should have our guest with us any second while we wait, and our production is working with the team at Haas F1 to get everybody on. Chris, do you want to bring us to speed maybe a little bit of what we talked about yesterday and what we're going to be talking about today?
Yeah, we've been quite Haas-centric, haven't we, the last 2 days, because we had Gunther Steiner, the ex-Haas team principal, yesterday, who we spoke to about all sorts of things, actually. It was not just his time at Haas, but his overview of Formula One in general. We spoke about where he sees the sport going, but also his wider interests in motorsport. He owns or is a part owner of a composites company, and wanted to talk about how that has evolved over the last 10, 15 years, and where he sees its place within not only motorsport, but then the wider number of industries that they can sort of dip their toes into, and how motorsport feeds into that. So that was really fascinating stuff. But because we're speaking to him, I sort of felt like, well, let's get the guy that's replaced him as well at Haas, because it's been such a 12 months for the whole team, really. But what a job Ayao Komatsu has been doing with Haas. It's been very, very impressive. So he's going to be joining us soon. He's actually, as far as I'm aware, gone back to the UK in between races. So while I was complaining about just having to go from Qatar to Abu Dhabi, which is, well, it's a short flight and a drive because I went via Dubai, to go all the way back to the UK in between is quite some undertaking. So it shows that they've got a lot going on at the factory in Haas. And, there's a lot at stake for that team. They've got 6th place in the Constructors' Championship they're chasing, 5 points behind Alpine going into the final race. So there's no stone being left unturned in trying to make sure they get there. So I think Ayo's probably just finishing up other calls back in the factory before he jumps on with us right now.
Okay, well, thank you, Chris, and yeah, what a season! I mean, it's just it's like Alpine came out of nowhere in Brazil, and that kind of changed the entire game right there.
Absolutely. I mean, it tells you what it can be a leveler when it rains. I mean, that was a result nobody saw coming. No other team outside the top 4 teams has scored a podium this year. And Alpine, at the time, were, I think, 9th in the Constructors' Championship and scored a podium with both cars. So to get a double podium was remarkable. And yeah, it really did turn that whole fight on its head. So I feel for Haas in many ways, actually. I don't know how Ayo will feel about it when we speak to him. But to have been so consistent, they've scored points in 7 of the last 8 races. Some of those have been double points as well. They've been really, really consistent. Arguably the 5th quickest team for a number of months now. But the points on offer are quite small if you're not in the top 4 teams. So you're picking up 1, 2, 3 here and there. And then for Alpine to go and score 33 in one go across 2 cars, it just turned everything on its head, and it probably feels a bit unlucky. But I was speaking to some Haas team members around that afterwards, actually, who said it just doesn't seem to be us when it happens that way. We don't quite get it over the line. So that's the next thing they want to get right, is taking advantage of those huge opportunities when they come along, because some of it's luck, but some of it's preparation and I think experience as well. I mean, don't forget Alpine is the Enstone-based Formula One team that has huge experience going all the way back to Tolman in the 70s and 80s. So they've got a lot of history that they can sometimes call on, and I think helps them deliver under pressure like that. So yeah, what a race Brazil was to turn things around.
Absolutely, and so we're still waiting. Oh, I think he's right here. I see a very special guest coming on. So we're almost right on time, and we're going to dive directly into it. And thank you, Chris, for being with us. I mean, your expertise is priceless, and I see Ayao coming on. So we're going to let you take over. And you said that Ayao is in the UK right now, so we're going to ask him to start his video, and we'll dive into it directly, and we'll give you a few minutes at the end because we're running a little bit behind. So give me 1 second. I can see here on our production side that Mr. Komatsu is with us, and here it is. Good afternoon, sir.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hey, Ayao, how are you doing?
Yeah, good, thank you. Hi, Chris.
So if I get it right, you're back in the UK between races right now?
Yes, yeah, I'm in our Banbury office in UK, yes.
And it's okay if people are moving around you. It's fine. We know you're busy right now. I'm sure you're trying to stop someone coming into shop, but it's all right.
No, it's fine, it's
Not a
fine. Yeah.
problem. Now, can just explain to people actually, like I was complaining about the travel schedule and that I've had to get between Qatar and Abu Dhabi since I did one of these yesterday. You've gone all the way back to the UK. What's kind of so crucial for you to have to go back to the factory between races? What does a team principal have on his plate at this sort of time?
Oh, it's where do you start? It's various things, but I think it's very important for me to spend as much time in the factory as possible to really have a face-to-face with people. Just me being here, if people wanted to have a small conversation, ask questions, have any comments from last weekend race, I just did a debrief to the entire team. But sometimes it's just helpful. Even if I'm walking around, people stops me and ask questions, right? So, or offer some opinions. I think it's very important to be present, if you like.
Yeah, well, it's admirable as well, because it would have been very easy just to come and have a few days in the sun in Abu Dhabi before the next race. But I guess you get to see your family as well this way, which is not going to be easy as a team boss.
Yeah, but then when I'm in UK, I actually do a school run in the morning. So I come into the office a bit later than some other guys. I do a school run. Our boys get to school by 8:30, so I'm here by 9:15. Normally people start somewhere between 8 and 8:30. But yeah, I do that again just to balance my private life and the busy traveling schedule.
Yeah, I mean, it's a heck of a schedule, and I imagine it's only increased in terms of the demands on you over the past year. How has the last 12 months been for you, going from an engineering role at Haas to now team principal?
No, it's incredibly busy, but I'm really, really positive. Like I said to you before, I got lots of support from everyone in the team. I really getting to know, so, because in my previous job, of course, I was mainly just focused on the engineering, but I now get to work with people from various other departments, marketing, finance, etc. Again, I really enjoy that side as well, getting to know people from different backgrounds, which that means like they have a different way of thinking, which is really really interesting. So whole experience I really enjoy. And then if let's say I have to convince everyone, it's going to be draining and hard work, but I feel like everybody's on the same page trying to push the team in the right direction together. So I feel really overwhelming positive support from everyone, so I'm enjoying it.
Well, it looks like it's been going brilliantly so far, but I wanted to tap in slightly to your background, the fact that you had such a strong engineering background and now you've become the leader of the team. What are the main things you've had to learn as team principal?
You're learning every day. What are the main things? Main thing, to be honest, it's basics. I always thought, okay, communication can be improved. We need to really, what do I need to do to get best out of the people, best out of the group of people, so that we can improve the team. So yeah, just really trying to listen to people, communicate well, and then simplify the message as well, and then do the basics very, very well. So yeah, it's all about details as well. There's no like one golden bullet. This is, if we do this, that's gonna solve everything. No, we just have to pay attention to details, and then we got good people. So it's really matter of providing environment for those guys to perform. What does it take to form a performing organization? That's what I'm learning every day.
I remember you saying at the start of the year that you had faith in the people and the organization and that you felt like you could get more out of them. But has there been anything unexpected about taking on the main job?
Not in a negative way, honestly, in terms of some of the support, certain areas I wasn't sure. But when I actually started talking with those guys, I had much more positive response than I might have expected. So there has been positive surprises. So that's very, very encouraging. But so far, nothing negative.
Well, we had Gunter actually on Race Industry Week yesterday, and obviously he had big shoes for you to fill in terms of both the personality, and he was synonymous with Haas. Were there any nerves or trepidation when you took on the role?
Not in that sense, because as I said it from day one, I can only be the best version of myself, and then Gunter's done a lot for the team. He was instrumental in setting up the team. Without Gunter, this team doesn't exist. So huge respect for that. But then with the team, I've been with the team since 2016, day one of a racing year. Of course, Gunter was there from before to set up the team, but I joined in January 2016. And so I know the team pretty well. I know the people. I know the strengths and weakness of the organization. The last 5 years, we haven't been performing. There are certain frustration things I thought we can do better if we implemented certain things here and there. So that was really, for me, an opportunity to see or implement those things to see if my assumption was right or if I was wrong. Then honestly, like I said, the people, I believed in the people we got, and then those guys proved me right. I tried my best to give them those environment for them to perform. Let's say put upgrades on the car that works, and then hats off to them. They've delivered. That's why we're still competing. Going into race 24, P6 in the championship, which is a much better than anybody anticipated.
Yeah, that's it's gonna be a big weekend ahead for you on that front. But I want to kind of focus at the moment on the start of the season and kind of the initial point of you taking over the job. But how quickly could you implement your own ideas, your own philosophies and thoughts, and how much do you have to look longer term when you want to sort of make a shift like that in a team?
It's always a balance in terms of philosophy, in terms of how this team needs to be run. I think that message has to be clear from day one, but you cannot suddenly execute that from day one to day two, right? And then if there are 10 things I wanted to change, I really thought hard about what I really need to change right now. What can wait 3 months? What can wait 6 months or to the next year? So because we are such a small team, I was conscious that if I made too many changes, we can just completely collapse. So of course we cannot afford to do that. So the first thing I did was to speak to as many people as possible face to face, both UK and Italy, and then really understand, okay, was my assumption right? How should I execute it? And then actually I did very minimum changes, I really thought I really need to make this change right now, otherwise we're not going to perform. One of the things is appointing Andrea De Zoldo as a technical director. Then another thing was to have a guy called Damien Brayshaw as a performance director, and also restructuring of the technical organization. That had to happen straight away. So, but really, I didn't make changes. I was very conscious I needed to make only critical changes.
Well, they've certainly seemed to have worked, but there's been some other exciting news through the year. So let's talk about the team's development a little bit. I mean, you announced a partnership with Toyota a few months ago. How much work went into that?
Quite a lot, obviously. Again, like if you talk about, how to implement those changes, certain things I had to do immediately. Then I was pretty sure without any further investment or in terms of resource or facility, we can perform better as a team. So that's a bit I had to get going straight away. But in the background, you had to raise the seeding of the team, right? Then I was thinking, how is the best way to do this? And then pretty early days from Bahrain time, I started talking with Toyota. The initially, of course, idea was a bit blurred, if you like, but then more and more we talked together. It was pretty clear that this is a perfect match. That we can really, if we do this collaboration, we can increase the absolute capability of the team. If we can work as a small team efficiently, then if we can gradually increase the baseline capability, we can achieve better things. So for instance, if I don't change anything, if we just keep going with this size, this business model, shall I say, without things like Toyota collaboration, I think what we are doing now would be the ceiling. We won't go any better, but that's not good enough, right? We want to be improving. We want to be consistently top of the midfield, and then looking ahead, improve even further. So in order to do that, then this Toyota technical collaboration was the key in my opinion.
Is it the single biggest thing you think you could have done this year? Because I guess you can't really change power unit supply that quickly. You can't, expand the team that quickly in terms of if you want to hire people. Lead times are very long in Formula One. So is it almost, I don't want to call it a quick fix in a negative way, but is it that sense?
Yeah, I mean, you said it because if we wanted to, increase the size of the team from just over 300 people to let's say 400 people, recruitment takes long time, and then find the right people and then gelling them, etc. And also in terms of, let's say certain engineering capability, whether it's a hardware or process, all those things takes long time to implement it. With the technical collaboration with Toyota, that fast track lots of it. So I think that's the fastest way to do it. So yes. But I don't say that's the single biggest thing, but single biggest thing to start off with is really to unite the team. I just always believed if we can work as a team and then everybody on the same page, we are aligned going towards the unified direction, we can perform a lot better. So I feel that unification is the biggest change, because if that foundation is not there, doesn't matter if you add the Toyota technical collaboration, it's not going to function, right? But now that we are working much more like a one team, one racing team, then we can start adding that capability. And then, but we need to be really careful keeping that efficiency and focus. It's very easy to lose that focus and efficiency when you grow too fast. So we are conscious that we need to grow at the pace that we can, let's say, sustain, keep the focus, keep the efficiency.
Yeah, it seems like a very exciting time, though, to be part of Haas because of the way you're growing the team. Are there any other key areas that you're looking to grow or develop the team at the moment?
Well, honestly, it's every single area. It's not just engineering in terms of communication, in terms of recruitment, in terms of, how can we make this team more attractive? How can we make this environment more enjoyable, positive environment where everybody works here, wants to come to work, if you like. So yeah, it's like I said earlier, it's everything is about details for me. So we're looking at every area.
But how hard is it to not simply chase what other teams have and also try and find a sweet spot for Haas and your own unique setup? Or do you look at other teams and think that's the template I want to get to?
I don't think there's a other, template as such, because the way we set up is very, very unique, So that's why I think it really is helpful that I've been here since day one, because I really know, strengths and weakness of this team, and then the advantage of how we set up, disadvantage of how we set up. So challenge is very, very unique. But at the same time, of course, you should look outwards as well to see what we can learn from how the other teams are operating, how the other teams are set up. Also, like I actively talk to the people or leaders outside of the motor racing industry as well, because again, to formulate a performing organization, there's lots of hint out there. So I'm really learning from everywhere possible.
It's fascinating stuff, and yeah, really cool that you're looking outside it in that sense. I'm going to look outside now, actually, because we had some questions on the webinar chat that's come in. A question for you from Alan Bordeaux, who says, what's your opinion about this 2024 championship in general? Both the battle for the constructors title that is going down to the wire this weekend, but also your own performances this year, because you fought every race weekend hard for points.
Yeah, I think this championship is amazing. I think if you look up and down the field, everywhere there's a champion or constructors or drivers points to be fought. So I think it's really exciting times for fun. Then for the inside people doing it, of course it's hard work, but I think I just keep telling my guys that you got to enjoy these things. It doesn't happen very often that we can go all the way down to the wire. Of course, we are disappointed in last race that we dropped from P6 to P7, but still only within 5 points to get or 6. So we need to score 6 more points than Alpine final race, and then it's actually a privileged position to be in, to be able to fight for P6 in the final round of the Formula One Championship. So you got to embrace those moments and enjoy it. So yeah, championship is really exciting. And then your second question about assessment of how we've done, was it so far?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think yes, I'm always looking to improve. How can we make this team as a better team where we can improve? But overall, I think from where we came from in January, December last year, or Austin last year was the lowest point. One of the lowest point of this team. To do that race 19 update, that didn't make sense, and then did it, and of course car didn't go quicker, car actually went slower. So coming from that lowest of low to be having such a positive vibe in the team, working one as a team, I think we came a long way. But I think everybody's looking ahead, which is great. And then after Qatar race on Sunday night, everybody was pretty down, but in a way it's good to be down, being dropped from P6 to P7, because we are there fighting, right? So we now have to turn that into positive energy going into Abu Dhabi, which we have done. Then we give it our best, very best.
There was something we were talking about just before you joined us, actually, that there must be an element of frustration, though, that you've scored points in 7 of the last 8 races. You've been extremely consistent. You're always there. I say you're basically the 5th quickest team on average in F1 right now. But Alpine's couple of big results, Brazil with a double podium and then a 5th place in Qatar, is what's hurt. So is that frustrating, or is that a source of confidence that you consistently do it?
Well, it's a race, so that can happen anytime. So you can't be too frustrated. Of course, it's better to be like 20 points ahead and comfortable in the P6 in the championship. But we're competing in F1, so you got to accept those things gonna happen. So yeah, you got to raise up to it. Then my point is, you can look at it in the 2 ways after Brazil. You can be frustrated, how lucky Alpine got, but Alpine was quick that weekend, and then they maximized it with both drivers. They took the opportunity. Fair play to them, right? And then in Qatar, they were quick as well. So you cannot control what you cannot control. You got to focus on yourself and doing the very best job you can. Again, going into Abu Dhabi, you cannot worry about where Alpine's going to finish. All we can do is we need to get both of our drivers in top 10 and score as many points as possible. That's what we need to focus on. So again, to deliver that under pressure, having the opportunity to do it, it's a privilege. So you got to enjoy it.
Right, certainly does look like you're enjoying it at the moment. And another question's come in on the webinar chat from Jessica Massey, who said, do you think your engineering background has given you an advantage when leading the team compared to leaders without engineering backgrounds?
Yeah, I get asked that question many times, but I really think it's case by case. I don't think there's a right answer. Also, you say engineering background, but of course, if you talk to 10 different engineers, you got 10 different personalities, right? Therefore, so I don't think there's a right fit for every team. Every team's situation is different. For instance, James' situation at Williams, Ollie Oakes' situation at Alpine, Mike Clark's situation at Aston Martin, they all very different. So I don't think there's one solution to all 10 teams. Everyone's challenge is different. I think for me, yes, in this particular instance of a Haas F1 team, my engineering background is helping because of the specific issue we had last year, especially about last 5 years. But also the fact that I know the team from day one, that is a huge help. Huge help. I think it's very difficult because of the way we set up very, very uniquely. If you parachute someone from outside, I think it will take a long time for this person, whoever is, however capable this person is, to understand, how to make this organization work. So I think every situation is different. I don't think it's one solution that suits all the 10 teams.
Yeah, it's a very fair point. But whatever solutions you've been taking so far seem to certainly be working. And that leads nicely onto another question, actually, from Robert Bates, who says, running a smaller F1 team, what kind of technologies are you leveraging to maximize efficiencies compared to large factory-backed teams?
I don't know if we are actually utilizing a technology in that way. It's more about, so few things. Let's say, line of command stroke senior management group. Again, this communication is the key, right? So defining objective, coming up with a strategy, substantial strategy to achieve the objective and communicate. But then when you are a small team, there's always a critical mass, and I do feel our team is below critical mass. But at least that means simplicity. As long as we work together, we understand what we're trying to do, how, right? We can move pretty quickly. We can, even changing direction, we can do it pretty quickly as well. And there's no legacy, if you like. If you wanted to change the whole, let's say, engineering system in this company, for sure, it's much easier to do it here than, let's say, to do it at Mercedes, who has more than 1,000 people, right? And a huge legacy as well. So there is definitely a advantage, but like I said, I think we are below critical mass to be able to perform consistently at the high level. That's why we are trying to increase our capability or resource level.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, this is a question you definitely get a lot as well, actually. Stephen Chu has asked, there's no lack of funding, enthusiasm, or professionalism in American motorsports, but what do you think US drivers are missing to be successful in Formula One?
That's a difficult question. I mean,
it's always the favorite question the Haas team principal gets, isn't it?
What is US driver missing? I mean, the thing is, I don't tend to look at nationality to choose a driver. For me, my mission is to make this team as competitive as possible. So when we chose Oli Bearman and Esteban Ocon for our 25 drivers, nationality didn't matter at all. Oli Bearman's British, and then Esteban Ocon is of course French, but that honestly doesn't matter to me. Of course, us being a US team, if there was a US driver who's at that level, I'd love to sign this person. But I just had to look at where we are as a team, how we want to grow this team in, let's say, next 3 years to 5 years, and the available driver in the market. And then I believe we picked the best one that is fits to our growth. So yeah, I'd love to have a US driver. But at the moment we just didn't have that choice.
Yeah, the super license point structure certainly doesn't help to give you a bigger pool of drivers either from the US. But the next question from Steve Ariano is one that I'm sure you knew was coming as the American team on the grid. But it's about the pending addition of Cadillac and General Motors to the grid and the expansion. What's the paddock reaction? And I guess what's your reaction to it?
I think it is exciting that manufacturer like GM is coming to F1. F1's really having a good time at this minute to have another big name like GM. Us bringing Toyota was a very positive story as well. Again, GM coming to F1 in 26, another huge positive story. And then yeah, but we are set up in a very different way. We are the privately owned team, 100% owned by Mr. Gene Haas. And then he came into the sports when sport wasn't at the same stage, right? So he took more risks, and then he's been loyal to the sport. So we have our obviously own, let's say, agenda, how we want this team to progress in the future. So we really focused on that rather than thinking about what knock-on impact it's going to have. It's really just the basics of trying to focus on what's under your control, if you like.
Yeah, well, along those lines, this is maybe slightly outside your control, but it follows on from that. Is what do you make about the state of Formula One at the moment? As a whole, it's been a very long season, a competitive one, but the sport, everyone says, has been booming over the last 5 years. Do you see that? Are you happy with where Formula One is at?
Yeah, we feel it, everywhere we go, it's amazing. The attendance figures are amazing, TV figures looks amazing, and we feel it every day. So, and then the fact that this year's championship's been so exciting, we're having a different race winners at the front of the grid, 3 constructors fighting together, and then for the P6, 3 constructors fighting together as well. So I think it's great state at this minute.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I can tell that it's also got people interested because I'm getting so many questions on the webinar right now. I've got another one for you from one of the viewers. Fabian Valenzuela has said, as a team principal of an F1 team, and I'm going to add as an engineer as well, how do you prioritize between driver feedback, data analytics, and engineering simulations when making decisions to optimize race performance?
That's a great question. Drivers are really special breed of people, at this level. They are the only 2 people driving our cars and then feeding what's going on. So yes, we got loads of sensors, we got lots of simulation models, etc. But if you just look at tires is the most complicated things. Things you can see on the data in terms of tire performance. If we are getting best out of tires, the percentage of the, let's say, things that we can uncover from data on the pure tire performance is actually very small. And what is drivers feeling in the car is very, very important. This is why it's so important to have a driver who can, of course, who needs to be fast, but can feel the car, and also to be able to then say those feedback he's feeding to the engineers in a way that engineers can understand, right? That's where I feel Nico Hülkenberg, he's very, very strong. So when you got drivers like Nico, that accelerates your development a lot. And in terms of like a focus as well, with the engineers, we look at, okay, maybe this area is something we need to focus on. Then when you got somebody like Nico telling you, this is the feeling in the car, in order for me to go faster, giving me more confidence, I need this, which may not be the what looks like absolute best solution from a pure data point of view, but he's the one driving. He needs to have confidence in the car to push to the limit. So it's a very critical. That's another thing I focused on beginning of this year. Up until last year, I didn't feel that drivers' feedback was listened to very well and integrated in our development strategy. So that's one of the things I really wanted to change. So that led to certain, let's say, people in certain position, having a certain structure, make sure that drivers in the loop.
Yeah, that actually leads me on to a question that's coming from Stephen Chu that I want to slightly edit, because you're a team principal, but you're an engineer at heart. Is it hard to give up sort of the hands-on stuff to do with engineering, or have you not given it up? Do you have to take a step back? How do you kind of reconcile now being in control of everything, but having that engineering knowledge?
I think answer is yes and no. Of course, I have a genuine interest in terms of understanding the car, understanding the technology side, because like you said, I'm trained as a engineer. But what gives me even bigger pleasure is when we have a highly capable people like Andrea, our technical director, like Damien, our performance director, and then people leading the tire group, people leading the design group. When you give them the freedom, when you empower them, when you provide them with the environment they can perform, get best out of them, when you actually see the result of it, which is the development of this year's car, right? That gives me bigger joy. And then I can categorically say I didn't direct that development. I just listened to those guys, what they needed, where they're going. I asked some questions, but I never demanded, no, we should go in this direction. I just when I sit in those meetings, I listen to them, and then if I have a question, I just ask questions, and then they come to their own conclusion, and then I trust them. So that gives me far bigger joy than as a team principal in that way. So yes, it is difficult to, let's say, hand it over because I have genuine interest, but at the same time, it's actually very easy to hand it over because we got amazing people.
Well, Francisca and Judy are back, which normally is my cue to wrap this up. But I'm going to get one quick question right at the end, Ayao, because I really want to know. How important is this weekend for you and for the team to try and regain sixth place from Alpine in the Constructors' Championship?
Of course, it is very important. I don't know if everybody's focused on that. We got the car, which is quick enough. We got two good drivers. So I believe if we execute it perfectly, we can get both drivers into the points. Okay, we cannot control what Alpine's gonna do in terms of competitiveness or scoring points, but yeah, all we can do if we get best out of both drivers, get best out of the car, get best out of everybody we got. Whatever the result, I'll be happy with. That's all we can do.
Great stuff. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us in between the triple header as well, ahead of such a big race weekend. We really appreciate it, Ayao.
No, thank you very much. It's been fun.
You. We
Thank you.
wish you the absolute very best. So stay with us. We're going to dive right now into our next session, and we're going to bring Justin Marks with us. And we're going to be talking a lot of things from NASCAR, MotoGP, and probably more. Right, Brad?
Yes, we are. Most definitely. Thank you, Francis, and thank you, Judy. It's been a fascinating morning already, and it's still morning.
It has. And Justin is with us. Good afternoon, Justin. Good morning. Thank you for being with us.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
I'm excited to hear what Justin has to say.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you both. We'll see you here in just a few minutes, Francis and Judy. Justin, thank you so much for joining us again here on Race Industry Week. We really appreciate you.
Yeah, my pleasure. Nice to join you guys. Good lineup this year.
Yeah, it really is for sure. And we're happy to have you. And it's interesting. I was thinking about this. I don't remember if it was last year when I had the opportunity to talk to you or 2 years ago. But I want to start this by saying the one thing that stood out to me in our conversation is that, especially on the NASCAR side of things, we talk about Trackhouse Racing week in and week out. But you kept referring to it as Trackhouse because it's so much more than just what we see on the NASCAR side. So let's talk about where this started and where it's grown.
Well, it's been quite a journey over the past 4 years, for sure. I mean, I think, when we look at like 2024 was an incredibly huge year of growth for our business. And, when I go back to when the business was formed in 2020, and I started ideating around what I wanted to build here, ultimately the goal was to create, a very diverse, multifaceted motorsports entertainment platform. That's an ambitious goal. It's an ambitious comment to make, and it takes time, and it's really it's a 10-year vision. But what we've been able to build over the last 4 years has been incredible. I mean, I think we're well on our way to building that diverse sort of global platform. And 24 was the expansion, of the business globally. And we've done some great things with our partner Pitbull in music, and we've got some great things that we're working on for next year that'll just continue that trajectory. So, when I look at the business sort of holistically, I think it's in a position right now where it's really primed for continued growth. I mean, I think there's a tremendous amount of opportunity in the motorsports industry. We continue to always look at all corners of the industry, race teams, entertainment, media, content, events, everything to just determine, where there's exciting growth positioned out there. So, as a business, I think we're in a great spot, and I'm excited about our future. Yeah, it's been a heck of a journey.
Yeah, it has. It's been a lot of fun to watch. Well, let's talk about what's new. And what was new in 2024, MotoGP, an Aprilia factory team. What brought you there, first of all?
Yeah, well, when I look at, sort of the mission of the company, when it comes to the investments we make and how we want to grow and scale on the racetrack with race teams, there's really a core component that's a qualifier when we look at these opportunities, and it's exclusivity. We want to be in places that it's hard to be into, where there's only a certain number of people that have the ability to compete. Certainly have that in NASCAR with the charter system, and in MotoGP. I've told this story. I really went to go kind of explore a form of motorsport that I didn't really have a lot of exposure to previously, and part of it was to gain inspiration, but part of it was really to take a look at where there might be opportunity for the business outside of the NASCAR industry. And so I went to Austria for the Grand Prix in the late summer of 23. And as I was immersed in that environment and getting to know the folks at Dorna, the commercial rights holder, and met some of the teams and the manufacturers and kind of understood the economics of the sport, it became very clear to me that this was, I believe, a tremendous opportunity, a tremendous untapped resource for an American entity to enter into. I mean, the metrics of the sport don't lie. It's the second most consumed form of motorsports in the world, behind Formula One. Huge fan base all over the world. It touches every corner of the globe. And as I was going through sort of an exploration conversation with Dorna and with the series, there was an opportunity that came up to get us on the grid. And when I first started talking to them, it was important to them to have an American presence on the grid. They have a very robust North American growth strategy. And I showed up and started asking questions. And so we started having some deeper conversations about what it would look like. And ultimately, they came to me and said, look, we've got some spots on the grid that we hold for situations like this. And if you can get yourself organized for the 2024 season and get a team on the racetrack, we'd love to give you a spot. And that opportunity came very late in 23. So we had to work very, very hard. But that was, I tell people that was really a ready, fire, aim situation. I didn't really know how I was going to do it. I think when an opportunity like that presents itself, you have to take it and then kind of figure it out. What I didn't know at the time was that Dorna was in late stage negotiations to be acquired by Liberty Media on the background. So it really fit into kind of the bigger strategy of the business to have an American presence on the grid if the championship was about to be owned by an American media company. So we put everything together, hired Davide Brivio, legendary team manager, to operate it, put a deal together with Aprilia to be their satellite team with the RSGP 24 bikes alongside their factory team. And we went racing, and really it's just been a year of learning. It's been a year of learning for me, for my sales team, for my SG&A team, and just sort of everybody to kind of understand, how global motorsport works, how it fits into the Trackhouse portfolio. And it's an incredibly compelling experience when you go to one of these races. I mean, Miguel Oliveira, our rider in qualifying in Mugello, had a trap speed of 227 miles an hour. I mean, it is an incredible thing to witness in person. And that's what we look for as a business, are these forms of motorsport that just completely blow people away. And we're excited about growing that business and being advocates for motorcycle racing in North America. So yeah, that was certainly The MotoGP World Championship was not on my whiteboard in 2020 when I started this, but when you open the aperture a little bit and kind of look at what we're trying to build as a company, it's perfect. It's a perfect fit for what we're trying to do.
Yeah, and it's interesting in hearing this story. This is one of the things that has been a true joy to watch when it comes to how Trackhouse has grown, because I can remember sitting at the NASCAR Hall of Fame a few years ago, and everyone's wondering, where is Justin Marks going to buy his charters? No one had Chip Ganassi on the table for charters that were available. But like you said with this, I made a couple of calls. You called Chip Ganassi that day. You go up to Pennsylvania and meet him at the train station, and the next thing you know, you've got a couple of charters, and it almost sounds like this sort of a similar but different trajectory in the way this happened.
Well, I mean, I think that you have to be convicted in your mission. You have to be convicted in what you're trying to do, and you have to leave no stone unturned and not be afraid to have sort of any conversation and put yourself out there. I mean, it was, the acquisition of CGR was because I had tried to acquire 4 or 5 charters and lost every single one of them, and had to just start getting creative, and just got to a point where I was like, I'm willing to get hung up on, I'm willing to get laughed out of the room, but I gotta go for it and ask the questions. And I don't think that, the CGR thing was any kind of, immense sort of like grand strategy or anything, besides it was the fact that I just, I called somebody that I'd raced for a long time, and so sort of looked at their business from afar and said, there might be just a little bit of an opportunity here, and I got to kind of just shoot my shot and try it. And so there's some serendipity involved, some luck involved, and timing and all of that, but I think it all just goes back to authentically and intelligently putting out in the world what you're trying to accomplish, and then position yourself as somebody who is willing to make investments, willing to do the things that it takes to build a great company. And so when you put that out in the world and people recognize it, then typically those phone calls get answered.
Yeah, it's a great lesson for a lot of people. While we're still talking a little bit about MotoGP, I am curious about what you may have learned over the past year. What you know now that you certainly didn't know then. Just what comes to mind
about MotoGP?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what's interesting about it is, and I've taken a number of executives from our business to the races throughout the year to give them exposure to it. There's so much about MotoGP that is different than what we do in NASCAR. The vehicles are completely different. The psychology and personalities are different. You've got, culture and language barriers. You're traveling around the world instead of around the States. You're flying instead of driving. There's all these things that are just completely different. But then at the end of the day, it's also exactly the same thing, which is we're just going to racetracks and we're racing. And so the process of 2024 was really understanding, where can we apply the expertise that we have inside of Trackhouse from our NASCAR experience, from, my driving experience, from our engineers experience, even HR, finance, IT, just kind of those functions of the company. Where are we good in those areas of the company that can be really accretive to the MotoGP side? And then what elements of the MotoGP that's endemic to that type of racing do we not have any expertise in, so we can hire really great people to fill those roles and let them do their thing. And I think that's really that was really kind of our mission this year, was to go through that process to figure out how MotoGP integrates well into the portfolio of Trackhouse. But as far as learning things, certainly I've just learned a lot about motorcycle racing. I mean, I've learned a lot about the technology of the bikes and the culture of the development cycle of riders coming up, right? So I'm familiar with quarter midgets and go-karts and late models and all of this kind of stuff. But how do the talents come up through motorcycle racing? Where do they come from? What is the talent profile of a great rider? What do you look for in a rookie? What are you trying to extract out of a veteran? All of that, all of those things. I mean, certainly that's been a huge learning experience for me. And also, on the commercial and business side, for the first time in the history of our company, we're at the global market for partners. And so we're starting to be so experienced in kind of the opportunity that NASCAR provides for the American commercial market and American brands and activating all across the 50 states of America. But how is it different when you're promoting a global sport? What kind of companies would find value in a motorsports platform that one week is in Thailand and another week is in London and then in Argentina and then in Qatar and, all these places around the world. So that's been a wonderful learning process, and one really that we're still only just on the early stages of. I've got an incredible revenue and sales and commercial team at Trackhouse that are incredibly, dedicated to finding how to take the framework of what we built and the great story that we've built in Trackhouse and scale that into globally. So we can talk to Spanish companies and we can talk to British companies and we can talk to Asian companies. And so that's really where the learning. I mean, on the racetrack, it's really been it's just been understanding the people, the process at the racetrack, the technology, the bikes, and then how does the MotoGP asset on the platform really help our business develop into one that truly can speak all languages and activate in all corners of the globe.
Have you started to see successes or conversations open up how MotoGP and your NASCAR properties can come together? And not even to mention that, look, we're going to Mexico City in NASCAR next year, but you also have a driver from New Zealand who's going to run full time. I mean, can a lot of these tie together?
Yeah, I think so, for sure. I mean, I think that the motorcycle racing fan is a different fan than the NASCAR fan, but they certainly can be fans of each other's sports. I mean, I think that, at the end of the day, we love competition. We're all gearheads. We love seeing vehicles on the racetrack, being, driven and ridden by, incredibly talented athletes. But what I really love about where we are as a company is that we truly are a global business, and we want to tell all different kinds of stories. And I've said this, what I'm really excited about in 2025 is that we've got athletes at Trackhouse that represent New Zealand, Mexico, the USA, Japan, and Spain. And that's an incredibly compelling and interesting story to be able to tell. So as far as, that feeds sort of the overarching story of Trackhouse. But as far as how the two teams can interact with each other, I mean, we're still exploring that. I mean, we had the MotoGP team over to the shop, a NASCAR shop in North Carolina this year on their way to Austin for the US Grand Prix. And so it was really interesting to see that. So we had, everybody from, landed at the airport, like 30 people landed at the airport, came to the NASCAR shop, and we did this big day. And then it was really interesting to watch the riders sort of like migrate over to the drivers, and like the guys working on the engines, the motorcycle kind of found the engine guys in the NASCAR shop, and the brake guys and suspension guys and aero and all this stuff. And they were just all kind of, geeking out a little bit on each other and asking questions and really having this amazing day of integration and appreciation. I think it just kind of opens everybody's, spectrum a little bit on technology and kind of a different type of motorsport. I had Jordan Taylor bring the Garage 56 car to COTA to do demonstration laps before the MotoGP race. I would love to see a MotoGP bike do demonstration laps before a NASCAR race at a road course. I think that's something that you'll see in the future. Wherever we can be advocates to bring the two worlds together and to just kind of rise the tide of motorsports across the whole landscape would be a success for us. And then commercially, that's the process we're going through right now is, can we build, instead of going to market and saying, where's my finger? Enhance Health, you can take this car, or, Onyx, you can take this car at this NASCAR race. We've got this entire platform where we can go talk to businesses about, promoting their goods and services in any part of the world. They can talk to any type of consumer that they want to talk to, and we can really create very customized, bespoke marketing programs that I think, hopefully will give us, a great competitive edge in that market, and truly just be able to build, an asset that's very, very valuable to our corporate partners.
That's pretty amazing to see what you're building. I shouldn't say what you built because I know it's continuing. On the NASCAR side, for the third year in a row, you put a car in the playoffs. Both cars made it to victory lane. How do you evaluate 2024 from a performance standpoint?
Yeah, from a performance standpoint, certainly not. I mean, there's good moments and things we need to improve on. I think that we're at an interesting point right now in the NASCAR Cup Series because we're towards the early stage. We're towards the end of the early stage of the development cycle of the next gen car, and what I mean by that is that the car's not really new anymore, so to speak. And so a lot of these teams, especially the legacy teams that have very, very deep workforces and tooling and technologies, have really found a way to make the cars go fast, to really, exploit all of the speed out of the cars. When you look back at 2022, when everything was new, it was a bit of a different type of competitive set that made the car go fast than it does now while everybody was learning. And we had a great year in 22. We had a great year in 23. In 24, obviously high points. We got a car in the playoffs. Like you said, both cars got to victory lane. That's incredibly important for our business, is to be in victory lane. I mean, more than anything, we want to be winners. Certainly, it was disappointing that the one didn't make the playoffs. I think that, there was some bad luck and some performance stuff, and the win came too late to be able to make that happen. So, it was, from a competitive standpoint, a year that leaves some to be desired. And really, honestly, it stoked the fire a little bit inside the company of doing a pretty deep internal audit and saying, we don't want to slide into mediocrity here. We don't want to have this sort of high point when the car was introduced to the sport and we were running top 5 every week, and then kind of find our place among sort of the middle third of the field. I really want to build a business here that can contend for championships year in and year out. And that's going to take time. It's going to take time. But, a year like this, we've had some great meetings, competition meetings this year, where we've really looked at ourselves, really looked at our tools, looked at our resources, our workflow, our communication inside the company, and having one of these, what I call mirror moments, where, we're really looking at ourselves and trying to determine where are our weaknesses, where would we need to make investments, grow engineering depth, or, wherever it is in the company, to be able to get back to a point where, both teams next year, all 3 teams can compete for, multiple wins a year and ultimately, try to get a car or more to Phoenix. So I would say, I'm happy with the year and that we got to victory lane. We had some great moments, led laps, won some stages. We kind of did the things, but it was a year that I think is really going to set the stage for the next phase in the life cycle of the company. It's no small task to grow from 2 teams to 3 teams, and this is the opportunity where we have an opportunity now, I think, to really make the key investments, really look at ourselves, audit the business, and then, figure out what the next stage of life in the business looks like, which hopefully is winning championships.
Well, let's talk about that expansion. Last year, you had Shane Van Gisbergen come over, moved to the United States. You ran him at Colleague Racing in the Xfinity Series, a handful of Cup races as well. A couple of near misses on victory lane there, too. But he did win 3 Xfinity races. And now he's going to move in full-time Trackhouse, the number 88 Chevy Camaro. Could you tell us about that expansion and Shane Van Gisbergen, what he brings to the team?
Yeah, I mean, I think, from day one at Trackhouse, I really felt like if we could have some successes in the early years of the business and really be growth, have some good growth and be in a position for expansion, I think that the sweet spot from a competition standpoint in the NASCAR Cup Series is 3 cars. 3 cars is always really where I wanted to go. And so that opportunity came, for 2025. And we jumped at it. I mean, look, I called Tony Stewart and I said, look, it's not lost on me that, when teams expand and when teams grow and make their way up through the sport, it comes at the cost and the expense of other teams. And you hate to see a legendary team like Stewart Haas go away. But what's great about it is that it's just new opportunities for people in the industry. We've made a lot of great hires from Stewart Haas. So we've got a lot of really, great talent coming into the building, and growing to 3 teams, I think, is incredibly exciting for us. I mean, it's, we're 33% more chance every single weekend to be able to get a car into victory lane and have success, lead laps, and make Trackhouse a part of the story. And I'm really, really excited about Shane. I mean, it was not really on my radar to have Shane come and do this thing full time. Obviously, Chicago changed a lot of things for a lot of people in 2023, and we just loved working with him so much. He's one of us. He's really wired like we are. He's a racer, but he's a great human being. He's a hard worker. He's selfless. He's got all the right things. Plus, he's a great story. I mean, look, we're going racing next year in NASCAR with 3 full-time teams with 3 drivers born in 3 different countries, and they're all winners. I mean, to me, that's an amazing thing. That's something I'm incredibly proud of. And we had a real conversation with Shane towards the end of 2023 and said, look, if you want to come do this, I want to do this with you, Shane. I mean, it's a risk. It's a risk for both of us. I mean, you've got a lot of success in Australia and New Zealand. You've got a great job down there. You can have a lot more success, but you can start over. And it's a risk for us putting somebody, 1 year in the Xfinity Series, and then ultimately in the Cup Series, who just doesn't have any oval racing experience. But it's a risk that is worth taking for us. I mean, we've got some great sponsors behind him. The company's really excited about him. 2025 is going to be a real learning year for him. What I like about it is that from day one, we have an opportunity in that car to win multiple races and get into the playoffs and advance in the playoffs. We know that with the road courses. I think he did both races at Talladega and 1 race at Daytona this year in the Cup Series and led all 3 of those. I mean, his intelligence on the super speedways is really impressive. And then, you have these moments where you see on the ovals, he had a stunning race at Darlington, a stunning race at Indianapolis, where you're like, okay, it's all here. So we're really excited to get him in the building full time. He's excited to be in the building, and we're excited about working with him. I think it checks a lot of boxes for us. It puts us immediately in a position to be a winning team with the 88 car, and with somebody that we really like working with, that I think has a very, very high ceiling.
Yeah, and look, this opportunity was also created with another great idea that you and your team had with the Project 91 program. We didn't see it on the track this past season. Will we see it again this upcoming season?
Yeah, it's certainly Project 91 is certainly not dead. I would expect that to see that on the racetrack sooner rather than later. What I love about it is, it's like our first Project 91 graduate. It's kind of like we did this deal and turned it into, from an amazing kind of 1-off or 2-off. He ran Indy in 23. Great little program for Project 91, turning into like a real thing in the sport, like a real, some great star power, great new personality, someone who's committed full time and moved to the States, changed his complete life to be a Cup driver. I think that's really, really fun, and one that's resonated, with a lot of people. So we've got great partners on that car. As far as the future, a lot of opportunity. I mean, a ton of opportunity. I get phone calls, all the time from some of the greatest drivers around the world about coming and doing it. And that's really exciting for us. So, the only reason that it wasn't on the racetrack in 2024 this year is that, we just had so much going on. We had so much going on with, the third car that we prepared for a few races for SVG, and then, helping him over at Colleague, and, kind of all this stuff going on. We just didn't really have the bandwidth at the time for it. But now, as we're kind of just focused again on our 3 cars next year, full time, then Project 91 can come back, and I would expect to see it sooner rather than later.
Yeah, one of the other things I like, number one, you brought Shane Van Gisbergen over here when a lot of us didn't know who he was. But also, you find talent in other ways, including young teenage drivers who can beat you on the racetrack. With Connor Zilisch now coming up full time in Xfinity, you have him over at Junior Motorsports. What an amazing talent that we've already seen with success.
What's great about where we are as a business is, you always want to be able to have, you want to be able to dictate your future. You want to be able to put assets in place to be able to kind of have some control over your destiny. And, as the business got really established in NASCAR, we got to a point where, we said, look, if we're, when we're at points in the life cycle of this business where we have to go look for drivers, we don't want to be on our back heels. We don't want to say, okay, well, this driver's moving on or retiring or whatever it is. Now let's just look at the free agent market and try to get the best who's out there. We're in a position now as a business where we're established, where we really want to start growing our talent. And that's not just behind the wheel of the race car. That's in engineering. It's in the pit crews. It's in the social media and marketing and digital functions of the company. We really want people to grow inside the business. So we have a succession plan, and we can really start investing in our future. And, Connor and his manager came to me a number of times and said, you got to sign this kid. You got to sign this kid. And I said, man, I would. He's incredible. I watched him race go-karts at Trackhouse Motorplex. I mean, he really sort of came out of go-karts there. And I said, but I'm not really in a position to do that right now, because we're just trying to run our Cup cars. And then I started thinking about it and talking to Tony Lunders and you know, our chief operating officer, and it was kind of the MotoGP moment, kind of the Chip Ganassi Racing moment. It's like, you know, we just got to do it. He's just too great of a talent, too great of a kid, too big of an opportunity. Let's just bet on it. And we bet on it. And now we've got an incredible program for him over at Junior Motorsports in 2025. You know, he's integrated in the company. He's a wonderful young man. He's mature beyond his years. He brought him to the Daytona 500 this year, put him in the suite. He was 17 years old, put him in the suite with our sponsors. And he was like holding court with all of our sponsors. And they came to us and were like, when that kid's ready to go NASCAR racing, you tell us, because we'd love to be a part of it. So yeah, we're excited about Connor's future and looking for some really big things out of him next year.
Man, and it's great. We didn't really even get to touch on the Trackhouse Motorplex, but definitely glad you mentioned it and want to put it out there. I know it's been a great resource for a lot of people, including on the professional side of racing, to continue to hone their craft. Justin, thank you so much. We appreciate you coming on with us again this year. It's really exciting to see everything that you've done, and we look forward to where this continues to go.
Yeah, I appreciate it as always. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Justin. Great honor to have you on. So thank you very much. So stay with us. We're going to dive directly into our next session. We are right on time. So thank you, Brad. Wonderful interview as always. And we're going to bring next Lawrence Foster, and we're going to dive into E1 racing, the world of E1, fascinating world of E1 racing. And then we'll have Rodi is already on. So we're going to dive into good evening, Rodi. How are you?
Hi everyone. Yeah, I'm already on. I was looking forward to this. Thank you again for the invite. Also this year. Very
Thank
great
you.
to see
We
you.
have a short video that from the E1 series that we're going to run, and then we'll dive into the interview. So let's roll the video.
Welcome to a new era of competition. One like no one has ever seen, because it's never existed.
This is crazy stuff from the future.
Oh my God! This is fun.
Vamos. 100% electric.
Let's go.
Oh, we are bows out! Absolutely phenomenal!
So many of the biggest legends in the world coming together in one event. Season 1, we changed the game.
On the boot! Goodness, she can pull this off! Huge impact. Go! This is amazing.
Iconic race locations all over the world.
I'm coming all the time.
In season 2, we're gonna blow the roof off.
Super excited about what we accomplished. There's way more to come.
Things gonna be better and better and better with the E1 series.
I love it. We're having a ball.
E1 season 2, 2025.
Let's go.
Wow.
There we go.
Well, Rodi, welcome back to Race Industry Week. The last time we had you on, you know, this was still a concept. The Race Bird was testing, but season 1 is now in the books. So just give us your thoughts after several years. E1 is now reality.
Yes, exactly. To be precise, after 4 years from the very initial idea that Alejandro and I had in London, and 3 years after we got the fundings from the PIF in order to build the boat, a completely new concept that we had to engineer, manufacture, and of course validate, and then build the championship. Again, a new platform that wants to be a meeting point between sailing, powerboating, and motorsport, just because of the nature of the sport itself and founders.
And of course, Rodi, there is a bigger picture take on E1 in terms of, you know, great in terms of the racing, in terms of the show that it puts on. But just talk to us about the bigger reasoning behind E1 and what it means to you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, of course, this is a very important question because, again, it allows me to go back to those 5 years ago where I was very much motivated by the need of pursuing the right mix and balance between passion, competence, and the network that I've built in so many years in motorsport. And I have to say, the last 2 work experience that I had, which have been very, very, amazing and very important for my career in Magneti Marelli and McLaren, they were both focused on understanding how to use motorsport to produce and to engineer technology and solutions with a high commercial relevance. So this is really the spirit that is sparking the energy in E1. We want to make the difference in water mobility by cross-fertilization. So we are applying everything we learned from motorsport into power. Or allow me to say this new shape of sport that, again, because of the mix of culture, technology, and business model, is looking at different sport technology and culture and trying to find the sweet spot in order to attract fans from many fragmented and niche sports out there.
And one of the things here, obviously, you've been I believe a native son of Naples or somewhere around there. You know, you have seen the effects on coastal erosion, on habitats erosion. You've sort of seen the ecological effects of everything that is going on in the world today. So key to E1 obviously is to sort of not only bring a message, but also to do something tangible in terms of reducing footprint. Just talk me through the sort of the basis of that.
Well, you're absolutely right. First of all, I'm from Naples, Italy, not Florida. And yes, I mean, of course, I'm a passionate sailor. I love sailing. And I have to say, in the last 20 years, I have noticed a clear change of direction in the weather condition and the way the weather changes without too much predictability, if you see what I mean. So I have started my family into sailing in summer, and I have to say I found myself in some very difficult situation where there was a sudden change of weather, and that was sometimes scary. So something is changing, but of course that is not enough. I'm not, let's say, considering only this personal experience in embracing this big challenge of developing a more responsible mobility, but not only, because today we are fighting, and this is the best word I can use, we are fighting against a change of priority in the world. Because, of course, of the geopolitics, because of the cost of the electric cars and the technology readiness of the electric propulsion, and a few more reasons, we have a big threat, because all these ecological and environmental needs are absolutely put for a second aside or paused, which is the biggest threat for the environment. Now, what I wanted to say is, of course, I'm not only relying and referring to my personal experience sailing around in the Mediterranean waters, but I am surrounded also by a team of scientists and scientific people that are led by Carlos Duarte, who's the most important marine biologist, and I have the privilege to say that he is our chief scientist officer. And he can speak for hours about how the environmental issues are not a business, are not a fashion, it is an actual fact, okay? So I don't make it a secret that I come from Formula One, and I love the days when I was in Formula One. I, of course, still get very excited when I listen and I hear a V12 or some powerful engine, but of course, this has to continue, but I don't know how long we can afford to have this for the pleasure of our ears or the pleasure of our feelings. So the change is needed. We need to pursue more efficient solution. And when I say efficiency, I manage in every forum to get away with all the possible paradigm and mindset towards electric, hydrogen, thermal engines. I mean, let's all work on efficiency, because again, the planet is asking this, and this is scientific. This is not, again, a business or something that is not a trend. It's something that is very needed for the future of human beings.
And I guess a big part of this as well is, Rodi, in terms of the venues where E1 races, you know, actually putting them into look at Venice, look at Monaco, look at Lake Como. Important that, you know, you are putting this message out there in terms of relevant locations, high profile locations.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And thank you for mentioning Venice as well, because, you know, our boat is not only fully electric, and so it's not only characterized by zero emission, but our boat is based on foils. And foils don't generate waves. Waves is a very important factor, negative factor, for the coastal area erosion, which is a big issue for the environment and for the people living nearby the water. Let's remember as well that between 50 and 55% of the people in the world live nearby the water. So we need to protect the waters. And actually, we are now in a more important phase, which is the regeneration. And through Carlos Duarte, we are promoting and encouraging, and we will also implement projects to regenerate coastal area. The other important factor of our boat is the silence. I was surprised, and of course we have done analysis with a plethora of university coordinated by Carlos Duarte. I was pretty impressed by how much the sound affects the sea life. It is very, very important for the sea life. So the quieter the vessel or the car or the vehicle, whatever, the better it is for nature as well. So there are different aspects. We go in places that are iconic. They are very much affected, or they are interested in finding better solutions for the future of their citizens. And our calendar will expand next year in more and more places that are, you know, like-minded and characterized by the same issues.
Now, you talk about the boat there and the fact that it is a hydrofoil. It isn't. It's a quiet boat covering the bases there in terms of you know, a very, very limited impact. But also, let's not forget that it is also a high-performance race boat. I believe somewhere in the region of 50 knots, the equivalent of 200 horsepower. So with your background and knowing as well that the best way of getting the message out, obviously, is also to put on a good show. How sort of how much of a blue sky thinking blank sheet of paper were you able to sort of bring, based on your concept, based on not coming fundamentally from a marine background?
Well, I consider myself an innovative person. I love to challenge paradigms, and you can only imagine the number of pushbacks and sometimes some smile, you know, behind my back about the idea of running electric in water. I mean, it's not such an obvious concept, and also using foils in racing. You mentioned one of the most high performance boat. In reality, I reckon we are more the highest efficiency, because by lifting the boat from the water, as many people know, I mean, the density of the water is 800 times higher than the density of air. So by reducing the drag in this way, we managed to engineer a battery with our partner Kreisel from Austria, which is less than 20% of the weight of the boat, which means efficiency. And I reckon we are also moving from a world, if you think about all the possible trends, from the world that is looking at maximum speed and maximum power at all cost, to a world that is more interested in acceleration and efficiency. The thrill and will come from the acceleration, and the efficiency will be the real driver for the engineers of the future.
Obviously, season one was a chance to put the concept out there, turn it into reality. Looking at the interest already from teams and from team owners, I mean, this is obviously something that has really sort of connected with a sort of a wider group beyond just yourself and the guys sort of directly involved in E1 series. I mean, looking at the team owners, and stop me if I go on too long on this one, but we've got Tom Brady, we've got Will Smith, we've got Rafa Nadal, we've got Sergio Perez, we've got a couple of guys who really resonate with me in terms of Virat Kohli and Didier Drogba, Steve Aoki, the DJ. Obviously, they are involved in this for a reason. They are involved in this because they also sort of connect with the message. So just tell me about how the series has sort of formed this this group of owners and you know, how key it is having those big names.
Well, I wish I could tell you the next names because they are pretty huge, and in particular for the US market. So I invite the audience to sometimes have a look at our news and announcement, because there is something very big happening and to be announced before the next race, which is going to be the start of season 2 in Jeddah at the end of January. So these owners are joining as team owners. So they are actually racing. They own the team for two simple reasons. One is they are in a phase of their career where they want to be part of a project at high impact. Mm-hmm. So they love the concept. For their fun and leisure, they go on boats. They love the sea. They love all possible waters, lake, rivers, and so on. So there is an attachment to this very important ecosystem, just for a matter of passion and the way they spend their free time. So impact is for sure the most important factor that convinced them. The other one is business. They could see in this business model that we have put together a successful business model. And in fact, there are a few that are already trading part of their equities for a very high value, up to 5 to 6 times the initial value only from 1 year ago. So business and impact. And to be honest, I always say, if you are sustainable by an environmental standpoint, but not financial, you're not making any favor to the important cause of the environment. We have to show the world that you can produce sport events based on responsible propulsion in racing, of course, and still be a sustainable business, successful business, and make all the shareholders and partners happy about being part of this club.
Now, season 1 was a championship success for Tom Brady, multiple Super Bowl winning. I can't remember how many Super Bowls he's won. I'm not American, but he sort of dominated in season 1. Looking at season 2, we're also there is a very, very intriguing TBA at the end of the season, which is a US round, which I think would be the season closer. Rodi, anything you can sort of fill us in on that?
Well, I can tell you that I'm flying there next week, and we will announce it next week. So please be patient, bear with us. It's an iconic place. It's going to be an incredible event because we are also building this event in collaboration with one of the team owners, and is super connected with the area. So please, for sure it's in US. For sure, it's an incredible place, very much related to leisure yachting and leisure boating. So I guess it's not that difficult to guess. But please allow me some level of suspense before announcing next week.
All right. Well, we'll await news of that then. But continue the American theme. Looking at the actual drives of these boats, it's an intriguing cross section. We've got the likes of, for instance, Anna Glennon, one of the the top jet ski racers in the world, and also looking at it also from America, for instance, Sarah Price, who made her name in off-road racing. You've got the likes of Timmy Hansen. It's a real sort of crossover between automotive sort of racing types who have sort of moved into it and people who already specialize on the marine side. Was that a conscious decision to sort of get that cross section?
Well, absolutely it was. From the very beginning, I had in mind to build an academy, which is still happening. We are still training pilots, and the academy is based on 3 phases. The first 2 is for the pilots that are not coming from powerboat. And the third one is actually how to race our race boat. So I consciously wanted to open the circus of racing on water to all the possible sports that are related to the water somehow. This is because the only way to innovate is to mix up the cultures, mix up different trends. And again, motorsport, of course, is pretty big, but still there is a clear market. Then we have powerboating, niche market, sailing, even more niche. By putting together all this culture, I wanted from the beginning find the common points to attract fans from all the different areas, from all different sports. And then if you also add, of course, the followers and fans of our team owners, the numbers that we can claim as followership are in the region of the 1 billion. So for a startup or post-startup venture, as we are, after only 1 season, to see the numbers that we produce in terms of media and followership is very impressive. Of course, we are all very proud of this, as you can tell. And for sure, the choice on the pilot and how to train them and how to select them is part of this success. Anna, the one you mentioned, Anna, Emma, Sarah Price, they are legends, fantastic athletes, beautiful human beings, and also very interesting media character that we are building more and more. So watch this space because they'll be the future celebs of our championship.
Well, Rodi, you've already put us in suspense as to the upcoming US venue. For people going to actually see E1 for real, just describe to us what the format of an event is, what they will actually get as a spectacle.
Yeah. So first of all, our USPs are for sure the presence of the celebrity and their incredible inspirational contribution, because sport needs to aspire to deliver the right messages. So this is very important. The second one is proximity. Our boat is designed in order to race incredibly close to the shore. So when we will go racing, you can really see the boat very close in action. We have a regatta field, a racetrack, which is 1 kilometer by 300 meters with a lot of twisting and a lot of chicane, change of directions. And then we have introduced in season 1 a long lap. So there is an element of strategy which is very dynamic, and of course, so it's down to the team to understand when is the right moment to go for the long lap.
Right.
There will be news for next year, which will increase the unpredictability and how close racing, how the race will be close. And again, this will be unveiled very, very soon. What they can see is 2 days of action. The first day is free practice and qualifying. The second day is dedicated to racing. And racing is a bit like a tennis tournament. So there are match races with 4 boats at a time. And then the winner goes to the final. And then there is a sort of playoff race where you can have a chance to be part of the main final of the first 5 to 6 boats, and then there is another final from the 6th boat to the last. Okay, so the winner of the final, of course, is going to be the winner of the GP, of the race weekend. And it's important to say that in every session there will be a male and a female. So there are 2 sessions, and then we combine the performance in order to have a team performance, a team standing. And this is the criteria we use to define the following races and match races.
And having season 1 in the books, are you beginning to sort of get the feedback, get how the series was received in that debut season?
Yes, 100%. I mean, we have feedback from the team owners. Actually, we have regular video calls with all of them, and they are very active in suggesting what to improve and how to get the spectacle even more exciting. And we, of course, I mean, thanks to the social media, it's pretty straightforward to get a sentiment of the sport and of the events, which is at the moment very positive. So most of the comments and the engagement are showing us that there is a good response, especially in an age range, which is younger than me, sorry, unfortunately for me, between 18 and 40 years old. So this is very encouraging, because this was exactly the target that we had in order to secure an audience for the future. More and more initiative there will be, and more spectacle, more entertainment during events, more event marketing in order to get as many people as possible on the shore watching the races. At the moment, we are around 10,000 people coming and watching the race. Whereas we have an hospitality, which we call the Ocean Club, for an average of 500 people. And of course, this is very much for partners, sponsors, and people invited from the area in terms of governments and local stakeholders, for pretty much a unique experience, together with the celebrities around that are cheering their teams, and they are part of very compelling thought leaderships as well, which we have, led by Carlos Duarte, where we try to get the people aware not only of the issues, the problems we have in the planet, but especially the solutions, because we want to be on that side of the equation.
Because I think, Rodi, one of the big things as well is that your series will race at a venue, it will then go to the next venue, but you want to leave something behind in terms of perception, in terms of initiative. Just talk us through that footprint that you want to sort of put onto venues where you race.
100%. I mean, legacy for me is very important. So there is a more qualitative legacy, which is what we do by going to university and schools and speak with the students and make them aware again of the issues, how important the water as an ecosystem is, but also the solution, and how important it is to have future mathematicians, engineers, and scientists, because there is so much to do and so much to address. Hopefully, this is an inspiring, positive legacy for everywhere we go. Then, going in a more tangible direction, we speak with the local stakeholders, and we coordinate our charger partner in order to leave the charger infrastructure in the ports, so that the people can start thinking more and more to be able to buy a tender or a small boat based on electric propulsion. So this is only one example. We have more examples that are coming with potential future partnership that we are discussing in these days on different technologies. I have to say this legacy is very much around the technologies. And so hopefully we will have again more news in 2025. Last but not least, again through Carlos Duarte, who, as you understood, is a key person in our proposition. We are also looking for funds everywhere we go in order to get the right financement to restore coastal area on a large scale through marine biology and technology. And we use these funds with the open book approach to restore the coastal area, hire local people, train them and teach them how to regenerate coastal areas. So offering a job, but also and especially guaranteeing them a future in the place where they belong to.
Well, Rodi, that has been a fascinating discussion, not just on the series itself, but obviously on the bigger picture, the reasoning behind it. The panel has entered the room, so I think our time is at an end. But thank you for the time, and we really look forward to the announcement in a few days' time as to the US venue for 2025. Rodi, thanks for your time.
Thank you again for the invite, and always congratulations for this unique platform, an amazing way to keep updated with what's happening in the world of racing, technology, and much more. That's great. Well done.
Thank you very much, Rodi. Always a pleasure to have you on, and congratulations on the wonderful work. Stay with us. We'll be running a very short video from our partners, and we will be right back with you.
Scott Lewis and Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
You work as hard as your truck, and you have no time for downtime. That's why more truck owners trust Blue Def, America's #1 diesel exhaust fluid brand. Each batch is guaranteed pure, so you can avoid costly repairs caused by inferior DEF. Demand America's best for your truck. Blue Def and Blue Def Platinum. Put trust in your truck.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2024. This is day 2 and we have somebody very special joining us, the one and only Beth Paretta. So a big thank you to Beth who stepping in. Jeff Dodds had the last minute conflict with his schedule and Beth has volunteered to step in. So thank you very much, Beth. On to you, Lawrence.
Hey, well, welcome, Beth, and thank you for finding the time. I know that you're probably about to head to Sao Paulo for the opening race of the 2024-25 season this weekend already. Goodness me.
Absolutely. I head to the airport in, my goodness, maybe 12 hours. So, yep, time's a ticking. Our season is offset. So we start on Friday, and it is our season 11.
Well, first of all, just want to congratulate Formula E on the news that you have topped the global sustainability benchmark in sports ratings, I believe, for a third straight year. first of all, I guess that is a meaningful metric to show that Formula E is making a difference. But just talk us through that.
Yeah, I mean, the obvious thing is the fact, okay, it's electric racing. And so you look at that and you think that the footprint of the cars, okay. But when you look at the logistics of having an FIA World Championship and how are you moving all of this equipment, we are the promoter as well. So, you know, when we're talking about the garage setups, the cars for the teams, our people, our crew, how are we moving them around the world in a smart way? And so that we're actually, everything that we do, we think about, we consciously think about our carbon footprint. And it is our core value. It's not part of our core value. It is our core value. Mm-hmm. And as you can imagine, like any series that has, their stakeholders and their ecosystem, it is important to all of our stakeholders. So it is something that we have a VP of sustainability, and any touch point it applies to. And when I say like how granular this is, when you look at, you'll see we're going to start putting out some more metrics of us compared to other series or other sports, right? Like you look at things like the Olympics and the footprint that is, and it's just interesting to see the logistics of it. But even for our Formula E staff, my first race weekend as an employee was Berlin, and we get a travel brief, right? So we all fly in, we carpool from the airport to the hotel as you would. But my travel brief said in the morning to get to the track that we were going to be taking the metro. And, it's a very simple thing, but you realize we're not used to taking the moment to think about like these very obvious solutions that are kind of right there in front of us. And could other series adopt more of this, or could all of us adopt this in our daily lives in little ways? And would it have impact? Absolutely.
I mean, that attention to detail, the fact that it is a cumulative effect, it's the sum of the parts. I guess that speaks as well to the fact that Formula E is, as you say, season 11, but it hasn't sort of lost that sort of core proposition as to what Formula E is there for. I mean, just talk to us about the bigger picture mission, as it were, for Formula E.
So, the series, as you said, it's 10 years old. We're about to start season 11. So if you look at the progress that the series has made in that really short time, I mean, and we're at this kind of inflection point now. We have this wonderful new investment from Liberty Global that is because of the way that they value where our future is going. And what's wonderful about that is you're now seeing we became an FIA World Championship officially only a couple of seasons ago. And so, there's a responsibility to that, to make sure that we're going around, that we're racing in all of these different markets. You're going to see our calendar layout change a little bit, where we're kind of going now by regions, because that then also becomes a smarter way to go. We have just embarked on a kind of a cargo project to make sure that the way that we're shipping our cargo around the world is efficient and smart, and using things in regions instead of just kind of bringing everything along for a global ride. But the real tenet is to help car companies with their adoption of electric vehicles. And I think the thing that the narrative around electric in general, and my background is automotive, right? So I still love the automotive industry, and I'm always, reading everything that's going on in the latest, is I think there was for a few years, there was this dialogue that people kind of thought that electric vehicles were an either or proposition. And that whenever you're talking about that, and then you want to talk about people adopting new technology, like anything, there's a hesitance until you really understand it and can you adopt it. But this idea of, well, could you have an electric vehicle for like your city car and doing your errands around town, or maybe your commuter car back and forth to work or back and forth to the train station? Is an electric car a good solution? Yeah, probably. And let's be clear, anybody that's driving a hybrid, what makes it a hybrid is the electric addition to it. So, electric technology that you see that we're progressing with our OEMs in the Formula E series does find its way to road cars in a few different ways.
One good example, we have obviously, Jaguar has got a long-term commitment to Formula E, and we've just seen we've had a crazy couple of weeks in terms of the the Jaguar pre-news on the all electric, but we've finally seen the 0-0 as as a concept. I mean, that there must be a really good example of an OEM sort of, going all in on Formula E, but using it as a proposition to sort of take them into the future.
Absolutely. And you heard it here first. Tomorrow evening in Sao Paulo, they'll be revealing the season 11 Formula E car as well. So they're going to have a proper reveal tomorrow night in Sao Paulo, right? Just at the kickoff. We have just announced, so Jaguar is going to be with us through our Gen 4. So right now, just to put it in perspective, for this season, we're launching with our Gen 3 Evo, which is like Gen 3.5. Again, for a series that's 10 years old to be on our 3.5 iteration of a race car, the Gen 4 is already well underway in development. You're going to see that at the beginning of season 13. So here's season 11. So 2 more seasons with this car. And then season 13, we start with the Gen 4. So when you're seeing these automaker announcements right now, it's for the Gen 4. Those that are signing up for that they're going to be part of the development of the new car that they're signing up for. And the way that what our manufacturers do supply, just to make so that we're clear, is that we do use a shared chassis. But the manufacturer perimeter is in the powertrain, is in some of the suspension setup, the way that the software, and it's funny because software can often feel abstract. And obviously because it feels like it's intangible and just you say software, but if you look at the way that all modern cars now, the IP that car companies are spending on or doing joint ventures around is often around software and software management. So although it doesn't feel like, the cars of old, the reality is that really is the heart and soul of automotive. And so to be able to test software in a racing application, that's what a lot of car companies have been doing now and for the past few years.
Now, Beth, you mentioned Gen 3 Evo, the 3.5 car, as you put it, but this is in terms of, as you say, that there has been sort of 3 versions of car, that there has been constant innovation. This Gen 3 Evo is not a cosmetic exercise. Just talk us through the innovation that has been introduced for this season.
Absolutely. So there are some updates. And so you're going to see updates to the car and therefore updates to the format. So with the Gen 3 Evo, we are now activating all-wheel drive. So the drivers will be able to, at certain times, activate all-wheel drive. What that does, so like anybody that might be familiar with having test-driven an electric car, these things have amazing acceleration. So the Gen 3 Evo, 0 to 60 in 1.8 seconds. It's 30% faster than an F1 car. I mean, we've got a lot of power in this car. For Gen 3 Evo, we are also going to have a new tire compound versus last year. So our tire supplier is Hankook. And for this season, we do have a softer compound because we want to get a little bit more grip and get more out of that tire so the car has a little bit more bite. Now, every racer knows softer compound, they're not going to wear as well. So over the course of the race, you're going to see that car behave a little differently. So that obviously contributes to the show of it, right? To see like which drivers can maybe manage it a little bit better than others. And that kind of adds a variable, which, variables make for, exciting outcomes. We're going to introduce a few more things that you're going to see strategy-wise, because we do have some double header weekends. So you're going to see us announce probably right before our first race is Sao Paulo. Next race is January in Mexico City. Before Mexico, you're going to see us talk about some things that are going to be coming up for the season. But yeah, all-wheel drive, new tire compound. You're going to see some strategy elements thrown in. And in the US, I know a lot of your audience is from all over the world, but just as a reminder, we race in the US in April in Miami. We're going to be at Homestead. So first race, like I say, is December, then January, February, we're in Saudi Arabia, and then April in Miami. And then we go around the world.
Obviously, a new venue, a new US venue. Also, interesting as well that in terms of 2020, 2024, 2025 calendar, we're going to see a double header at Monaco for the first time.
Absolutely. So that's quite historic in and of itself, because Monaco has never hosted a double header, certainly not for an FIA World Championship. So we will have a race on Saturday and Sunday, which is great because it'll give us a little bit more time in the Principality. And you're going to see hopefully a special award on that weekend, because I will say, Prince Albert has been supportive of Formula E from the very beginning, because he's very involved in environmental charities in a very real way. So he's embraced Formula E from the start, and it's amazing that we race on this same historic layout as the Formula One cars. Our cars are a little smaller. They're shorter than a Formula One car, so we actually can achieve a little bit more passing, just because even though it's so narrow, our cars actually fit a little bit better. So you're in for a treat if you want to. You can watch last year's Monaco you can actually pull them up on demand on Roku and take a peek.
Well, going back to Homestead, obviously Formula E has had an ongoing presence in the US. We've had races in New York, we've had races in Long Beach. We had Portland for the last couple of years. This move to Homestead, I don't know if I'm sort of being a sort of a greedy American sort of audience member here, but how important is the US market to Formula E, and how much do you think it can maybe sustain, additional races? I mean, Formula One comes to the US now 3 times, also has Canada and Mexico.
True. Yeah, I would count all 5, right? If you want to look at North America for what the market can bear for Formula One. Absolutely. So Formula E will tell you, like anything, because we have such great partners with our partnerships with our OEMs, we're always going to look at what serves their need to sell cars. And for that reason, the US market is absolutely top of the list. And so we are actively looking, and you might see it as early as next year, where we'll have 2 Formula E races in the United States. I mean, this is me talking selfishly. Do I think the market can bear 3 races? Absolutely. But part of it has to do with where does it fit on the calendar, because you do still kind of need to move around. But I think that you're going to actively see us be in 2 places. Ideally 2, you're going to see us kind of find the markets and kind of stay there too. We've been trying alternate markets, but that's always difficult, right? Because you build up a fan base and then you move, and we appreciate that that's difficult. So would we like to find 2 places and then kind of be able to have repeat visits? Absolutely. Other markets, for what it's worth, China is very important, because Chinese battery development is very important in general to the automotive industry. Europe, you'll see a few stops within Europe. We actually had 1 fall off the calendar this year because of some logistics, and so we're very keen to get another European race on the calendar. So it may have like 4 to 5 stops in Europe.
Now, Formula E was a bit of a pathfinder in terms of, Beth, as you say, it's a season that sort of splits 2 years. We start with Sao Paulo in December, we then move into January with Mexico. It's also a compact calendar in terms of it's finished by July. Yeah. Is that a conscious decision to sort of that is the optimum timing for maximum impact for Formula E?
That's absolutely how it started. I think you're going to see that evolve a little bit, again, because of venue availability and stuff. Because we, as you know, Formula E started with wanting to be in city centers because of wanting to go to a non-traditional fan, and that's worked. However, now that the car is faster, it's hard to just have all city races. To be fair, putting on city races is also very expensive. So, but as the car has gotten faster and the technology has advanced, we need different layouts of tracks to be able to have an interesting product and an interesting show. So you are seeing us going to some permanent circuits. It will always be a blend, though, because we do want to go to permanent circuits. We do want to go to cities, because cities still are vibrant and do attract a different fan base. So you will see that mix change a little bit. But yeah, absolutely. I think there's kind of a slow evolution of kind of what the makeup of our season is. But the reason to start in the off season was exactly that. There's nothing else to watch. Maybe we can get some new fans. But I think you're going to see a little bit added. Part of the reason why we've done the double headers is also for that carbon footprint, right? If we want to have 16 events or 17 events, but only go to 12 cities. That helps with the carbon footprint. And so you're going to see a bit of that continue. And then, you know, a few more things as we grow up.
Beth, I want to rewind a couple of weeks to Barcelona and a hugely important initiative, and one I know that is massively dear to your heart. We had the all women's test at Barcelona.
Yeah.
Huge in itself, but just talk to me about how that fits in with the bigger picture philosophy and the initiatives that Formula E is making to bring women in not just in the driving capacity, but basically across the board.
Right. So Jeff Dodds, who is our CEO, who he joined the company last June, and with all fairness to him, he, you know, kind of got in, looked around, and saw that there was, like many of us, right? One of the ways to grow the fan base, there's a few different ways that you can do it. Plus the nice to do about what can we do as a series. Like all of a sudden you find yourself in these positions where you might be able to affect change. You might have been watching from a distance and now you happen to be somewhere and, you know, you've got the keys to a series, and is there something that we can do? And so realistically, these ideas started with Jeff, and then he kind of started challenging some of the people within the team, within the Formula E team. What does it look like? What can we do? It happened that then, you know, I met Jeff exactly about a year ago now. And although I was hired to do my role here in sporting is I manage the relationship between Formula E and the FIA, the OEMs and the teams. So technical and a bit of commercial, just to make sure that all those stakeholders are getting what they need out of being in the series. But my joining, you know, the women's initiatives and the push for women just kind of comes as part of the package. And so the idea was there before I joined, and Jeff kind of had this idea of like, well, okay, what if we mandate during a test session that the teams have to have women in the driver's seat, you know, have women have one of the sessions across the week. What if we have it dedicated for women, and we encourage the teams to hire women to be in the cars? So I will admit that when we first presented it to the teams, there was a little bit of like, how would we find, you know, the typical, it wasn't in their scope. It wasn't in their frame of imagination. So it took a little bit of discussion back and forth of this is why this matters. And now respectfully, a lot of these women are coming up from F4 or F3. So are they ready to step right into the car? No, but part of it is let's introduce these women to Formula E and the paddock. Let's introduce the paddock to these women, show you what they're capable of, and kind of just help this along. And so we were at Jarama, right outside Madrid, and we had 18 women, and it was the first of its kind for an FIA World Championship that all of these women were in current equipment and got a 3-hour session. What's great about it too is all of those miles accrued helped them with their license with the FIA. Respectfully, the FIA was very supportive as well, because some of them, you know, they were, you know, they're junior on the ladder, and to allow them this opportunity took a lot of people saying yes.
And Beth, somebody obviously who you initiated the all women team at the Indy 500.
Right.
Huge impact. And you know, in terms of a proof of concept, massively successful. But I think key to this Formula E as well is that, okay, we've had the Barcelona test, but this is ongoing. This is something where, you know, you haven't sort of done your big hit and then sort of, you know, the status quo returns. Just talk us through how this is sort of an ongoing initiative.
Absolutely. And it's funny, I've had conversations with a few people. If you look at the American landscape and you look specifically in IndyCar, people that have been around IndyCar for 25, 30 years will say where you all of a sudden see this uptick, and now you see so many women in the paddock, and you can see the mark in time of when things changed. And, you know, if I contributed to that, that's something I'm proud of. But again, it's the one thing I always caution everybody is the work's not done. Like as soon as you let your foot off the throttle, like you have to just kind of keep your foot in it. So with that here, one thing that we're conscious of is with all of the initiatives that we do, we always want to make sure that you know what's next for us too. So exactly that. So it's not an empty promise. So we, in fact, I had a 2-hour planning meeting yesterday on what the next 18 months look like
Right,
for our
okay.
women's initiative. So to be fair, although we are focusing on a lot of things that we can do as for drivers, I've also challenged our team to try to support ways to just get more women working in the paddock, because I believe, and we all have different opinions, but I do believe that just more women in the paddock naturally is going to help, because women hire women. And so as we normalize with just hiring the best, and people can say, well, why would you do this if it's just based on merit? Absolutely, it is based on merit.
Mm-hmm.
But what we're trying to do is create programs that train people coming in. And if
Right.
you can't do the job, you're not going to keep your job. And so this isn't, this isn't everybody gets a ribbon. Racing is not, racing is exacting, but it's making sure that we're maybe pulling in people right out of university who are interested, and kind of giving them the path forward and getting them in for internships or entry-level positions, and then they can prove themselves.
Beth, just going back to something as well, you just mentioned the several of the women drivers at Harama at the test, as you say, F3, F4, it's relative performance level to FE. There is obviously a step to FE. Just give us a take on, just for people who maybe don't know, just give us a take on the relative performance of Formula E cars, and the fact that these are serious performance propositions.
These are absolutely serious. So just to put it in perspective, the Gen 3 Evo, the acceleration of this car, like again, if anyone's driven these cars, it's super fast, right? So 0 to 60 in 1.8 seconds. And so these are, rocket ships. But I will say, when I first joined, I kept hearing a lot of chatter from people within the paddock saying, oh, I think this car's too difficult for women to drive. Oh, it's really heavy. It's this, it's that. These things are a bear. I will tell you that there were 3 women that were in the Harama test. And I talked to many of them. For instance, Abby Pulling, who just won the F1 Academy Championship, she was one of the drivers. Like there was, it was a who's who on this roster for sure, among these 18. But there were 3 women in particular that I was very keen to speak with. And I asked each of them, how would you rate driving this Formula E car? Is it impossible? Is it too hard to drive? Because one thing that I had heard earlier in the week is, now that it's all-wheel drive, it's the car's a little heavier in the front. We do have that softer tire compound. So everybody was concerned that the steering was did feel a bit heavier. So, oh God, how are these women drivers going to handle this? And many men have told me over the past few months, women just can't drive this car. Repeated to me. I'm proud to say that I spoke to 3 specific women, and it was Simona De Silvestro, Tatiana Calderon, and Jamie Chadwick. And I asked them, what was it like driving this car? And they said, it's exactly like an Indy car.
Right.
Why would they know that? Because all 3 of them have driven a current Formula E car and a current Indy car. So I would take their feedback as a very valid data point. So, job done. But the Gen 4 that's coming out, just to let you know, Gen 4.
Oh, I was going to ask about Gen 4.
Gen 4 comes out in 2 seasons. In season 13, it will have power steering, but there's a few other things that we're going to... Power steering, believe it or not. But a few other things that I'm trying to address to make sure that people of broader sizes can fit, because it's not just gender, it's making sure that the steering wheel is something that hands can grip. And all of these things that, to be fair, are probably questions that just nobody ever asked. They're not barriers on purpose, they're barriers because it's always been that way. And I think if everybody did a little bit of that in motorsport, whether they're teams or their series, that's what makes progress. And we all can do a little bit, and it's very tangible.
Hey, well, Beth, I noticed that the panel has entered the room, so I believe our time is probably coming to an end. So thank you for some fascinating insight. I think we covered a bunch of areas there, but as always, some fantastic insight from you. And I think time for you to probably go and start doing your packing.
Yep, and for anyone that's going to be in Indianapolis for the Women in Motorsport, Women with Drive Summit, I will see you there. I will hopefully be not rained out in Sao Paulo in between, but hopefully I will see anybody that's going to be there.
We'll be there, Beth. So we'll see you.
Both Francisca and I flying in early for it, so we'll see you there.
I will see you there. Thanks so much for having me.
Of course.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much for stepping in. Thank you.
Right on.
Lawrence, stay with us a few seconds, and we're going
Okay.
to run a short video from our partners, and we'll be right back with you.
When it comes to pushing the limits of performance, the pros know there's no room for compromise. At Crowder Cams, we don't just engineer camshafts and valve train components, we redefine what power means. Since 1955, Crowder Cams has been the name trusted by racers, engine builders, and gearheads around the globe. Whether you're building a street machine, a dragster, or a track car, Crowder Cams provides the muscle you need to dominate. And with Crowder, victory is within your reach.
For over 25 years, Wisconsin-based C-Tech Manufacturing has been engineering and manufacturing the toughest, most accessible aluminum tool drawers, cabinets, carts, and tactical storage solutions for America's hardest working professionals. Whatever you need to store and however you need to store it, put your trust in C-Tech Manufacturing. We build it better. Visit our new website at ctechmanufacturing.com or give us a call at 715-355-8842.
If you're watching this video, you might be wondering, what is WPC? WPC is a surface treatment designed to reduce friction and increase the strength of metal parts. As much as it might seem like a coating, WPC is actually a surface treatment. Think of it like shot painting, but the media is much finer, like talc. So what you're left with is a super hard, smooth surface that actually has some proprietary dry lubricants embedded within it. For more information, visit WPCtreatment.com.
Thank you, and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2024, day 2. We have traveled quite a bit today, Brad. We started in the States with Steve Phelps, went to France with Euro Series, went to Spain with Moto GP, then UK with Haas F1, back to the States with Justin Marks, 2 sessions in the UK with Beth and E1, and we're going back to France for the Dakar. And after that, we're back in the States. So I think we're bringing Adrian any second. I know you're a big fan of the Dakar, Brad. So that's going to be a great session.
Yeah, I am. I mean, what a fascinating event and what a fascinating history. And to think where this has started, where it's evolved, where it is now. It is just incredible to watch. And, you know, you talk about true endurance. I think this embodies every bit of it.
Excellent. So we're bringing Adrian on with us, and we have a short video. So why don't we just run the video while Adrian joins us, and we will be right back. So let's get started.
Wow. That is incredible. You know, again, I've talked about this before. I'm a big fan of Dakar. Obviously, I love the motorcycle side of thing, but the whole off-road side of thing. And Adrian is joining us right now. What a great way to start this webinar. What a level of excitement, anticipation, and everything else that you have coming up starting right after the first of the year. How are you doing?
Hi, Brad. Thanks for having me. Yeah, it's indeed a very intense period of the year because we are approaching Dakar, which, I mean, the event will kickstart in four weeks, roughly. We had a big week last week in Barcelona where the whole starts, I mean, in a way, Dakar starts to the last week in Barcelona with the boarding of all the vehicles from Europe heading to Saudi Arabia. And we also presented officially Dakar 2025 route last week. So all those new fresh video contents, starting with the one we just showed, have been released last week, promoting our event and our sport.
Yeah, you know, it starts January 3rd, goes through the 17th, 12 stages throughout Saudi Arabia, where you guys have been since 2020. Planning this route, So much goes into this. I mean, everything that we're talking about, whether it be race teams or racetrack promoters or things like that, a lot of these are fixed places, meaning it's a permanent facility, it's a street course or something that has a start finish line that we keep going round and round. Obviously, Dakar is so much different than that. What goes into planning the route?
Planning the route is a whole year of work. We have teams that start recce's starting in end of February, early March, and we have a team that goes there for 2 weeks every month, roughly. Except during very, very warm months, usually in Saudi Arabia, it's hard to access and it's hard to work there around June, July, August. Those are the 3 months where it's a bit complicated. So it's a whole year-round work. We have a dedicated team building the route. David Castera, who's the Dakar director, always has brilliant ideas to complicate it from year in to year out. But that's also the magic of the sport, and we also need to reinvent ourselves like in any other sport and bring some novelties one year to the other. Specifically last year, we launched a new concept called the 48-hour chrono, which was a very big success, and which the idea was really to bring back to the old roots of Dakar spirit, with a two-day stage, some checkpoints and break zones where you had to stop after a certain hour in one break zone, and you need to sleep there in a tent, eat military rations, and take the road and start your stage the next day from your break zone. So going back to the old school Dakar camping style.
Wow, that is really neat. And I love the way you guys are bringing a lot of things back, if you will. In fact, there was even I guess if you would, a classics class that's out there right now, a stock category. What can you tell us about that?
So indeed, in the Dakar, first of all, it's a mixture of categories. So it's probably one of the only events with as many different categories. So we have obviously the bikes. Then we have 2 classes in the bikes. Actually, we have the elite class, which is the Rally GP, which are mainly the professional riders backed by professional manufacturers. And then we have the Rally 2 class, which is slightly a lower spec bike, which is open to amateurs. And then we have the FIA categories with the ultimate class, which is the main car prototype, Challenger, which is a side-by-side, and the SSV, which is a basic stock UTV. And finally, we have the stocked category, which is actually a new class. It's not a new class. It's always been around, but it's lacked of, let's say, popularity in a way. So we've been working quite hard during the past 18 months with the FIA to review those stock regulations and make it more accessible for manufacturers. It's basically, the idea is really to have, let's say, to homologate for racing a standard car which just has the basis to do off-road. And the idea is to really relate between everyday vehicles that we can find in an everyday commerce, but also in the Dakar. And manufacturers are actually quite interested in that category because they want to showcase for the Dakar Rally and like in any motorsport their everyday vehicle that they try to sell to everyday people. So interesting new category, but we won't see much this year about it. It's more 2026.
Okay, that's really interesting. And you bring up something, Adrian, that a lot of the racing series that we talk to, they're racing the same cars. They might have different OEM manufacturers or some different specs with things like that, or maybe a sports car with a couple of different classes or categories. I mean, we're talking about different classes, different categories, different types of vehicles, 2-wheel, 4-wheel, so on and so forth. How do you manage the regulations in that and, scrutinizing and everything else that has to go on? Did we lose you?
Yeah, no, I lost you. I didn't hear you. So, yeah.
That's okay. I was asking about so many different types of vehicles. And when it comes to all the regulations with each one and the scrutineering and the different things that go on with that, how do you manage that in Dakar?
Well, it's first of all, we have a general classification by each class, even though there is a scratch ranking. Obviously, there are the let's say, the most elite categories. In the bike, as I said, it's the Rally GP class, and in the FIA categories, it's the Ultimate class, which are the main prototypes, who obviously have more power and they also have the more professional drivers, so they tend to go faster, so they score the fastest time. But we also have a dedicated ranking in each category and a dedicated regulation that's published year in and year out by the FIA. So it's the International Automobile Federation, with who we work on detailed regulations year in, year out. So all those vehicles are inspected during scrutineering at the start of the race, like in any motorsport event, and they're also inspected at the end in order to, let's say, assess sporting fairness and that everyone follows regulations. And so, yeah, that's how it works.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible. By the way, I want to encourage anyone who's viewing us live right now, if you do have a question about Dakar, a question for Adrian, feel free to type it into the chat. We definitely want to be able to cover the things that you want to know about and the things that you want to talk about as well. We talked about planning the route. You talked about how that went. Now, how about the logistics of this? When people set off for their deal, we're talking long distances in this very, very, very much endurance event, and a lot of challenge with the length of the course and all of that, some of the things that can happen along the way. How do you manage the logistics of that, from making sure everyone gets through? If they don't, they've got the help. What goes on with that?
So yeah, Dakar is a very complex event, and so we have a great team here that's used to organizing Dakar. But it's hard to imagine what Dakar looks like without seeing it once in your life, because logistically it's crazy. We're talking 3,500 people, 440 vehicles racing, plus all the assistance truck on the top. It's a small village in the middle of the desert, and everyone moves nearly every day, with a road section of roughly 300 to 400 miles on a daily basis. So it's huge distances. The racing is very intense. We're talking 15 days racing, roughly 500 miles per day. We have 15 choppers dedicated to race organization, with 10 that are really dedicated to medical, and the 5 others, well, one's dedicated for race operations, and the 4 others are for TV. We also have a team of 300 people that are working on our TV programs, and we managed to air a daily 52 minutes summary program of the race day to 190 countries every evening at 7 p.m., which is broadcasted around the world, and which is the main daily highlights of Dakar. So yeah, logistically, it's quite crazy. In the deserts, some areas with no network. We use satellite connection, obviously. All the racers are tracked by our race HQ team, who basically guarantees and has an eye on all competitors in order to be sure that everyone's safe. Every time a car or a bike stops for any reason, they are actually aware of it, and they can enter in communication with the competitors. So everything is well guarded. It's a bit... We actually work a bit in as a military operation, so we have some military keywords, etc. And we use a lot radio, and talking clearly and specifically on radio is very important, not to lose time. So yeah, it's a big operation.
Yeah, that sounds fascinating, even bigger than maybe what some people might realize. How many different teams are there? Let's just say, like with the bivouac, you have people leapfrogging each other and tearing down one day and going 3 stages down the way. How does that work?
I mean, first of all, as I said, it's a small village. Obviously, people do Dakar with different budgets. It's Thierry Sabine, who's the creator of Dakar, used to say that Dakar is an event and a sport for amateurs open to professionals, and it's still real today. I mean, out of 440 vehicles taking the start, 80% are amateurs, pure amateurs that just want to live the dream of Dakar and the adventure of Dakar. The professional teams represent, probably, I mean, the real professional manufacturing teams are roughly 10%. Then you have a bunch of structured semi-pro teams, and the rest offering services, and the rest are amateurs. So it's different structures. Obviously, professional teams, they have their paddock area that's very, very clean, very big, very well organized. They bring very, very big trucks that open themselves, and it's all very, very supervised. And in the amateurs, it's just a basic tent, toolbox, vehicle, maybe a few assistance crew, and they just go on and live the adventure.
Yeah, that's really neat. You mentioned the broadcast for it every day and all of the different countries. I know here in the United States, I can watch it on MAV TV.
Yeah.
Or you can watch it in a lot of different places. Again, with so many different media partners. Adrian, can you tell us about the challenges and making sure what's happening in Saudi Arabia next month gets broadcast all over the world and has several outlets to do that? How does that work?
So how does that work? So we at ASO, we don't only organize Dakar, we organize a bunch of different events. Also specifically in cycling, we organize and broadcast and do the production for the Tour de France also. So we have a dedicated team internally to TV. One part for the production, the other part for the distribution of rights. And so we've been working. We have connections with main worldwide broadcasters since a long time, and so it's usually the same that usually get in contact with us to broadcast Dakar. And Dakar is it's one of the main motorsports meetings of the year, and even though it's not an easy sport to follow because it's long and we cannot keep track and have a live of every competitor. It wouldn't be logistically possible because we have 440 vehicles in the middle of the desert at the same time. We cannot keep track of everyone. So it's, let's say, a daily summary, and we try to bring to those TV contents also a lot of images and stories of behind the scenes. And you probably know better than I do. Today, that's what the end consumer is looking for. Yes, they like to watch a football match, a tennis match, but nowadays the younger generation tend to think that those TV live matches are too long, and people are saying that yes, a 5-set tennis match in Grand Slam is very long, and people are not as patient as before, and so they are more attached to, let's say, the human adventure, the behind the scenes, the let's say all the backside stories of athletes. And Dakar is probably one of the events with the most crazy human stories and adventure, where competitors help each other, get into some trouble, get lost, spend the night in the middle of the desert. And out of 400 vehicles taking the starts, there are always crazy stories, and it's that's also what we try to keep track of in our daily TV programs. And I believe this manages to keep the hook of our end consumers.
Yeah, what a great thing to bring up, because realistically, I mean, look, the adventure that we get to see, and especially with the incredible footage that your team puts together and the whole team puts together, is just awesome, because you really see what's going on out there. And I feel like you get at least a good sense that you can from, your couch or wherever you're watching what's going on. But it's a human interest story behind it all. And I don't want to use the word reality TV because it's not that. It's so much more to literally tell the story. And I think that's what's important really in any sporting event. But part of the story of Dakar is not necessarily what happens out there in the desert while they're traveling so far and during the endurance event, but what happens around all of that, what happens when they get back at night before they start and everything.
Yeah.
And it's not great TV partners too, some great web content as well. The YouTube page and the app and everything is it's incredible what you guys are putting out there.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, there are the TV products that are slightly, adapted for TV broadcasters, but we indeed try to be quite impactful on social media and on digital platforms such as YouTube, where we also adapt a daily summary adapted for social media, which is slightly shorter. As I said, the TV program is 52-minute long. Our digital daily summary is roughly 10-13 minutes long. So it's a condensed summary, obviously with less stories because we try to cover the sporting aspects, but and keep the storylines for TV broadcast. But yeah, a lot of content on social media on the Dakar channels. So stay tuned and subscribe to the Dakar channels on Facebook and Instagram to keep updated.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Can we talk about the World Rally Raid Championship as well a little bit? What can you tell us about that?
Yep. We've launched the World Rally Raid Championship 3 years ago with the FIA and the FIM. It's basically a World Series of rally raids, so the discipline of Dakar. Discussions started roughly 4 or 5 years ago with the FIA, and this World Rally Raid Championship, obviously, main event is Dakar Rally, and there's a few comparisons to the WEC, so the World Endurance Championship, where you have the 24 Hours of Le Mans, which is the main race, and the others during the season, but which still represent a good opportunity for main professional teams to be able to race all year long and get some visibility. And so that's what we are trying on building with the W2RC, where we give the opportunity to our main manufacturers to compete all year long in a world championship, where we crown one world champion in the FIA category and one world champion in the FIM category. This World Championship consists of 5 rounds around the world. So calendar does change 1 year to another year. So we regularly go to South America, which is a big area for Rally Raid, as Dakar has been around for 10 years or so. We have a race in Morocco. We have a race next year in South Africa. We have one in the Middle East in the Emirates. And we also have a race in Portugal, which is slightly different, faster, and a bit closer to WRC, let's say. But it was important to have a race in Europe for proximity with fans, sponsors, and teams. And so this championship is promoted by us, as we organize the Dakar Rally, and so are experts in the discipline, with the help, obviously, of the FIA and the FIM. We work closely, and it's been growing. Dakar has the biggest weight, obviously, but it's proven to be very useful for teams or even competitors wanting to participate in the Dakar. Participating in some races of the World Championship is the best training, because we've managed to, with this championship, to up the level of the sport by proposing races around the world that are at Dakar standards in terms of safety, in terms of sporting organization, and in terms of promotion. So it's in a way been very useful to up the level of the sport in that way.
Does something like that also help bring in some of the manufacturers or different suppliers who might want a little bit more, might have a capacity to be able to do more than just the Dakar Rally? What has that done?
Yeah, it has, through different ways. Number one, definitely promotion all year long. Having different races gives more images, more action, and so visibility. Also, some of those teams have a big client program where they have some customers that want to race, and so it gives them more opportunity to propose customer racing. And also, clearly, the level. Dakar is harder and harder. 50% of competitors do not finish Dakar, which is a huge, crazy stat. And the level has been growing, and the performance of the vehicles also. And clearly, training and being prepared for Dakar is key. And so regularly racing in Dakar standard events is the best training possible.
Yeah, that's a great point. Beyond Dakar itself, talk about a couple of other initiatives as well. Obviously, you guys are literally racing all around Saudi Arabia. But what can you tell us about some of the other initiatives, like Responsible Dakar or Mission 1000?
Yeah, so it's obviously, as any motorsport event, a key, let's say, mission and challenge for us is really to build on a responsible event and a responsible race. So we launched 2 years ago the concept of Dakar Future Mission 1000, which actually implements itself in the Dakar Future vision that we had exposed in early 2020s. The idea of Mission 1000 is, first of all, it's not a race, it's a challenge for technology. And the idea was really to create a laboratory for future and innovative research and development vehicles and also engines to get the opportunity to showcase those innovations on the Dakar stage. So we wanted to attract those new projects. However, with Dakar being harder, being tougher, being longer, technology cannot keep up still today, unfortunately, specifically in the middle of the desert where logistically everything is more complicated. So Mission 1000 is, let's say, a dedicated route that's adapted to those technologies, and 1000 because it's experienced 100 kilometers of Dakar route every day for 10 days for a total of roughly 1,000 kilometers. Having spoken to several manufacturers that have interesting projects, clearly today the autonomy of those vehicles in tough terrain is roughly 100 miles. It's hard to propose more. So the idea was really to launch a dedicated itinerary where those vehicles and those technology would be able to showcase their performance in their own challenge. And we don't put upfront the people, but we really try and educate around the technology, the performance, and the story behind of the mechanics working on this new technology, and obviously relating it to the innovations in the real world and what we see nowadays developing in cities. So three group of energies within Mission 1000: hydrogen, electric, and hybrid.
That's really neat. We have a quick question from the chat, if you don't mind, Adrian. Do you see any more crossover of, say, SCORE off-road teams, or maybe any of the other off-road events transitioning with Dakar as well?
That's a very interesting point. And I actually myself have been to the Baja 500 in Mexico this year, where I met the organization of SCORE. I was very impressed, by the way, of the standard of the events there. Obviously, it's very different. Dakar is an extreme event of its own, but SCORE also. Different public. We are trying to work on some crossovers. I've kept contact with them. Regulations make it a bit difficult still today, but the level is there, and hopefully having now the World Rally Raid Championship, it's a good excuse to possibly have a race of this championship in North America, which would represent a good opportunity to link both events through this through the championship. But we welcome any SCORE regular to come and participate to Dakar. There are plenty of options and plenty of European teams that could propose services. You don't need to bring your truck from the US because this could be a logistic headache. And there are some options. So feel free to contact us and see what's possible.
Well, that's wonderful. I know Dakar starts 1 month from today, January 3rd, goes through the 17th. But, in closing, definitely want to remind everyone, great YouTube channel, great app, all the different things. There's so much happening between now and then, and really incredible the content that you push out and the event that you guys put on. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. Thank you. Great to have the
Thanks.
Dakar on. And we are going to run a short video from our partners, and we will be right back with you for our next sessions.
EPARTRADE is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
EPARTRADE, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier.
When you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information, and then from there it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
EPARTRADE really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
One last question for all of our guests. What's your creative drive?
I wanted to be a writer from the age of 13. That's all I wanted to do.
Mm-hmm. I heard this name, Clay Ragazzoni, and he drives a Ferrari. Okay. And I thought, that is the most badass thing I've ever heard.
Part of my creative drive is to promote the advancement of motorsport and the advancement of transportation.
Yep.
Looking for a quick fix of motorsports news? The Speed Sport Daily is what you need. It's a free racing newsletter delivered directly to your email every day. We'll cover the winners and the losers and tell you who's making news off the track. It's NASCAR, NHRA, World of Outlaw, IndyCar, and so much more. Go to speedsport.com today and get signed up for America's free racing newsletter and get your daily motorsports fix. The Speed Sport Daily.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2024. Jeff Hammond is back with us and we have a special guest, Judy.
Yes, I'm thrilled that we've got Greg Biffle on with his wife, Christina, today talking about their experience in Asheville, North Carolina. And I just think racers just know how to kick butt. And I'm proud of what Greg has done and excited to have him on today. And Jeff, I know he's a friend of yours.
Yeah, the Biff and I were teammates in one part of my career when I was at Roush, and at the same time, we've stayed friends, throughout all of this. And he's quite a remarkable individual. He is quite the, I'm going to say, gearhead when it comes to keeping his hands involved. And I see him right there, Greg. Welcome to Industry Week here on EPARTRADE. Real happy to have you here this afternoon.
Yeah, glad to be here. Looking forward to discussing all this and lots of stuff going on. So it's good to be here.
Well, thank you. As I said earlier, Greg, we were fortunate enough to be associated when I was with Roush, and got a chance to be around when your career was running wide open, and we still touched bases and kept in touch throughout the years. And I know your passion for racing, and I want to talk about that right now before we get off into really the main story for the day. Tell us about, your desire to run Daytona maybe in 2025. Does that right there look like something that could happen for you?
That there's lots of things going on in the background. So it's a matter of, you want to be in a competitive car. You want to have an opportunity to win. We know that restrictor plate racing, levels the playing field a little bit, but you still have to get in the 500, of course, and then perform. So I'm talking to some different guys about it, and we'll see if something transpires. But who doesn't want to run the Great American Race? It's the greatest thing ever, and I'd love to do it one more time, a few more times maybe.
Yeah. Well, the thing is too, I'd like to go back and point out on your record that you were pretty good in the trucks. And when a guy named Kyle Busch called you one time and said, "Hey, you want to drive one of my trucks?" You came off the bench and showed that, hey, I can still get the job done. So for me, from the experience I have had in NASCAR, the one thing I like about, what your request is, I think you picked a great racetrack to go to. One, and at the same time, I think this new car even levels the playing field more. Like you say, it may be tough to get into it, but to me, if you can't qualify your way in, you at least have an outside chance also of racing your way in with the qualifying races. So your experience, I think, really comes into play there. So we'll be pulling for you if there's anything we can do to help you from my vantage point or from the EPARTRADE. We would love to be able to offer our services, if we can help you out. I'd love to see you go back to Daytona and show them what you're made of.
Absolutely. Yeah, look forward to it. And I'll be there one way or another, whether it's a spectator or holding on to the wheel. So I'll be down there. I love that time of the year in Daytona.
All right. Well, let's get to kind of like the business at hand. First and foremost, leading out, congratulations on the Myers Brothers Award. Because of your efforts that you put forth up in the western part of North Carolina and the mountain area after Helene went through there and ravaged that part of our state. Greg, I guess the first question's got to be, what made you do what you did? I mean, was it, did you see something? Did something happen around where you live? What made you decide that you and your helicopter were going to be the I guess you would say the saving grace for a lot of people in a lot of ways?
Jeff, it was kind of unexpected, to say the least. I was a normal Saturday morning working at my shop, getting ready for a trip I was going to go on. And a friend of mine sent me a text, said, "Do you want to go flying today?" ? And sent a link, a Facebook link to a family that was stuck up in Banner Elk. They were in an Airbnb, had just rented it for the couple days, and now they're stranded there. And being in an Airbnb, they didn't have lots of food and supplies and whatnot, just what they took with them. So they're out of diapers, baby formula, those things, and with no power, no communication, and no roads to get out. They were desperately asking someone if anybody knew of someone with a helicopter. And so I took a moment to think about it, and I thought, well, if I don't go, who's going to? And at that particular moment in time, I thought it was one family, because we hadn't heard of the mass devastation that happened up there. I knew there was trees down, I knew there was power out, those kinds of things, but had no idea of the extent or the scale of this event. So I thought, well, I'll go try it. I can delay my trip for a day. That doesn't really mean anything to me. So I went to the airport. The power was out. So we opened the door with the tug, got my helicopter out, got fuel on. And, I made a post that I was going up there in case other guys or helicopters were going to attempt it. I wanted to just let someone know, hey, I'm going and whatnot. So we were unable to reach them. I got about 9 miles away, and the weather was down on the mountains, and I tried every way in I could. And so we had to retreat back, and I posted, I was unable to reach them, but I'm going to go in the morning. And I had over 4,000 messages. And when we flew up there, we saw the devastation. And I'm like, this isn't one family. This is thousands of 10,000, 100,000 people that are stranded. And from that moment, it was like a light switch. The next morning, we had 8 helicopters. By that afternoon, we had about 16. The next day, we had 35. And all these people are cut off from basically civilization, if you will. No communication, no power, no supplies. And I'm telling you, trees down across the road every 30 feet. So you've got to cut 500,000 trees in order to get into these large communities, not just Asheville, not just Swannanoa. It's literally from South Carolina to Virginia. And so we are flying over several hundred miles that there are no power lines, no roads, no bridges, no train tracks. It was quite incredible to see from the air. And I'll tell you, I've been up there doing ground operations now that a lot of the roads are accessible. It literally looks like it did the week after the event, just because, again, the scale is so large. To try and clean all this up within 2 months, 6 months, a year is just a monumental task.
For those, and I'm listening to what you're saying, but again, to bring in perspective, I was in California after the earthquake many years ago and saw some of the highways that had collapsed on top of each other because of that devastation. From your perspective, is there any way to put it or make people understand exactly what you saw? Because I don't think that there's any way, no matter how great your camera is or whatever, that you can put it any kind of, give people a picture to what you witnessed.
Yeah. I mean, one analogy I've used is imagine driving, somewhere that's 2 hours away. And from your front doorstep to that 2 hour away drive, that every side road has got trees down on it. Every bridge is washed out, not just for 5 miles, for that 200 miles, there is, devastation, damage. And it's hard to stop and think about that it's that far of a distance that, got, cut off. And we're not talking, you think about the mountains, you think, oh, there's some log cabins or some, something like this. There are very, very large communities and towns that are only accessible by maybe 1 or 2 or 3 roads. So one in from Asheville, one in from Tennessee, one in from, you know, Virginia. Well, that's only 3 roads, but those roads are gone and wiped out. The water was about 50 to 60 feet over top of the road. So if you think about a mountain, everything runs downhill very rapidly. So Hurricane Katrina, Sandy, that had area to spread out. And granted, it was 6-8 feet deep or 20 feet deep in places over top of the roof of a house. But if you took all that area and now funneled it into narrow ravines, the distance of the V it filled up is mind-boggling. And then it just wiped it all out. Bridges, trees, houses, any infrastructure, substations, power substations, all just gone, anything in its path. And it's quite incredible to see. On top of that, all of the trees that are on all the auxiliary roads that are up higher that didn't have the flooding, now you have just an accessibility or mudslide. So it's if I was to say anything, Jeff, it's the scale of this event that is hard to comprehend.
A little while ago, you were talking about how in basically a 12-hour period, you went from 1 or 2 helicopters to that large number up to 20 to 30 helicopters. Can you describe how and what your role turned into? Because again, we read, we heard, you know, how the FAA and FEMA and everybody like that were getting very nervous about all of this air traffic and people controlling. What kind of role did you play? Because, you know, if I remember correctly, people were saying, no, we don't want you flying, but you guys flew anyway. How did you manage all? How did you orchestrate all this? Because again, you got a lot of good people with good intentions, but how do you keep everybody safe at the same time, trying to save lives and not risk lives?
Well, you're exactly right. I mean, Jeff, the reality of it is when you're trying to save lives, you're risking your own. And we all knew that. And we were flying into areas that anybody that knows helicopter operations, you always have to have a way out or a landing zone. When you're in the mountains and it's 4,500 feet and it's a 2,000 foot or 2,500 foot ravine and it's all trees and rocks, there's no way out. There's no auxiliary landing zone. On top of that, we were operating over 100 helicopters in the area. So air traffic control was, I'm not going to say dicey, but we were all communicating and trying to follow some traffic patterns and crossing ridges and doing things that made sense for all of us. And what I will say is, it's amazing to take the amount of people that jumped in and coordinated this, all just any walk of life. It's so great to see the American people dig in and help when help is needed. So from 20, 30 people showing up to the airport, a line of cars down the tarmac, dropping off diapers, supplies, water, food, those kinds of things, to the people in the hangar weighing it and putting it in boxes. And then the 6 people sitting at folding tables that have never met each other, writing down on 3x5 index cards, coordinates and addresses, and trying to confirm landing zones up where the insulin or the medication or the food and water and the propane tanks and the gas, everything, the supplies that are needed in that particular area.
All right, folks, look like we may have lost Greg here for a moment.
Yeah, I think he was having dicey internet, so we know
Well, as Judy, as you can see, and right now you're having a discussion with Greg. This is kind of like a behind the scenes look of what went on, and it's still going on up there. So I think that, you know, the points he's bringing out is how the American spirit and the care for your fellow neighbor and everything really just kind of resonated. And the fact that, Greg's got a lot of experience, I think, in dealing with, situations being a race car driver. You got to think fast and you got to make plans, quickly and think on your feet. But at the same time, not basically turn your back on safety. And I think there again, people like him and the friends he was able to bring into this situation at this moment, the way they executed. And I'm not saying they didn't have, and I wanted to get to this point, is that I don't know how many close calls they had. I don't think anybody had any collisions or near misses that really, raised a lot of eyebrows. And I hope that's the case. But I think that there's so many people right now, we have no clue if we hadn't had these kind of folks step up when the need arose, how many people we would have lost more people because of the fact that, as Greg has explained, we couldn't get to them, no matter what kind of fire and rescue or whatever it is. I even have friends here that work with the military and learn how to pack mules in back countries in certain places that they go, like Afghanistan back during the war. They took their mules and went into the mountains and were doing deliveries that way. So it's amazing, and there will be a wonderful story that'll come out of this. Somebody will do a report on it or a movie on it or whatever, because a lot of people's lives and the ability to survive was happened because of people like Greg Biffle and his heroic effort and his willingness to step up and be a center of organization, a guy, calming factor, and understanding the safety that needs to be played out. You heard him talking about how many ways you need to have in with a helicopter or whatever. I've flown in helicopters quite a bit, and trust me, they're wonderful tools, but they're also can be, they can be deadly if people are not paying attention, from guide wires, places to land, and understanding the altitude situation sometimes. So many things right there are factoring in. And you folks, you've been through a lot out there in California with your wildfires and your mudslides and things, how you have to work together to make all this come together in a situation at a time of crisis.
And it's interesting because I've been in touch with Greg, and he was working on this for weeks, if not months. He'd be gone all day flying, and it piques my interest on day 1 or 2, going up there, saving people, dropping off supplies, and through the days, through the weeks, all the organization like he was talking about, that would have been very interesting to have been a part of.
Well, as I said earlier, I would love to see more of the back scene. I love hearing about, somebody who was in the trenches and is able to tell you the facts, not the fiction, not give me a report. Tell me what you experienced. I mean, he has lived it. And I think that the National Press Association, when they chose him for the Myers Brother Award this year, really got it right. And they picked somebody that our sport and I think our entire industry can be grateful that he's a part of. And that's one of the reasons I wanted to bring up the Daytona deal. I'd love to see this guy who's a former champion and just a great racer overall, get an opportunity to go back and race at Daytona. Daytona is the Mac Daddy, and everybody wants to be a part of that race. It's almost like going to Indy or, certain places, 24 hours of Le Mans. It's just being a part of an event like that is huge. And I think that he would once again represent his profession very well.
Jeff, why don't we are trying to get in touch with Greg right now to figure out what happened. Why don't we just run a short little video, and also our production team can chase Greg and help him to try to get back in. So why don't we just do that? Stay on, and we'll be right back.
You're right here.
When it comes to pushing the limits of performance, the pros know there's no room for compromise. At Crowder Cams, we don't just engineer camshafts and valve train components, we redefine what power means. Since 1955, Crowder Cams has been the name trusted by racers, engine builders, and gearheads around the globe. Whether you're building a street machine, a dragster, or a track car, Crower Cams provides the muscle you need to dominate. And with Crower, victory is within your reach.
For over 25 years, Wisconsin-based C-Tech Manufacturing has been engineering and manufacturing the toughest, most accessible aluminum tool drawers, cabinets, carts, and tactical storage solutions for America's hardest working professionals. Whatever you need to store and however you need to store it, put your trust in C-Tech Manufacturing. We build it better. Visit our new website at ctechmanufacturing.com or give us a call at 715-355-8842.
If you're watching this video, you might be wondering, what is WPC? WPC is a surface treatment designed to reduce friction and increase the strength of metal parts. As much as it might seem like a coating, WPC is actually a surface treatment. Think of it like shot painting, but the media is much finer, like talc. So what you're left with is a super hard, smooth surface that actually has some proprietary dry lubricants embedded within it. For more information, visit WPCtreatment.com.
Land speed record holder George Poteet's Speed Demon rocketed 481 miles per hour at the Bonneville Salt Flats. You don't go that fast without ARP fasteners.
There is no way that we could go the speed that we've gone, the number of times we've gone, with a lesser quality bolt than ARP supplies to us. And we absolutely wouldn't be where we were today if it weren't for ARP.
When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
We're Performance Plus Global Logistics. Our team of dedicated performance industry and logistics experts get valuable cars and components to the track on time in top condition. We provide expedited logistics solutions for the performance industry using direct routes instead of deferred options, and communicate all necessary information to the appropriate resources to meet regulations and ensure a smooth transit and secure delivery, both domestically and internationally. And we exceed customer expectations by providing best-in-class service with an efficient and cost-effective system in place. Contact us today to book your next shipment.
Thank you and welcome back to Industry Week 2024. We had a little technical issue with Greg and unfortunately we can't get him back on. So we're just going to wait a little bit more, Jeff, and see if a miracle happens. And then if not, we'll transition into our next session. So what you said about Greg and his achievement as a racer and what he did for your community over there is absolutely stunning. And what Judy said when she opened the session is like she loves what racer will do whatever it takes. I mean, that's a cultural thing.
The one thing, and I think we've had this conversation throughout our entire industry, and Judy and I have been associated also with our military. And we recently did, a couple of years ago, we went up and attended one of their seminars up in, was it Michigan, I think. And they asked us, myself and several others that were on the stage representing different teams and organizations, what makes racers who they are, you know, comparing it to the military. And we want the same thing in the end, which is to win, but we react quickly. You know, we can't have something that would draw it out. You know, you've been around the industry and understand when you have a, let's say Crowder has a problem with a camshaft, they address it like, you know, it's the end of the world. So, you know, they respond to it. If it broke, if it was a defect, they want to know why, what do we need to do to fix it? Because there are people that are dependent upon them to be up for the task the very next day or the very next weekend if there's a show coming up. And I think this kind of situation here, which started out to be not a big deal, you know, just trying to be a good guy, he wound up getting himself right in the middle of trying to basically save a community, save lives. And this is where, you know, that you don't panic, you come up with a game plan, you work within your means, you get organize a team. And that to me is what this, you know, what racing is all about. You know, it's fix what's in front of you, make it better, plan for the future, and don't get yourself in a scenario where you make another mistake because you either rush through it or you don't think it through. I think that Greg's heroics and all the folks there, I'm just using, Greg's the guy I'm talking about. I probably couldn't give you a list of the thousands of people that took their time and gave it to those in need and are still doing it today. I mean, that's the thing is to me is impressive. This is not just people from North Carolina, it's people from around the Southeast and even out West. I mean, people, you know, come to you because they know, you know, you're in need and they recognize that and they care because they know that one day it may be, you know, shoe on the other foot. I'll say it like this, folks. I'll take it one step further. We have talked so much about the company, EPARTRADE, and the existence of this company. And Judy, you said it best on opening day. It was born out of COVID. There was a need to serve the industry. You guys had a plan. You accelerated that plan. And in 5 years down the road, you have now become a destination each and every year for people to join us, share their knowledge, share what's going on the year before, and talk about what's getting ready to happen the year coming up. And that's, to me, is what makes racing and our industry so powerful. And I think so many people want to be like us because it's like a pit stop when it goes bad. Yeah, okay, it's gone bad, but how do we get it back where it needs to be and still stay in the race and win? And that's what we do in this world. We do that in this world. I don't care what parts you are, an electronic part, a ball bearing, or bearings, it doesn't matter, seats, so many people. And I think we get an opportunity to see some of the folks, just like Mr. Phelps earlier today. He is one of the leaders in our industry as far as NASCAR is concerned, but he's not by himself. We bring these guys forward so you get a glimpse of who they are, you know, and listen to them basically in a non-hostile environment to kind of share with you their plans, their visions. I think it's wonderful. I mean, I said it in opening day. I'm proud to be a part of it because we have turned the page on how it used to be and to where it is today. And this is how it is.
Well, thank you for your kind words. And even yesterday, we were talking to Kevin Miller at USAC, and he would see an issue, a problem, and he's coming up with solutions. And that's what our industry is built upon. And I'm so proud of the entire industry. They find solutions.
Well, Jeff, amen to what you said, you know, thank you so much. You know, it means a lot. And Greg is a perfect example. And so I see that we have Mike from Speed Sport is going to be joining us. And so I think we're going to, it's 29, so we're going to basically transition into our next session. So Mike, good morning to you, good afternoon to you.
Yeah, good afternoon. It's been a good day so far.
It has. And we just had a little issue with Greg and his connection, but that's what happens when you're live. And but he was able to share a lot, and Jeff was very kind to continue and share also, you know, everything Greg has done. And so we're going to be bringing Davey Hamilton, who had a very, very successful event recently in Las Vegas, and we have also a video that we're going to share with you from the event. So Davey is joining us, and hello Davey, how are you?
Hello, hope you guys can hear me all right. I just got this set up.
Perfectly.
Cool, awesome.
Let's start with your video.
Okay.
For $50,000 to
car's neutral. If I get off the bottom, it is snug. But if I could run my line,
yeah, you gotta run traffic, man. He's gonna beat you. With 2 to go, he's on your ball. Yes. You checked out before that. He's beating you in traffic. Alonso, you're better.
oh, I just need a driver.
Quarter road down. On the right, this one we're going to half down. Go to 25. I'm saving shit tons over yellow. Right front and right rear. Okay. We're pretty good, just like that much free.
I just need to do a better job. If you want to give it, this much. Give it this much.
We're good. It's a regular stuff. Okay. So, no, it's there. I wouldn't like. If he wants to go and fight on the start here, it's not. You got 50 laps to go, right?
Exactly. Yeah, like I'll try and fight him over it.
Yeah, let him wear his shit out.
If it's too hairy, I'll let him go, follow him into traffic.
Yeah.
Can't give him shit, Eric.
Thanks, bud. You got this.
I'm telling you what's going on.
Just gonna drive harder in traffic.
The 1 is Davey Hamilton. The black 7 is Otto Sitterly. 2 modified legends having at it. Goes Otto Sitterly, the master of the modified, to supers, takes the win here. Weathered the storm. 75 watts. Checker flag balls. Good job, dude. Green flag, we're racing for 50 grand in Vegas. Wilson leads him down into 1. But Bobby Santos now at the second of black 22. I'm telling you, Santos is possessed on the opening laps here. Cody Swanson's right there on the inside. Oh yeah, Cody Swanson with a great start. And look at that 50 launch off the backstretch. Cody Swanson, he's done it. He wins the $50,000 at the Open Wheel Showdown.
It's a race.
You just won $50,000. How does this feel for you?
I mean, it's really special, right? Knew this summer, you know, I don't know, I haven't been doing for a while, and knew it'd be hard enough to figure that out, right? And so for me to come out and even do well, I'd have to be in a car that was really good, and this car is really good. I mean,
Well, I don't know if
Francis is coming back or not, but we'll go ahead and that video, Davey, really does a good job of building up what a crown event in motorsport should be, building to a fantastic crescendo at the end. Second annual event at the Bull Ring at Las Vegas Motor Speedway this year, the Open Wheel Showdown. Were you pleased with this year's event?
Yeah, last year was the first time, and it went so perfect and smooth that it's a rare situation. So unfortunately, this year we had some hiccups throughout the year, but and this year we had to deal with rain and wind and stuff. So Vegas doesn't see rain very often, but it delayed our program a little bit. But that's the goal here is building this event up to be a crown jewel, like you said, little 500. The Dirt in December Dome Race, the old Copper World Classic, Turkey Night. I want people to think that when they go to the Open Wheel Showdown, it's on their list of winning in their lifetime.
You mentioned the Copper World Classic. Your video there certainly gave a feel of that with the various divisions. And is that where the inspiration for this event came from when you started it?
Yeah, when it's funny is a lot of people don't realize this, but years ago, I had a 20, 30 page deck that I drew out on paper, just wrote about it. And originally it was supposed to be the sprint car showdown. It wasn't even Open Wheel Showdown. And over time, obviously my dad and my grandfather have a huge racing history. And I started thinking and watching videos. I'm like, man, it'd be so cool to be a part of something like that in today's world. And there really isn't that in our pavement world anymore. Short track anyways. So just seeing to what it's turning into and what it's becoming, it's pretty incredible. But really the Copper World Classic type image of what I'm trying to do here is it's really because of my dad. He was a super modified legend, and I think the super modified world in today's world anyways it's kind of a Northeast heavy sport, and the West Coast super modified is just starting to get rebuilt. And I think my event is helping draw teams from all over the country. Hopefully we can keep building onto that. And it is a sprint car event. I'm not gonna lie to you. It is a sprint car event, but it's still cool to have other classes a part of it as well.
What did you learn, not just this year, but in 2 years of having the event that you'll continue to apply that'll help you build the event for years to come?
Number one is you can't make everybody happy no matter what. So it's learning about that.
Well, that's life as a promoter.
Exactly. So that, but also something that it was a big reality check for me this year is that I need to be able to listen to other people and listen to their advice and listen to their views. I built this event kind of on my own from day one. And I was so just stubborn about how I wanted to be, how I wanted to look, how I wanted to feel. That it's kind of helped it grow to what it is. But now that it is what it is, I need to be able to take advice and opinions from other people. And luckily now I have a partner on this program or on the Open Wheel Showdown. His name's Stewart Young, and it's cool to have him on board and helping me learn the business side of it. So that way this business and this event can happen for years to come, instead of just being all passion and love sprint car racing and just putting out everything I can. Now it's becoming an actual business that I'm learning a lot from at my age.
I'm sure of that. As you continue to race, that brings up the business side and the racing side. And how do you balance your promoter's hat and your helmet?
It's stressful. I mean, I have my own goals and dreams as a race car driver myself. My grandfather attempted to compete in the Indy 500 years ago. My dad was very successful in his IndyCar career. And at the end of the day, that's where my goal is even if I get the chance to run one Indy 500 in my lifetime, I know I made it somewhere. I will say, I'm not going to brag here, but technically I kind of am an IndyCar driver now that I'm able to do the 2-seater IndyCar stuff, which to me, that's a dream come true. But, hopefully one day we're seeing me at the Yard of Bricks actually competing. But for that event though, putting my helmet on in the sprint car and going out there to try to win it, obviously my team's very competitive, so we show some great speed and promise. Last year I finished third. I think that's a good thing, because if I would have won my event the first timeout. I don't think everybody would have been happy, but this year, just because of all the headaches of like the weather, we had a lot more people this year, a lot more moving parts that it did stress me out a little bit, but now I have really good people behind me. We all learned this year, and going into year 3, hopefully, and the plan is I just put my helmet on, and hopefully I could collect that 50 grand instead of giving it to somebody else.
The timing of the event being in November helps you draw from all corners of North America. Talk a little bit about the competitors that were there this year and where they came from and what some of them went through to get there.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's kind of one of those weird years that it seemed like the winter hit us a little earlier than expected. And you know, there was winter snowstorms kind of going around in the northwest, the northeast, and in the middle of the country as well. So you know, weather is a big thing, and the time of the year, what I wanted to do was try to hit where nothing else is competing. And it's kind of hard when you have USAC running on the West Coast, obviously. And I had some of those competitors, you know, like CJ Leary, Justin Grant last year. Some of these guys that run with me are pretty heavy in the USAC dirt scene. So I try to schedule it to where it doesn't conflict with that. And it's not easy because Vegas, it's hit or miss, man. You could be hot one day and cold, freezing cold the next. So we're continuing to kind of move up. You know, last year we were the first week of December. This year we're middle of November, and hopefully in 2025, when we announce our dates there, it's going to be even earlier than that. The key is just obviously not to compete against NASCAR, NHRA, IndyCar, anything, you know, because your next guest, Tony Stewart, I'm hoping that I could get him convinced to get back in a super modified and race with us next year.
Well, wouldn't that be something?
That would be cool.
Yeah, it's difficult to find a time when nobody's racing because anymore there are very few off weeks in the motorsports industry.
Yeah, that's for sure. It's hit or miss. I mean, you know, and the other thing is too is that Las Vegas Motor Speedway has hundreds of events throughout the year, and they have their local stuff going on at the bull ring. I come in, I rent the facility out, and I run the show how I want it. That doesn't give me a lot of negotiation purposes when they have all these events. I only get a certain amount of weekends to choose from.
Right.
And unfortunately, it's not easy when you have people all over the country that have their opinion. You got to make the sponsors happy on what they want. So it comes down to nobody's gonna be happy, but it's the best that I could do from a choosing weekend standpoint. So we'll see what happens. I think 2025, like I said, it is going to be moved up a little bit. I think it's going to be better for everyone. And hopefully we can see some more bigger names be drawn in.
Do you have any interest in other racing promotions? Anything else that you're working on outside of the Open Wheel Showdown?
I have too much going on, to be honest with you, but it's all positive. It's great. You know, we are involved with a race down here in Florida, the Children's Dream Fund 50 at Citrus County Speedway. Open Wheel Showdown was kind of heavily helping getting that going with JJ Dutton. He's a promoter of that. We decided that we're going to let him kind of do it how he sees fit. It's his dream. It's his vision. He put in all the work. He's the one going to get the sponsors. There's no reason for me to take that away from him. So I told him, like, look, man, let's just help you. I want to help market you. I'll give you advice and opinions based off my experience for the past 2 years of these events in Vegas. So we're involved there, but not on that Open Wheel Showdown scale. We're going to keep the Open Wheel Showdown brand and name to what it's really becoming, is that Copper World feel in Vegas, and just do that one big event every year. I am involved with another series that will probably be announced here soon, in the pavement sprint car world, that I'm trying to get going and help build the wing sprint car program around the country.
Interesting. So let's talk about your personal racing a little bit. Maybe we'll shoot back to the Open Wheel Challenge here in a minute, but what are your plans for next year? What are you looking to do? Various types of cars, series?
Yeah, you know, my goal, my dream, and my vision is still to IndyCar, right? And to do that, you kind of have to go through the Indy Next ladder system to get there. It's a hard thing to accomplish and make in today's world. You got a lot of young kids coming up with extreme talent and a perfect checkbook. You know, in my situation, it's really about finding sponsors to help pay for those things. And, you know, I spend the past 6 months, 7 months solely, really the whole year, focus on Open Wheel Showdown. So I'm out there collecting funding and sponsorship and investors to be able to help grow that to what it's supposed to be. Then trying to fit in my personal sponsorship side of things, it's very difficult because I don't want to take away from the event of something that could be around for a long time. Right now, I don't really have a lot, planned for me as far as my schedule for 2025. I know I'm going to be pavement wing sprint car racing. I drive for Kirk Morgan Racing, and he's a big believer in me, and I don't think I'm going to go away anytime soon. We have a pretty good thing going. So I know that's going to be in my back pocket. We're going to do some non-wing racing. And, but at the end of the day, I'm still pushing really hard to be an Indy Next driver, and we'll see what happens. I got some things in the works, but until everything's all perfect, it's a lot of work in progress right now.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. It's a completely different kind of racing than sprint car racing. The cars are very different, and
yeah,
talk a little bit about the challenges that the difference in the cars creates when you're trying to get a ride like that.
Yeah, back in the day, back when my dad and those kind of guys were coming up through the ranks, AJ Foyt and stuff, they were able to go the sprint car route almost and become an IndyCar driver, go through USAC and become an IndyCar driver. And in today's world, you don't really see that very often anymore. Like Brian Clausen, him, Chris Windham, even myself. I ran Indy at Freedom, the Freedom 100 race a couple years ago, and it's unfortunate, but it is tough. You got these guys coming from Europe and different countries, and all they do is road course racing, and they're focused on that. And they're used to the rear engine cars, where guys like us are, used to the front engine. And it's a huge difference. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, Taylor Ferns, she tried it out last year as well, and she's a sprint car girl, and props to her for giving it a try. But it just goes to show it's tough. And even if I get the shot, I know it's not going to be easy, and it's got to be a multi-year plan almost, because you're going to need seat time. That's my goal. My goal would be to at least get onto the ovals for next year in the Indy Next, because that's kind of where I grew up. I'm not a road course guy. I wish I was, but I'm not. And so if I could at least do the testing, the oval races, and then transition into the road course stuff in 2026, that would be a huge start.
When you started the Open Wheel Showdown, you selected winged sprint cars, and there's those of us close to sport know there's only a few pockets for winged asphalt sprint car racing in the country. How many cars did you have this year?
We had over 50, but we had over 71 entries, right? And you're exactly right. I mean, last year one, I had 58 entries total, and I only had mid-40s show up. And it's cool to see the number grow, but we want to see the number grow at the facility as well. Entries are great. I mean, they're paid entries, don't get me wrong. And that number is the highest number that any short track pavement sprint car series has seen in a long time. So it's going in the right direction. But I chose wing sprint car racing because, I guess, to be a little biased at it, I'm good at it. I'm good at wing sprint car racing. I've won a lot of races and championships, and that's where I grew up going. And I think they're the coolest cars to drive, and they're fun. And I don't think people give them enough credit. Drivers know, obviously, but it's something that I have a lot of passion for. So I want to help see the wing sprint car pavement side of things grow, and be like High Limit, the World of Outlaws, where we go to these tracks and people are so excited to see those cars on pavement because we're fast. I mean, it's scary fast to see our cars, So we'll see what happens down the road, in the next few years, or what develops in our sport on pavement. But I'm young and I'm hungry, so I'm not going to be giving up on my passion. That's for sure.
Do you think there's how do you build wing sprint car racing and make more and more shows across the country on an asphalt standpoint? Clearly, it doesn't need a lot of attention from dirt.
No, right. Yeah, I think the main problem in our portion of the world is getting everybody on the same page. You got the Southeast that are heavy in their 360 rules, and honestly, they don't have a proper race director or or I guess tech. They don't tech cars as much down here, right? So then you go to the Midwest, they do tech cars properly, but it's a whole different rule. You have to have different wheels, different offset. It's a 410 engine up there. Then you go out to like the West Coast where they have restricted rules in the engine to kind of make it more fair. I actually do that rule as well for my series. I would like to see it become a 410 open wheel showdown and just bring what you have. But what I'm trying to do is there's too many different series around the country that have different engine programs. So I try to make it fair and restrict it, the 410s, to where the 360 guys can come and compete with us as well. I mean, we had a couple 360 guys this year that made the A main, and it shows you can still make the race and be competitive, but realistically, I think the 410s still have a little bit of an advantage.
You had the super modifieds, and this year you added the modifieds. You think you'll stick with those three next year, or?
So supers, I had some great numbers. I mean, we had, high 20s when it came to the entry list, and we had 19 show up, which for the West Coast, that doesn't sound like a lot, but for the West Coast, it's insane. It's really good. The issue is that there's not as much excitement anymore for those things out there. So I'm trying to help build that. And my dad I'll be honest with you, the reason why I have super modifieds is because I get to see my dad and my grandpa race each other. That's the coolest thing ever. My grandpa's 85 basically, and the fact that he even gets in a car and he just had a hip replacement, which is why he's even driving, I don't know, but it's a Hamilton thing, I guess. So it's cool to have those guys a part of it. I don't want to see super modifieds go away, but like I said, now it's turning into a business and not just passion. So I think you'll for sure see wing sprint cars. I think you'll probably see super modifieds. The modified guys, they were head over heels, man. They thought this was their Indy 500. They were all coming up to me, thanking me. I mean, asking to help if they could in any way. I've never driven a modified. I'm not a modified guy, but to see all that exchange from these teams and drivers and sponsors come up to me and just thank me for having them a part of it, it makes me want to bring them back and do more for them. Realistically though, when I first came up with or announced this, we did midgets, right? I'm a midget guy. I drive midgets here and there for Kevin Gerhardt and Western Speed Racing. And I don't want to see midget racing die on pavement. They have a good thing on dirt, but it's struggling on pavement. And Casey Kohler, the promoter at Indianapolis Raceway Park, he is doing a phenomenal job of what he's doing there. I'm trying to piggyback off him a little bit to help me get the car count that I should for midgets. This year we had to basically cancel the midget portion to add the modifieds. And the reason we did that is because of the struggle of car count for those guys. It's not ideal. I have a good purse for the midgets. It's a $60,000 plus purse for just your midget. And so we're doing the best we can, but I'd like to see the midgets back for 2025. But realistically, I got to see, 25 plus entries at least to show the sponsors that, hey, we're doing the right thing. I do think we're going to have a fourth class, though. I will say that there will probably be 4 classes going into 2025 instead of the 3. So we'll see what happens. We kind of know what's going on, but I don't want to release anything just yet.
Sure, understood. We'll look for that announcement sometime in the coming weeks, right?
Yep.
What else do you think you can add to the open wheel showdown to increase the appeal, the attendance, people making the streaming purchase, so on and so forth?
Yeah. Honestly, I feel like we do for the pavement side, the dirt thing, everybody on dirt, it seems like it's in a really good direction, and they get good attendance, good TV numbers, all that stuff. I'm doing the best I can for pavement, which we have the biggest event of the country right now, but there's a lot that needs to be done. Unfortunately, I don't get to control. Las Vegas Motor Speedway still controls the front gate portion of the attendance. I'll be honest with you, I don't, even though I rent the whole facility, I don't get to keep that. So I don't really go out of my way to advertise getting front gate tickets. I try to advertise back gate, come in the pits, interact with the drivers, the sponsors are there, the hospitality's there, and you get to mingle with everybody. So hopefully here in the years to come, I'll be able to advertise the front gate and the grandstands a little bit more. I think our key is to just keep building on what we have. This year we added fireworks show to it, and it just helped make the event even cooler and better. But I want to see a concert happen there. I want to see maybe a freestyle motocross event happen there, just to help these fans that actually come out for that event have something more to kind of watch than than just the stuff going on track. So we're trying to build it to an event there's something going around in this corner, a concert or freestyle event, while there's track or cars on track as well. So that way it's a full weekend of just multiple different things you could go do.
I think one thing that certainly through your event and through others will help wing sprint car racing on asphalt is getting more promotion for you guys who sit behind the wheel. You and the Bobby Santoses and the Cody Swansons and Aaron Willisons and guys like that, really unique and outstanding types of race car drivers that do not get the recognition that the dirt sprint car drivers receive.
Oh, look at Cody Swanson. I mean, that guy has won everything you could think of and beyond. And it blows my mind that he is not NASCAR or IndyCar. I don't know how. I don't even get it. I mean, even if I got the opportunity to, I'd still look back and be like, there's one guy that really deserves it, and it's Cody Swanson. I don't know how he hasn't been able to make that there, but I know that's probably his goal or hopes one day. But I mean, he's not even a wing sprint car guy. He just showed up. That was his first time in the car all year, and just showed up and took us to school basically. So we'll see him back next year, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, a lot of good talent in the wing sprint cars. Open Wheel Showdown, one of the great upcoming events in the country. Going to be one of the classics for years to come.
David, thank you. And I'm sure Judy can share the same thought. I mean, during our PRI days a long time ago with Steve Lewis, one of the most fun we ever had was producing the Twin 25. If you remember those races, those midget races with $50,000 to win, and the winner of the first session would basically start last, and that was one of the greatest fun we ever had. So congratulations on putting such a wonderful event. Thank you for being with us. So
and Davey, I agree with you. Cody is deserving of more. He's a good friend.
He is. Yeah, he really is. It's kind of unfortunate to see that he's not in that next level yet. But he deserves it for sure. Yeah. But thank you guys for having me. I really appreciate it.
It's a pleasure. I admire what you're doing already. And you're young, so you have so much more ahead of you.
I'm a 27-year-old with gray hair. I feel like I'm 40, you know? So your next guest, Tony Stewart, please convince him to be a driver in my event next year. I've been trying, so you guys can do it.
Thank you, David. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Mike, stay with us. We're going to run a short video from our partners, and we'll be right back with you for our next session.
Scott Lewis & Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
You work as hard as your truck, and you have no time for downtime. That's why more truck owners trust Blue Def, America's #1 diesel exhaust fluid brand. Each batch is guaranteed pure, so you can avoid costly repairs caused by inferior DEF. Demand America's best for your truck. Blue Def and Blue Def Platinum. Put trust in your truck.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2024. Some of you are watching us on Zoom, others on racer.com, on speedsport.com, on YouTube. We're also streaming on Facebook and obviously on television with Speed Sport 1. So thank you very much for wherever you're watching us. We're going to be talking drag racing, Mr. Castello, right?
I'm here.
You're on.
I'm here. You got me, Francisque?
I think you're on, and I think our special guest is joining us also any second. So good morning, Tony. How are you? Oh, I will wait. So Joe,
How about Davey Hamilton trying to pull him back into the cockpit of one of his race cars? We want to keep him here in drag racing. He's only got so many hours, and now he's a dad. So sorry, Davey.
Well, I have to just say congratulations on making a person, Tony. Congratulations.
Thank you. It's I did a short amount of work. My wife did the majority of the work, which is typical in our family. She's the we call her the GSD, the get stuff done person. So, but yes,
usually that way.
We're 2 weeks into it, and everybody keeps asking how our sleep is. My sleep's great. Leah, on the other hand, gets up twice during the night and feeds and does mom stuff. So I've learned to sleep through just about anything over the course of my racing life.
Yeah, I'm sure you're used to it. Thank you for joining us.
We appreciate you having us.
Excellent. Thank you, Francisque and Judy and Tony. It is now just you and I for about half an hour. Great to see you, by the way. And allow me to extend my congratulations as well. Dominic James, I want to go a little deeper on that. You've had so many experiences in your life, winning great races and having adrenaline-packed moments. There are a lot of people out there who have had children, but for you, what is this meaning? Taking this step maybe a little bit later in life and bringing on your son, your dad. Nelson is now a grandfather. This is a big change. Just give us a little more insight into, what it feels like for you.
I can tell you, I can honestly tell you that the person that was probably the most excited was my father. He absolutely could not wait for this baby to get here. And to sit there on Sunday when I got back to the track and be there with 2 hours of sleep and just kind of be thriving on adrenaline, so to speak, on race day at Pomona and showing him those photos. I mean, you could not knock the smile off his face. He was so excited. But it is, I think the one negative in my eye is just the age. I mean, obviously I'm 53 years old. It's not, I would not say it's the ideal time by any means, but it's funny. We know how social media can be and how finicky the 3 or 4% of the world is, and they don't mind sharing their ideas and saying how selfish it was. And Lee and I talk about it. We laugh about it a lot. It's like, I guess I would much rather be selfish and have this little boy in our lives and in the world than him not be in this world at all. So I'm all right being called selfish for being a 53-year-old father, but it's funny because I've talked to other people that are also in their mid to late 40s and early 50s that are fathers. And I honestly believe at this part of my life, this is the right time for me to be a father. I think 15, 20 years ago, being engrossed in motorsports as deep and heavily as I was, I'm not sure that would have been the right time for me to be a good father. So I feel like having some big ticket items recently taken off my plate, is going to give me a lot more time to be a father. And obviously Leah and I being drag racers together, I mean, Dominic gets to go to the racetrack with us every week. So I don't, Leah doesn't have to sit there and go, well, dad's racing this weekend. He'll be home in 3 days. He'll see you Sunday night. So that's something I'm going to cherish, is knowing that we're going to have our son at the racetrack with us, like a lot of the other drag racers do. And, have that community there that will be his extended family.
That is very exciting. It's funny how those people react. We spend a lot of time talking about the 3%, like you said, because they're so shocking with their just inane opinions, as if you could go back 20 years and find Leah, the love of your life, and meet her and recreate the things that are happening now. This was the right time for this to happen, clearly.
Yeah, definitely. It's, I'm a firm believer that everything happens for a reason, and things happen in the right times of your life. You just have to be ready for them when they do come. And honestly, that's been my entire life in motorsports. I mean, there hasn't been a master plan of anything. There wasn't a, by this age, I want to be doing this. And then 10 years later, I'm going to try this. And 2 years after that, I'm going to add this to the collection. And it was never part of a master plan. So I'm a big believer that things happen for a reason. And unique opportunities come at the right times.
All right, so let's talk a little NHRA drag racing. Multiple accolades this season. The 2024 Top Fuel Rookie of the Year, the Central Region Lucas Oil Top Alcohol Dragster Champion, running in different classes at the same time over the course of the year. And I would like to know, you've pretty much become drag racing's #1 pitchman. They put you on Pat McAfee. They put you on Dan Lebitard with Stu Gotts. You're going to places that have no clue about NHRA drag racing. You're preaching the gospel, like John Force would say. What was 2024 like for you as you tackled all of that?
It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. It's I've always enjoyed, and you look at my history in motorsports, 45 years worth. I've tried just about everything I could absolutely try that I've had opportunities to do. And, being able to do what I'm doing with NHRA now, I love drag racing. I love the environment. I love how when a fan buys a ticket that they can go literally right up to the ropes where our car is sitting in the pit area. They can talk to us, get autographs. They can see us do warm-ups in the pit area when the guys rebuild the motors. That is an environment I love now, and that we're kind of missing in some other forms of motorsports. So I love it. It's a huge family. It reminds me of times in motorsports where I had the most fun. And to this day, now being in NHRA, I'm genuinely having fun racing again. It's a lot of pressure. There's nothing easy about it. But I've never wanted to do anything that was easy. I like things that are challenging, but I really love the NHRA environment. And, it's been fun to go do things with Pat McAfee and all these other media outlets and trying to get them exposed to what NHRA is about. So I think the one thing that's really struck the nerve with me this year, being a top fuel driver in the pro classes, versus last year, was the amount of fans that have come, and they're like, we've watched you for years. We watched you in IndyCar. We watched you in midgets and sprint cars. We watched you in NASCAR. And if I'm lucky enough to catch them at the end of the day when I see them, I like to go, well, what did you think? And their #1, the top answer from everybody has been, we had no idea. And I'm like, well, what do you mean? They said, we had no idea it was this exciting and that these cars were that powerful. TV doesn't do it justice. As much as we love being on TV, NHRA is a sport that for the first time fan, go to the drag races, go one time, go watch Top Fuel, go watch Funny Car, go watch Nitro Harleys and Pro Stock Bike, watch Pro Stock and Pro Mod. Then when you see it on TV, you have a greater appreciation for what you're seeing because you were able to see it, smell it, feel it, things that you don't get in any other form of motorsports.
Yeah, I agree and feel the same way. It's hard to convert person by person, and you did really a great job, Dan Lebitard. That's a big show. Pat McAfee, a big show. Do these people know anything like drag racing? You feel like drag racing has been pretty prevalent in the culture. Maybe movies like American Graffiti are a little too old now, but the concept of drag racing, 2 cars, sometimes 4, accelerating from one spot to another, is that like, how much education have you had to give these guys?
I think all of them have got a small taste of it at some point, but they really don't understand it. And then I think it's really hard. It was hard for me. I mean, I didn't understand drag racing till I really met Leah and really started attending events. And then for me, being a race car driver and a professional race car driver, what you see on TV is they start the car, the engine tuner twists a couple knobs, the driver does the burnout, they back up or twist the knobs again, the driver stages, and when the lights change, they haul ass down the racetrack. There is so much more to it than that. And when you get the opportunity to be around it and be that close to it, that is what set the hook for me of understanding how are they making these 11,000 plus horsepower cars go down 1,000-foot straight line, and those cars never go straight. If a car goes dead straight, it is slow, is what that means. So every fast run I've ever seen from everybody, those cars are moving around. The drivers are having to drive those cars. But it's just an experience that it is really hard to explain to people till you can get them there one time and they start seeing and understanding what they're seeing on TV.
Top Fuel Rookie of the Year. You've got a great resume, but at some point, the words on a paper, maybe when you started this season, was that a goal? I want to be Top Fuel Rookie of the Year, really NHRA Rookie of the Year, because you competed against Richard Gadsden and Daniel Wilkerson in the NHRA. Folks, if you don't know, the Rookie of the Year extends through multiple categories. And so Tony was competing against a bunch of really great racers in other disciplines of drag racing. Pro Stock Motorcycle, Richard Gadsden made 4 final rounds, and it was a very close vote. You did win it. How meaningful is that goal when you have such a long list that includes winning the Brickyard 400?
I will say this, if it was off of performance, Richard Gadsden would have definitely had this hands down. He did an amazing job in Pro Stock Motorcycle this year. Daniel Wilkerson did an awesome job in the funny car. There were a lot of great rookies in all 4 classes this year, but it's the criteria is different for what they consider Rookie of the Year and why they do it. And it really wasn't a goal at the beginning of the year. The goal was, I told Leah and I told Matt Hagan, our funny car teammate, I said, my goal is to go out there and show up on Sunday and not look like it's my first race. That was my goal for the season, was to look like I've been doing this for years. And honestly, it's just literally you take it a week at a time. I mean, obviously I had a lot to learn at the beginning of the season. There was new tubing specs for the Top Fuel class this year, which was important for the safety side. My body weight, I'm 60 pounds heavier than my wife in the car. So for the crew chiefs, it was a big challenge this year trying to adapt to new variables in the class. They added 50 pounds minimum weight to the car for this year. So just a lot of variables that had changed in the equation that the crew chiefs were having to try to work around and figure out. So for me, it was just trying to do my job as a driver to try to somewhat not necessarily perfect the craft right now in our first season, but I wanted to go out there and I didn't want somebody, if they didn't know that I hadn't driven a Top Fuel car and competed in Top Fuel yet, I didn't want them to know the difference. And so that was really the goal. And for my peers that I had to race with and line up with, I mean, they have to have the confidence in you that you're going to do the right things and that you got the car under control. So I wanted to show my peers that we had learned and we're trying to do it the right way.
And you didn't really get any luck when it came to those round 1 opponents early on. If memory serves me right, first competition run, Justin Ashley, second competition run, Steve Torrance, something like that. Like the best levers in the business were the guys you met in the first rounds of competition in 2024.
Yeah, but if you're going to be the best, you got to beat the best. So, I think the world of Justin Ashley and Steve Torrance and I are great friends now. And, to go up against those guys, I mean, you really, when you line up, you can't think about who's in that other lane, honestly. There's guys that have different routines and different preferences of, when they want to stage and how they want to stage. And those are important, but honestly, it's really controlling your own destiny in your own lane and controlling the variables that you're in control of. So, literally we're sitting in the car at Gainesville for the Gator Nationals. My first round, we're the first pair of the day. So you're sitting in the car right in front of the water box and you're listening to the national anthem. And thank God these cars don't have carburetors on it, because I would have had it flooded. I was clicking the throttle back and forth so fast because I was so nervous. There's no way the car would have started if it had a carburetor. But and you're lining up against Justin Ashley. So it's like, you just got to lock that out of your head. You just have to be focused and ready to go. And it was actually my best light of the entire season. I cut on him in the first round there. And it wasn't a guess. It was just, I was so amped up, so ready. My heart rate was so high. I could feel it beating in my chest. So it was a feeling I hadn't had for a long time, because everything I'd done in NASCAR, those were 3.5-hour races. So when you got in the car, you got in and you relaxed. You just try to get yourself to relax, get in a rhythm. Not in drag racing. There is no rhythm. There is no relaxing. You want to get your heart rate up. You want to be ready to go, because that runs only, I went from driving cars for 3.5 hours to now driving cars that only go for 3.5 seconds. So you better be ready when it comes time.
That's so excited to hear you talk about that, because those that love the sport, we want someone to be able to explain this to the rest of the world, and you are just the perfect ambassador. So let's talk about Sonoma. You made a couple of final rounds this year, but to me, the maybe the best race of the season was Sonoma. You went to the final round against Antron, but you beat Sean Langdon, a multi-time world champion, multiple cross drag racing, arguably one of the best pure drivers, and then Justin Ashley. You beat those two and Ron August en route to the final where you ran Antron Brown. And in the final, Antron beat you. You left first, but you guys had what, in my opinion, was released just a great communication at the top end of the racetrack where you told him, "You're one of the reasons that I'm here for this." Can you elaborate a little bit on that? And that's one of my memorable moments from this past season.
Yeah, and it was for myself too and our team. We'd struggled really bad before Sonoma, and obviously the weekend before we raced at Seattle and had a really bad weekend there. And just we literally had a 3-hour meeting on Sunday after we were eliminated in the first round, and just came up with a different game plan. So we didn't know how the car was going to run, how it was going to react, if it was even going to make it down the racetrack without smoking the tires, but went to Sonoma with a different package. And we still needed to work on it some more, but it did get us to the finals, like you mentioned. And that conversation after we lost Antron, we had 2 cylinders go out at the top end, or it was going to be a close race if it wasn't for that. But when I got out the top end, I mean, you so badly want to win your first national race in a top fuel car, and you finish second to a buddy that, and the reason he's such a good friend is we spent a lot of time during the process of, Antron acquiring his team from Don Schumacher Racing, and Ron Capps acquiring his team the same way. And then for us personally, buying the Top Fuel team and Funny Car team from Don as well. So we all spent a lot of time together about how we were doing and what the process was, and making sure that we all agreed on what numbers were and budgets were and this and that. So it was like we all just kind of were a small band of brothers that were helping each other out through the process. And so when we got out the top end, I just thanked him. I said, I wouldn't be here right now in this sport if it wasn't for your help. And Antron spent a ton of time with myself and Leah and I to help get our program up and going and on its feet. So there was no shame to losing to Antron. And, looking back at it now, I mean, we lost to now the 2024 world champion. So not bad company to be in.
We spoke with Antron on day one of EPARTRADE Industry Week, and he had some very positive things to say about you and what your presence in NHRA drag racing means for the sport looking forward. You got some big announcements coming up. What can you share about you, your team, 2025? I don't want to step on news that has a schedule to be announced, but people are, not certain that you're going to drive. What can you share for the future? And if not, just tell us and we'll wait for the announcement. But if you can share something, we'd love to hear it.
Well, a piece of it will come out tomorrow, so you won't have to wait long on one of those items. And obviously, we've got PRI coming up, and for TSR and Tony Stewart Racing, next season will be our 25th year in motorsports. So we started with our wing sprint car teams in the World of Outlaw Series, and then 3 years ago added the Nitro teams. But really excited to have an anniversary year like that, and our program has done very, very well. Very blessed to have great partners, great drivers that drove for us throughout these 25 years, and accumulated a lot of great wins and stats along the way. So really proud of those guys, and that 25th anniversary is big for us. Something that isn't really a press release item, I'm going to be back in the Top Fuel car again next year. Leah has decided she wants to be a mom this first year. And I'll be honest, I mean, she is literally just over 2 weeks from having Dominic, and I am pretty confident in about 2 to 3 weeks, she would be ready to get back in a Top Fuel car. She absolutely looks amazing. Looking at her, you wouldn't even tell that she just delivered a little boy to us. So it's just amazing how strong and tough my wife is and what she does. But she does want to be a mom next year. And yeah, I'm kind of fighting it a little bit, but I guess the bonus to it is I get to drive a Top Fuel car again next year. So it's either way, I get to win either way.
That's great. Thank you for sharing that. I call that breaking news here on EPARTRADE. We are confirmed you'll be back in a Top Fuel dragster. Got a couple more questions. I want to talk about the Lucas Oil Series, the McPhillips family. 4 out of 5, 4 wins, 5 finals to become a Central Region champion. I know that not everybody understands that right below the Mission Food Series, professional drag racing, there's the Lucas Oil Series, which it's really professional drag racing at a slightly lesser budget with a slightly lesser schedule. You won a regional championship. That is a huge deal. Just talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, it was fun. It really wasn't. It wasn't part of our schedule for this year. We'd actually just finished the 4-wide event at Charlotte and had flown to Chicago to do media for NHRA, and Ashley Wilson, who does our PR, has got to be really close with Rich McPhillips Jr. And she got a call from Richie, and they were talking about racing at IRP, which was a regional event that weekend coming up, and talking about wanting to run one of the cars that they were trying to sort some bugs out. And I said, well, I can be available. I can be there. And so we went to IRP. We we were low qualifier every round, all 3 rounds of qualifying, and ended up winning the race. And Rich McPhillips and I, we're like 2 brothers that just like to needle each other a little bit back and forth. And I remember on Tuesday after the event, he called me and he goes, you're leading the regional points now. I'm like, how is that? I've only ran 1 event. I said, you've already ran 2 events in that region. He said, well, the guy that won the first event wasn't claiming in that region. So you can race in different regions. So there's 4 different regions for the sportsman class and top alcohol, dragster, and funny car. And you can race in all 4 divisions, but you claim what division that you're going to be competing for a championship with. And so that put us in the point lead. And I'm like, well, if we've done this, we just need to run 4 more, and hopefully we can try to contend for a championship. And here we are. So it was fun. I mean, I absolutely had a blast last year. I ran for McPhillips full time. So we ran regional races, ran all the national events, with the exception of Sonoma, I believe, or I'm sorry, Seattle. And so I had a blast doing it. It was, that family, they are family to me. And to be able to, we missed it short last year of winning the regional championship. Our teammate Mike Coughlin beat us. He had to win the event that we were both at to win the championship. All we had to do was just make it through the first round, and we locked it up and unfortunately lost in the first round. And Mike went on to win the event and win the regional championship. And the funny part was we're standing there getting ready to take pictures after his win, and he didn't even know he had won the regional championship. So it was nice to be there and be the one that got to tell him that he won it. But yeah, it's just a lot of fun this season to get to race with that family, and to I'm one of those believers that seat time is seat time. And I just listened to Davey Jr. a minute ago, and whether it's midgets, sprint cars, wing sprint cars, it doesn't matter. Super modifieds. I mean, anytime you can be behind the wheel, it's valuable time. So for me, the off weekends this year is when we ran the regional events, and that was 5 weekends that instead of taking the weekend off and sitting home or going and being on the lake or doing whatever we would have done on those off days, being at the racetrack and being in a race car is where I truly like to be. And I feel like it just makes you better every time you can get in a race car.
Very exciting. As we wind down the interview, I did want to ask you about a couple of things, future related, as in, room for improvement, right? The Pro Superstar Shootout is where drag racing will start in 2025 in Bradenton, and that's a race put on by the racers, the Professional Racers Organization. A month later, the Gator Nationals. I heard Jimmy Johnson was the first guest on EPARTRADE Industry Week. And in the interview, they were talking to him about his future, and he's talking about his passion for racing and how whatever he wants to do, it's got to make business sense, and it's got to give the opportunity for synergies and all of these things. And I'm thinking to myself, there's a lot of that going on in drag racing. What more do you think, now that you've got your feet wet, you're a part of drag racing, you've seen how the machine works, what's next? What do you think NHRA should do? What do the racers need to do to continue to grow, to maybe entice someone like Jimmy Johnson to follow in your footsteps and come drag racing as opposed to some of the other options out there?
Well, I think NHRA is working on it. I mean, obviously, we've got a great TV partner with Fox right now, but just like NASCAR went through renegotiations for TV contracts, it's coming up next year. I think mid-season is when NHRA starts their negotiations. So the TV packages are really crucial for motorsports. Obviously, NHRA.TV has great coverage as well, but to be there and be on network television is big. And for sure, NHRA is going to land and have a home on network. It's just which one is it going to be? But hopefully, whatever package that ends up being will have a little more financial stability, and that trickles down to helping NHRA as a sanctioning body, and it helps us as competitors too down the road. So having that business model that makes it sustainable is very, very important in motorsports right now. These things don't run themselves. I mean, I had a conversation with someone that owns a horse, and they're like, race cars have to be way more expensive than horses. I said, I strongly disagree. If you don't want to run your race car for 6 weeks or 6 months, you can put it in the garage, turn the lights off, shut the door, and it doesn't cost you a dime at that point. A horse, if you don't ride it for 6 weeks or 6 months, you still got to feed it every day, vet bills, all those things. But it has to make sense financially to run these cars. And, we struggled the first 2 seasons as a team owner we never did even come close to breaking even for the season. But at the end of this season, our books look a lot better. And I think next year we're finally going to be in a situation where hopefully we can at least break even for the season financially. And that's a big deal. It's a big deal for all these teams. Not everybody is a Connie Coletta and has a air service. The Torrance family has Capco. They do a great business in Texas. But for me, I'm a professional race car driver that, retired from NASCAR. I don't have that income coming in. So anything that I'm spending out of pocket is literally coming out of retirement that I have to live the rest of my life on. So definitely not complaining. I chose this. This is what I chose to do. And it's my job to go out there and raise the funds and generate the sponsorship to keep these teams going. So we're working at it, and it's coming. The great thing is we're seeing new partners, and you don't just see it with our teams. You see it across the board with NHRA. We're seeing new partners come into the sport that haven't been a part of it before. And, that's Brad Gerber and their staff do a great job at NHRA of bringing people to the racetrack, introducing them. And like I said earlier, you get them to the racetrack one time and show them what it's truly about and let them feel it, breathe it, smell it. It is an experience like no other. So just getting those people to the track has made a huge difference for us on our side of, making this team financially stable.
You have done a great job with Renai and Rush and Dodge and all of your sponsors, and hopefully they are loving the experience with you. All right, confirm or deny. Antron told us yesterday, he let it slip like super casually, and I think maybe it's something that you've said, no, this can never happen. So confirm or deny. Grandpa Nelson Stewart is going to race something in the Lucas Oil Series.
I don't know that 100%, but I can confirm that he has talked to a lot of people between Antron and Bo and Randy Lynn Butner. He has a lot of interest in it. He's not the smartest guy. He's 86 years old. I mean, now we're turning into the parents all of a sudden. But I will say that Leah and I sat him down at Pomona and told him that, or I guess this would have been at Vegas. We talked to him, but we told him we knew he was talking to people. And it's the same conversation my sister and I have had. I mean, he still races Legends cars, 3/4 midgets. He's at the age, he's made it this far, and he's healthy. He takes great care of himself. If he wants to race, by God, we're not going to tell him he can't race. But Leah did give him the reality of he's probably going to get his butt kicked for a while, racing and drag racing. Sportsman classes sound like they're easy. They are definitely not. I have a great friend that races super gas. It's a 980 class. It's way tougher, in my opinion, than what I do in a top fuel car as far as what the driver has to do. So for my father to get involved in drag racing at this age, I think it's awesome that he has the interest. I definitely believe that you will see him in something at some point. We just don't know what it is. It's not going to be my car with my team. I can tell you that. It's going to be on somebody else's dime. But I think Antron's almost adopted him. So I told him, I said, as long as I get a couple things that I want when he passes on and moves on to the next life, he can adopt him, but he gets all the bills that come with him too.
It's funny because it sounds like he's negotiating his own deal and totally independent of you. If you mentioned Bo and Randy Lynn, they let me drive their dragster in Dallas earlier this year at the points race. And if that's the car that your dad's going to get to drive, if I can do it, he can do it. I highly recommend it. They're great. And I'm excited. Like, you're all in on drag racing, Tony. I really appreciate. I see Francisca and Judy are coming on, but you've meant a whole lot to the sport. You've done great things, and congratulations on your year. And go Nelson.
Thank you, guys. We appreciate it. We had an awesome season. The performance on the scorecard didn't look great, but the end of the season ended up being like no other. So winning Rookie of the Year and the regional championship, and the best win of my career came when Leah delivered our little boy to us. So we're going to have a lifetime of fun with him.
You're absolutely right. And you know, I've been friends with your father for 25 years now, and he is a racer. We go out to dinner, he's still racing in his 80s, and he's just going to go out racing.
I think so. I think that's what he's going to be happiest doing. So, my sister and I came to the agreement a long time ago, as long as he's not a nuisance on the racetrack to everybody else and he's able to do it and has that desire, who are we to tell him not to do it? So we're behind him 100%.
He has a great shop in the back of his house. Yeah.
I think he's more proud of that shop than he is of me now.
Could be.
So maybe in Race Industry Week 2075 or whatever, we'll have your son on talking about you going racing, right?
It would not surprise me. I think it would be very hard to believe. And I promise you, Leah and I have come to the agreement. We're not pushing Dominic into racing by any means. It has to be his decision, just like it was mine. But if that's what he chooses to do, we'll be behind him 100%. And I would say most likely down the road, you'll have that same conversation we're having right now.
Excellent. Thank you, Tony. And we'll probably see you next week in Indy. Thank you very much for being with us. Joe, great session again, and we'll have you back tomorrow. And tomorrow we're going to have Brad from NHRA and Erica Enders on the NHRA side as well.
Brad is going to get some high heat fastballs thrown at him by me. Everyone must tune in. Brad is going to be on the hot seat as far as NHRA, and Erica Enders, always a great interview. And I just love, I really appreciate Francisque and Judy, you guys giving me a little bit of a platform here to promote NHRA drag racing. We love it. It's a little different. And Tony, like if you just heard Tony, you don't have to listen to me. Listen to Smoke. He's right. It's amazing, and you have no idea what you're missing.
Absolutely, and
I
we love
remember
it too.
Tony from Sprint Midget days, and it's fun to watch him evolve.
Yeah. Thank you, Joe. We're going to transition directly into our next session, and George Tamayo is with us, and we're going to be talking one of my favorite races in the world, Pikes Peaks, and I think we're bringing. Hold on one second. No, we are there. She is, Melissa. So Melissa is joining us any second, and we're going to dive directly into our next session, or we are already at 11:31 a.m. here in California. Good afternoon, Melissa. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you for having me again.
Welcome.
So, hey, Melissa, how's it going?
Good to be here. Good to be talking about the 103rd running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo. I mean, it's a joy, to be honest, to be able to work with this race, and everybody I get to talk to about it. It's always a lot of fun. So always happy to join this forum.
Cool. Are you in Colorado right now?
I am. Yep, we're based in Colorado Springs. I'm here.
Yeah. How's the weather on the peak today? You're not running race cars up there, I'm guessing.
No. In fact, the Broncos won. That's a big point of pride here in Colorado. But they actually they made some analogy against trying to stage and run a race in December at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb, which we kind of love that little shout out. But no, we wouldn't be doing that. It looks pretty white up there right now.
I bet. Hey, so as you mentioned, the race is coming up in June, on June 22nd. And I guess the way we'll kick this off is just, this race has just such a long legacy, and I feel like in a way it's been getting more popular again. It's kind of in a resurgence, been for the last few years. Let's start with just kind of some basics. What about some people who may have been considering this for a while and they're thinking, hey, June 22nd, 2025 is the year. How do I get involved? What do you tell them?
Well, we've already started, right? It's already coming up really fast. It's truly a year-round process, not just in the planning and production of the race, but really just for all the teams and participants, because applications are open for a request for invitation. So it's an invitation only. So it's close to about 3 months. So that opened up at the beginning of November. So that's already in full swing. We already have a list of applicants for that coveted invitation. And teams and race teams have to work year round on this, because the unique builds, the unique challenges, the unique logistics, how does it integrate into their other racing programs? It's quite a feat. And so that's kind of why we start so early ourselves. So we go to selection, we make the announcements early February, then they have plenty of time to get ready to come up here, because the biggest thing that throws people off is going to be the logistics. And so
Mm.
that's we want to make sure they all have plenty of time to wrap their heads around that and get a unique car ready to go up the side of a mountain.
Yeah, it's a lot of parallels in some ways to the Indianapolis 500, where it's not sure the event, quote unquote, is the one day, but it's kind of a whole month-long plus process. Even before before you get to Colorado Springs, it's many, many, many months in the making. But even once you get there, there are teams and stuff that camp out for a month before the race, just getting prepped, right?
Yeah, they do. We sanction 2 test weekends at the beginning of June, which I highly recommend that if they can to take advantage of that time to test and get used to the altitude. I mean, that's a big reason people come out for that time too, is altitude is real. And the way it affects you, sometimes you just don't know. It's different on different parts of the course. But yeah, it's definitely month long. We have events all month long. We have the testing. There'll be some private tests that happen as well, plus just getting everything ready. But yeah, it's a full month of activity, those 2 weekends at the beginning of June, and then a full, schedule for race week. Yeah, we have people up here all month long and sometimes sooner and even after.
Yeah. Yeah. What about for non-participants? How can people who aren't going to be making the sprint up the hill, how can they get involved?
Yeah, well, that's a huge part of what puts on, really any race, but especially here with the once a year event. We really rely on our local community for volunteers and our course officials. We have a really dedicated bunch. People have been doing this literally for generations. But we will open up for volunteers beginning of March and course officials beginning of February. And go on the website, and there'll be ways, to volunteer and help, and there'll be sign up forms for that.
Yeah. In terms of, again, this is an event that there are some people who have been participating on this for decades, and they know all 156 corners like the back of their hand, and they know all the tips and tricks about altitude and all of those things that get involved. How do those participants who are coming to it, maybe they've already done a year or two and they're still progressing, but how do people get to that stage where they become the experts? What's the best way to learn? Because it's such a unique circumstance that you can't recreate it at wherever your home base is.
Well, and that's fun to answer, because I think you can ask some of our quote unquote experts and our veterans. I don't think they feel like experts, right? I think they have really great advice about mindset and the way to approach the mountain. And they're all very sharing and resourceful. We have Jeff Swartz, our driver liaison, for instance. And honestly, it's such a good family and community feeling with all the competitors that they're always talking to each other. They know they want to make sure everybody makes it up the mountain on race day. They're all there for each other, because there's so many variables with this race that, some of that competition that you might find in other paddocks, it doesn't really translate here. It's a little bit different. First it's the mountain, right? And nobody can control that, whether it's, the weather or sometimes the course conditions, depending on, ice, wet roads, whatever it might be, to wildlife, and things like that. So that's all stuff that's out of your control. There's so many things that are truly out of the competitor's control that they really worry about their own race. And that because of that, there's a lot of tips and tricks. And I think the way they all get better and better over the years is just by talking to each other. There's a wealth of knowledge. We have people, like you said, we've been coming up here for a long time, again, generationally, to race, but they all share, and they all want to make sure they're all rooting for each other to get to the top and, have a good time at the summit at the end of race day.
Yeah, it really is. It's a whole community of people, right, that come together, for that month of June that are from all disparate walks of life and disparate parts of the country and stuff. But that month, it seems like there's just such an incredible camaraderie amongst all the competitors.
Yeah, there really is. I mean, from, the big, huge factory efforts to our grassroots racers, they're all sharing and caring about each other, and, having a beer at the end of the day, maybe down in the, downtown or something. So, and they like to mix, and I think that's really important to our race, is that we have that critical mix of, being respectful to how this got started, to the grassroots movement, and making sure that our rule book always is in line with allowing that. Plus like I said, the bigger factory efforts that, really pushing the envelope of innovation and their technology and what they want to bring to the street, if you will. So that's the fun part, I think, of in juggling that, and not having we have a lot of rules, but not as many as most. So, it's really to allow that creativity, innovation, and, that allows for the grassroots guys are just as competitive as those factory efforts. You don't see, the numbers that they spend on their programs. I don't think you really see in the results sometimes.
It's an interesting transition, because my next question is about that spirit of innovation, because it is, man, I'm going to kind of go out on a limb and say it's sort of one of the last events where where innovation really is the name of the game, right? You have, even from the top class to even some of the lower classes, are still very specialized in how they're building cars to make the run up the mountain. And so from that point of view, the hill climb has been around for 110 years, right? It's, what is it, the 102nd?
It's the 103rd running. Yeah, the 103rd running. Yep.
So is innovation something that you guys really feel like is a linchpin to the event, and part of the attraction is coming back again and again, because you do have the latitude as a competitor to sort of build a better mousetrap every time you come back? Is that, how do you guys, as a sanctioning event and an event holder, kind of keep the rules in check, but also allow that spirit of innovation?
No, it absolutely does keep us going. I think we've found that we're a really fun and impressive place to prove your EV technology. They keep coming back. I think it's really important in that we also have like a list of race records, or we have records for alternative fuels. We're focusing on EV production records, and we're working out our different race record categories that are more in line with where the industry is going and what matters and what are the stories that people want to tell. And hey, we pay pretty close attention to that, whether it's Rivian or Ford or Hyundai with all their electric efforts, their EV efforts and stuff, down to, what are the production SUVs, they're coming up here to do records as well. And that, again, that's all about having a rule book that allows for that. And we have an exhibition division that's right in there. And then also they can declare for different race records. And then outside of the race, we actually do offer certified course times. So much like Nürburgring might, people are allowed to rent, quote unquote, rent the mountain, and they come out and they can lay down a time, and we have a separate, we keep that record separate, but it's, another place to create those marketing and that messaging to get people excited about the innovation that's being proven on the mountain.
Yeah. Yeah. So you've been now in your role as CEO there for 2 years, a little bit more. Is this going to be your third event next year or your second?
Yeah. As CEO, yes. I had been a sponsor. I fell in love with it as a sponsor, years ago, but this will be my third race.
So and I mean, for those that don't know, you've got quite a varied background in motorsports. You've been involved with sports car racing, Baja. It kind of just runs the gamut. What are some of the things in your time here as Pikes Peak and in this role that you have you learned anything that sort of surprised you? Have you, what's that experience been like for you for the past couple of years?
I think, I have been able to bring in, new perspective, maybe some best practices, really from everywhere, from things that I've seen, in Baja or at Le Mans or Daytona or in IndyCar, whatever it might have been in my experience. And even as, especially as probably an executive producer of the docuseries, following Patrick to Le Mans a few years ago, all of that comes into play. I get to use all of it here. It's unique. It's a pop-up event, that takes a month, and a half to set up and get ready. that to how do we get a live stream up and going on a mountain that has a lot of lightning and doesn't like repeaters and doesn't like, the equipment that works, at the track doesn't work here. It just doesn't. And so those kinds of challenges, which I've seen a lot, like say in Baja or, in other areas, other remote sorts of places, I've been able to bring perspective and ideas or connections. It's not that I have the solutions, but I do have, a great network of people I can reach out to. But then I think one of the things that sort of has surprised me about being in this role is, this is such a gem for the region, and it's been around for over 100 years, but just how many people are still discovering it is a lot of fun. And you kind of said, hey, we've got a little bit of momentum. And, when I came on, we started year-round marketing. That was something that really hadn't been done before. Because it is a year-round, it is a relevant story. It's a human story most of the time. It's man versus the mountain, and there happens to be a machine in between the two, right? So that goes on forever. It's evergreen in the storytelling here. So I think been able to do that and just watch people and sponsors get interested and discover. I guess I'm surprised at just how much potential there still is on the table. We're just getting started, to be honest. After 103 years of doing this, there's still a lot more to be done.
Yeah. Storytelling is an interesting thing, and obviously with your background in it, and for those competitors, well, let me take a step back and ask, but at the end of the day, once you've got your selection, about what would be considered a full field?
70 competitors is what we're going for to start on race day.
Okay. So of those 70 competitors, obviously there's a lot of them in kind of, production-based classes or classes that are not going to set, or attempt to get a record time or whatever. But for those guys, there just must be so much fodder for storytelling. And what do you advise those people that say, look, just because you're not maybe going to be, overall fastest time doesn't mean you don't have great stories to tell. What are some of the things that those competitors from a storytelling standpoint should be looking at so that they help get that word out about their participation in the event?
Yeah, I think, the first thing is to consider is, a lot of it's on their bucket list. They're looking for support. How do I get there? These people, a lot of guys have been dreaming about this for a lot of years. And it doesn't matter how big your program is. If you make it to the summit, you've just done what everybody else has done, that's up there at the summit. Yeah. So celebrate that. So it's a celebration of the human spirit, right? Yeah. It's like overcoming whatever those challenges were, whether it could be altitude, it could be getting the vehicle there, it could be just making the trek across the country for some is a big accomplishment. And I think it's important to note that we're trying to help as many people as possible get that word out. We do a great feature called Behind the Wheel each week. It's brought, support of the Colorado Springs Airport, all about highlighting different racers' experiences here. And we don't pick the winners always, yes, we write about them, but we look for those unique stories, those unique people, because that is what Pikes Peak is all about. It's about unique vehicles. It's about unique challenges. So we pay close attention to all those stories, and we actually have an historian here on staff, and that is a big part of our mission, is to capture and keep this going. All the history and all that storytelling. So we're here to help. We're always pitching ideas to our different sponsors. And they'll pick those. David versus Goliath stories all day long, because it can happen here. Some of our most experienced veterans don't always make it up the hill for one reason or another. And then suddenly a person that thought they were way outside of a podium, they're on the podium. You just don't know until race day.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Talking about next year's event, is there anything that's on the horizon, new other things that we should be looking forward to in terms of what you got planned for next year?
We had a lot of new in this past year. Whether operationally, we launched the GT4 division. Looking forward to keeping that moving. Really prove that balanced performance can happen on the mountain between different manufacturers, and it was very close racing, which was fun. I can't say it's a whole lot of new, but I just think it's a lot of getting better.
Okay.
Our live stream keeps pushing it along, and we're getting better distribution. We went to MAV TV this last year with some recap episodes, so that was really exciting to get that out there, and be able to highlight some more of the stories that you don't necessarily get to do, on a live stream. So that was really fun to have that little follow-up piece as well. So I think it's just new, better, more better than new, growing. There's our digital footprint. We're really, been growing and really trying to find new ways, and been really kind of keying into what we can do to keep that moving along too.
Yeah, totally. You mentioned classes. Can you give us just a quick kind of overview of the various classes that can participate in the event?
Sure, I'll do my best. I'm not the technical person here, but
Totally.
Exhibition is just like it sounds. It's really reserved for only like 5 or 6 vehicles. They're there really to either more of a, they want to compete, don't really fit anywhere else, but it's such a unique build or unique program that we put them, that's where they belong.
Kind of akin to Garage 56 at Le Mans, right? Isn't it a sort of a similar idea behind that?
It can be. We've been kind of retooling. It kind of got little out of hand, but yeah, it's a place to kind of put something new out there. That's kind of it. Maybe you can run it once, maybe twice, and then find your division.
Yep.
We have open wheel. We've always had open wheel, for the whole history of the race. So that's fun that we keep that moving along. The Wolf, IndyCar was up here for a lot of years, or for a few. Got to check my facts on that, but it's always been a strong history of open wheel here, so we continue to keep that moving. We have unlimited, just like it sounds, whatever you can build, bring it, race it. We have Pikes Peak Open, again, that's a little bit less more production based, but with lots of get lots of modifications there. See where we've got the GT4, which follows with licensed through SRO, so that's following all of their homologation and kind of rules there. What did I forget? I've got open wheel, so there's always something I forget. Oh, Time Attack, yeah,
yep.
Right. So this is a great place for Time Attack. It's kind of the ultimate Time Attack, of course, too. So, and working with and we're trying to work with a lot of our different partners in the motorsport industry to help bring some of their top racers here too. So that's something that's kind of new, and we're trying to progress in how we work with different race series to kind of highlight what they do here on the mountain.
Yeah. Kind of back to where we started in this conversation about, you said next year is not necessarily more new, just more better. How do you, but it is at the end of the day, as we said, it sort of started as a grassroots event, and you want to keep that kind of that feeling, that vibe about it, but also, keep it progressing. Obviously, it's important to attract partners, to attract manufacturers, to attract participants and people to kind of keep it moving forward. How are some of the ways and maybe some of the struggles that you have between maintaining that grassroots vibe, that family, we're all sort of here in this together vibe, but growing the event and making sure that to some extent the event doesn't become sort of in a way more glitzy than it's meant to be, right? How do you work on that challenge?
Well, I think that's part of the beauty of being an invitation only event. We get that variety of entries or applications for invitations, and then when we go to committee and go through selection, we pay special mind to those grassroots racers and make sure we find that balance. So it's not just who can pay the fastest and first, to get an entry. That's not how it works. So that kind of eliminates, some of that, disparity. So we have that, and like I said, they're here, they want to do it. We've got a lot of local guys that are constantly like, how do we get involved? What can we do? And a lot of them start out as volunteering for teams, for efforts, just being a course official. These guys, they come in, they take it all in, and they figure out how to get their foot in the door and what they're going to build. So it's fun to watch those dreams come true. But they're all really very locally based. I think this last year we had nearly 30% out of the state of Colorado.
Wow.
So we pay attention to where people are coming from, because this is such a community event. It was created for the community to help grow the Pikes Peak region, for the economic impact, for the sporting of it all. So we pay very close attention, and that's what we get to do when we go to selection.
Yeah. Can you give us a little bit of insight into who's involved, who's a part of the selection committee, and how that process works?
It's some people, we have some board members. We don't really reveal names, but industry people, people that are out there and know or familiar with some of those different race series. That's very important to us, that there's some insight. We ask for a lot of information in the application process. So it's race resumes. We're looking at the safety and the build, is always most important to us.
Actually, that's a sort of a good point to know, because you do have a really good idea of what's coming before it comes. It's not like people show up to tech and you're like, oh, you brought this, right? Like, you guys really have a good handle well before the event in terms of what people are doing, and maybe how they're, pushing the envelope of rules, as racers are wont to do,
No, absolutely. And we kind of can get an idea from all this industry and car knowledge that we have on our committee as to what's the day going to look like, where are people going to land. So we know who the fastest are. We know the ones that are going to take a little longer. And that's all okay. But we have to find a balance, to get it all done in the day. And so we have you're right, a lot of insight. We have, open door policy. People are calling and talking to our competition directors year round. Mm-hmm. So we have a lot of insight onto the vehicles before they ever show up for race week.
Yeah, super cool. Well, Melissa, our time is up, I think, but thanks for participating. Happy holidays, and I hope next year's event is another cracker, as it has been for the last few years.
We'd love to see you out here. You're all invited.
Awesome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Melissa. It's always a pleasure to have you on. And again, what an iconic event. I mean, that's I grew up in France watching Vatanen, achieving this amazing thing. So no, thank you so much.
Michelle
for
Mouton,
being with us.
got a shout out for the gals.
Yes. Yep. One of our
Excellent.
favorites. France is huge for us, so thank you.
Absolutely. We're going to bring Lawrence Foster on, though we have a short video from our partners before, and we will be right back with you. So stay with us any second, and we will be right
Scott Lewis and Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
You work as hard as your truck, and you have no time for downtime. That's why more truck owners trust Blue Def, America's #1 diesel exhaust fluid brand. Each batch is guaranteed pure, so you can avoid costly repairs caused by inferior DEF. Demand America's best for your truck with Blue Def and Blue Def Platinum. Put trust in your truck.
Thank you, and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2024. Mr. Lawrence Foster is back with us. Two great sessions, Lawrence, you had this morning with Rodi and Beth. Anything you want to share with us?
No, just some fascinating insight there. Especially Rodi there, now that the E1 series is actually up and running, up and floating, up and aerofoiling, whatever the term is. But no, absolutely great insight. And obviously Formula E there with Beth, perfect timing, just as it begins to set up camp in Sao Paulo for the first round of the season. So, and as usual, Formula E being Formula E, a championship that hasn't stood still. Plenty of innovations for 2024-25, and Beth certainly gave us some excellent insight into that.
Absolutely, and it's fun to see. You're right. I didn't remember, but about 2 years ago, Rodi was part of that panel with Formula E and Extreme E, and that was kind of emerging series. And to see how far they have come and the people they have brought on, I mean, it's amazing.
Oh yeah, amazing. The roster of team owners is sensational, and as Rodi says, you know, that there are more to come. You know, Rodi wants more events, Rodi wants more teams, but you look at the initial sign up and the caliber and just the footprint of the team owners, you know, in terms of getting the message out there to a wider audience. That's a phenomenal job. Tom Brady won everything the first season. I don't know whether I'm happy with that. I don't know, but
I'm sure Judy is going to convince him to come back next year with his owners as panelists.
Win Nadal. I emailed him and said you could always bring Nadal on.
Well, there you go.
Player.
Well, I tell you what, the variety of them as well. You know, me being a sort of like an expat Brit, and for some reason having an obsession with cricket. Having guys like Virat Kohli, you know, the superstar of Indian cricket,
yeah.
and you know, Didier Drogba as well, ex Chelsea hero in soccer. It's amazing. It's amazing who's come in. But also the bottom line, as Rodi explained as well, you know, it's a series that is meaningful for what it wants to achieve in the bigger picture as well. So yeah, fascinating stuff.
Exactly. But we've got Preston, and we're going to dive into a rally. So good afternoon, Preston, and thank you for being with us again this year.
Yeah, great afternoon. Thank you for having me back.
Yeah.
Well, diving straight in then. Preston, most of our guests over the last couple of days are enjoying a kind of at least some semblance of a season break, but your 2025 seasons, at least for two of the regional championships, are actually starting this weekend. No rest for you, I assume.
No, yeah, we have 3 more events to finish off the year. So the off season gets shorter and shorter, and it seems to just be January this year. But yeah, we're kicking off the 2025 season with an event in Minnesota, Namaji, one of our kind of smaller regional events, and then an event in California actually that we brought on a couple of years ago. So still a relatively new event for us, but pretty healthy field there for regional events. So we're excited.
Well, Preston, just give us some context. We've got the national championship, which, by the way, an early release of the calendar, and extremely for competitors and for events themselves as well, a stable calendar in terms of the events, in terms of just the look and feel of it. The 3 regional series underneath it as well. So just give us your state of the union of where ARA and those championships are at the moment.
Yeah, it's, you know, to be able to release the calendar as early as we have this year, we push to try and get it out earlier and earlier every year, just since we do really have a mix between professional teams, but also still quite a few grassroots competitors. And so vacation time can be at a premium. And so always trying to get them those dates early. But it really is a testament to our event organizers that we've been working with to really have great events year over year. And as you said, our national championship has been pretty stable, with the exception of bringing on a new event in Tennessee last year, the rebranded now Over Mountain Tennessee, based kind of outside the Johnson City, Bristol area. And they've been a great addition for us, kind of a young and ambitious group there. And so we've been really excited to bring them on, and they're trying some new things with their event. That's been pretty exciting for us. But really, looking at the regional championship, that's kind of the backbone of the sport. Again, the fascinating kind of juxtaposition for rally in the US is that blend of professional and grassroots, and grassroots competitors show up for the regional events and make those events successful. So we went from 4 events in 2017 to we're up to, I think, 22 or 24 events going into 2025. So just really shows kind of the growth that we've seen, and the renewed interest in the sport, and really the expansion is kind of the wave that we're riding right now. So,
I mean, one of the things as well that makes ARA so successful and actually on this growth trajectory that it's on now as well is that it's an organization that will find a place for you to run. It's something where variety is not sort of frowned upon, but is basically celebrated and accommodated. I mean, I look at Ferrari powered Subarus. I look at sort of Volvos on the gravel and stuff, and it's a series that, okay, you've got your top end guys, you've got your factory Subarus, you've got the guys in the Rally 2 machinery sort of taking them on, but for you, I mean, core and central to the success of the ARA would seem to be there is a place for everybody.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think that's what makes our series so exciting and a bit different than what you do see internationally. Of course, for us, we welcome international competitors coming over and things like Rally 2 machinery, and that adds a different level of excitement, especially towards the top of the field. But for us, I mean, you were part of a program a few years ago,
well,
with
yes.
Prius that competed, and maybe some people don't see it as a race car, but I think that's something that we love about our series and Rally in the US is we're racing real cars. They're all production based cars. Yes, there's a Ferrari engine in a Subaru, but they're both production from different factories, let's say. But having the V8 Sonics and different engine swaps and all different blends and sounds, that's what's great about Rally. And I think that's the allure of Rally in the US, is because we still have such a diverse group of competitors and a diverse group of machinery. There's a lot of intrigue going on for our series right now, and we've had I've had more conversations with 5 or 6 different OEMs in the last few months than I have in years, and I think that just really shows what our team and our events have created over the last few years, and that renewed interest that we're seeing in Rally.
I mean, Subaru is obviously a role model in terms of being a long-time factory participant, but it's also one where it isn't sort of to the detriment of the rest of the scene. I mean, if you look at that, if you look at, I mean, obviously we had a win for a Citroen Rally 2 car this year, an overall win, whatever. For you, how much is there a sort of a juggling act to sort of keep the big boys happy, but also make sure that the grassroots competitors, the guys and girls who are basically spending every last cent on making sure that they are on the Olympus Rally, how do you sort of like get that balance so everybody is happy? Big question, sorry.
If you have the answer, let me know. But no,
I don't.
And that's exactly what it is. It's a juggling act because everyone's operating off of the same set of rules. And yes, we have different classes with different opportunities for what you can do to the cars, but every decision we make, we are really weighing how is it affecting the guys at the top versus the guys at the bottom and everything in between. Whether it's rule changes or event structure changes, whatever the case is, we have to be very mindful with that. And I think that speaks to the partnerships that we have with our event organizers and our competitor base and volunteers and everyone else, to be able to work with such unique groups and still have the successful series that we have, just really shows the passion behind the sport and really the drive that everyone has to make this successful. And one of the things that we've really leaned on, in the last few years and doing a better job as a series is really understanding the economic impact that we make for the communities that we come into. The difference we have against a lot of other motorsport is we're racing on basically public roads, of course, flows for us to use on competition, but 364 other days of the year, they're, how people are getting to work and how they're getting to their driveway. And so we really have to have these partnerships and these relationships with these local communities. And again, our events do a fantastic job working with them. And now we've really come in and shown the impact that we have. And some of our national events, we're seeing over $3 million in economic impact for a single event. And to bring that amount of money into some of these smaller, rural communities makes a big difference. And so we get the ability to race on their roads. They get to come not only watch, but also see some benefits from it. And so we're really trying to expand on those relationships.
I think as well with the regional series as well, the fact that a couple of times a year that they get to share the stages with a national championship as well. I mean, that is something pretty unique, maybe in, definitely in North American motorsports.
Yeah, to be able to say that you're racing the same roads as those factory Subarus, or your Ken Blocks and Travis Pastranas and Brandon Semeneks of the world. I know that was part of what interested me when I was a competitor, for the better part of a decade, was being able to start racing and be able to enter the same events and ultimately beat them at some, when they wouldn't finish usually, but still at the end of the day, the result sheet don't lie, right?
Well, Preston, talk about that then. Somebody has basically seen rallying in their local area. Somebody has basically sort of picked up on it. Just give us an entry point and a way of actually starting in ARA rallying.
Yeah, I think that's actually been one of the big changes we've seen over the last few years, is how to get involved. And of course, the big push we still tell people is to get involved on the volunteer side to start, because then you understand how the event's structured, kind of the time schedule, and you really just get a better understanding of how rallies work, because it's not as easy as hopping in a car, putting your belts on, and off you go racing. There are a lot of logistics involved with it. But, the other thing is we've partnered with a number of rally schools across the US, which is a great way to get some seat time, understand driving dynamics, of course, work with their instructors. And geographically, it works out great for us because on the West Coast, we have Dirtfish kind of outside of Seattle. Central US, we work with a school called Rally Ready in Texas. We've actually got a rally sprint series that we do down there, which has even more expanded the opportunities to get involved. The rally sprints are meant to be kind of that in between a stage rally with its complicated schedules and somewhat of a logistical nightmare, to almost back to the roots of you just show up and you're able to do what ultimately looks like a real rally stage on a closed facility. So and we've also been trying a number of different classes there. We have UTVs there. We've had some electric cross carts there. And so we're able to do a lot more different things than we would with a traditional stage rally down there in Texas. So, and then on the East Coast, we do have Tim O'Neill, who's been a stalwart for rally schools for, I think 2 or 3 decades at this point. And so with that, again, it's a great way for people to understand what it means to drive a rally car, just because, of course, it is a bit different seeing it on the side of the road versus being in the driver's seat, and get some training so that you can enter your first rally with a bit more confidence.
And I guess as well that rally sprint series can be a destination in itself, although it's the perfect jump off into regional or national level. It is in terms of just the sheer fun, just the sheer competitiveness of it. You want to stay in rally sprint, you don't want the hassle of those logistics or whatever. It would seem to be the perfect sort of destination for any number of people.
It is, and I mean, we've got a pretty healthy series in itself down there now. They do 4 events a year. We kind of stay away from the summer months just because they tell me Texas gets quite hot. I don't go down there, so I don't have to experience it. But we're actually looking at maybe doing a night race to kind of fill some of the summer months and with temperatures that are a bit more comfortable, let's say. But yeah, being able to do a 4-race series in what may be not too far away from you, and the great thing about Rally Ready is they have storage facilities and tech area to help keep the cars going and such. So it really does give new competitors an opportunity to be able to get involved in the sport in a bit easier of an option.
Now, rallying and obviously the experience that ARA presents is a pretty unique proposition, not just geographically, but in terms of the challenge, in terms of what you were doing. It's you against the clock. It's how do you sort of connect with a sort of a wider audience? I mean, a different demographic, say the grid life crowd, the Formula Drift crowd, the ones who kind of see the cars and see the experience and what it presents. Is there do you feel there is sort of like a link that can be exploited?
Yeah, I mean that's really our next big task. I feel like our competition and event structures are pretty stable, as we've talked about, and in a good place where it's just minor upkeep for those. So really, for us, the next big push is on the promotional side. Rally is hard to follow in the U.S., and that's a problem that we need to fix. It's a motorsport with over 1 billion global followers, and it's still a relatively small sport here in the US, and that's again our kind of next big task, and that is not only following it in person, which is always going to be its own adventure. When you look at our demographics, we really differ than a lot of motorsport from a spectator standpoint because they're extremely outdoorsy. They love hiking and fishing and all that side of it, and so we can capture some of that with that group, but then also looking at it from the digital standpoint. Our digital footprint is quite small at this point, and that is, as I said, the big push that we're looking at moving forward. We're fortunate where we're bringing on a couple of pretty big partners to go into our sport and supporting our sport for 2025. Not quite ready to share details yet, but
no, that's fine.
The expectation is here next week with PRI, we'll have a bigger announcement for that. But that's really for us looking outside of just the motorsport world and saying, how can we capture some of the fans of either other motorsport or again, the outdoorsy crowd? And live streaming, Melissa mentioned on the Pikes Peak call here just before this, it's a challenge because of how remote we are.
Yeah, sure.
And so looking at more of post-production type of media, and certainly some of the more social media focused short form videos and interviews is really kind of the direction that we'll be looking at for 2025, with looking at docu-series and things like that in the future.
It certainly lends itself to, as you say, to a sort of post-event narrative. These are great self-contained stories. The challenge, the sort of the ups and downs. So that does sound extremely interesting for different ways of capturing the audience.
Yeah, well, and as even a sport like F1 found, it's the motorsport is interesting, but the people are really the focus of the stories. And we have a lot of direction we're putting together to really focus on the people, because we have a fascinating bunch that comes out to our races, not only from a competitor standpoint, but volunteers. We talk about multiple generations. I think at one control I was at last year, we had 4 generations of one family that was all there working together at the control. So it's an extremely passionate bunch, and we want to be able to share their stories and our passion for the sport with the rest of the US and certainly the world. And we've already invested in some technology. I know we've talked over the years about things like Rally Safer tracking systems, because you're always going to have your diehard fans that want the times immediately and know where every car is, and certainly that's important to us as well. And so we've already invested in some of that technology, and we're comfortable with it, and now we're trying to utilize it to another capacity.
Preston, you're a case study in terms of being, somebody who saw rallying, was hooked on it, participated in it. Say I want to kind of see I want that sort of I get it moment by being there and sort of seeing it. I mean, my own personal I get it moment in terms of, I sort of come from a European rallying background, but I remember being on Snowdrift, and being on Bonfire Alley and thinking, this is me sort of like, I get this. I mean, if there were 2 or 3 places on 2 or 3 events where you would put a non-rally fan, set them down, and basically they will immediately get it, where would that be?
Well,
I think that's
I think that's the beauty of our series, though, and our schedule is because of how different all the US territories are. You know, you look at European rally and you really have to go country to country to be able to, you know, okay, this is what a tarmac rally, this is snow and ice. We have it all in the US. I mean, that's what makes the ARA so wonderful. And you speak to Bonfire Alley and Snowdrift. And you know, we've had, again, international people come over and say there's nothing like this that I've ever seen. And to paint the picture for
it puts the Col de Torini to shame.
Right, yeah, which is saying something. To paint the picture for the people who haven't been there before. So it's typically one of the final stages of our opening event, Snowdrift, which is in Michigan. And I've been competing there when it's been negative 35 degrees. So it's not a very warm event to attend to. So a lot of spectators go to what is now Bonfire Alley, or known as Bonfire Alley, create these huge bonfires on the side of the stage. And, you know, if that wasn't enough, as the cars come by, they actually pour gasoline on it. And so you have these huge flare-ups. And I remember the first time I was a competitor coming through that stage, and you hear stories about it, and you kind of have a picture in your head as far as what you think it's going to be. But these fires are so big that you feel the heat as you actually drive past them. And, you know, I was a co-driver, and so you don't want your co-driver speechless as you're going through the stage, but I was about as close as you can get. But we have that all over. You know, you go to Oregon, and they have the iconic Boyd Loop with their big jump there. And Travis, I think Travis Pastrana holds the record. I think he jumped 120 feet or something. And this is just a jump in the middle of the stage. You know, it's no man-made jump or something you see on some of the super specials around the world. This is just a feature of the stage, and Olympus has the Wildcat stage. So you find it at every event, and I think that's the beauty for us, is to be able to select those national events that really showcase what we have to offer in the US better than you see in a lot of other countries. And because of that, we've been getting more and more international competitors. I think this year we had 20 different countries, or people from 20 different countries participate for our series here in the US, which is really humbling. You know, our focus is always going to be to expand US competition, but I always want to foster you know, a series where international competition is welcomed and really adds to what we have to offer. So
I mean, you said there about the fact that there are so many different you know, conditions, different sort of locations. In terms of the national series, is there any area where you feel a rally here will be the, you know, the final piece in sort of giving you every single thing you want, or do you think you're pretty much there now?
I would really, I mean, with any series, I want more events, right? I really want to have more opportunities for our competitors to be able to compete and for people to follow the series. And you know, I think the number of national events we have is in a good place, because it works out to be about once a month. You know, once we get started racing in February, you know, for the national series at least. And so I wouldn't really want more than about that kind of 8 number that we're at now. But what I would love is to be able to have a rotation where, you know, we can add, say, a couple of East Coast events. You know, maybe a couple in the central US. I'm based in Colorado, so I'm biased, and we have a very good regional event here, not quite ready for national status yet, but being able to tap into some of those markets that we're not in right now is something that's important to us. And especially when we look at it, you know, I mentioned the economic growth that we're able to bring to the areas, to be able to offer that up and say, you know, here's what we can bring. How about we have some roads we can race on? So, you know, one of the places we expanded into was Tennessee that I mentioned. And they're a great case study for us, where they started as a regional event, pretty small one-day event, you know, dozen or two competitors that would come out, and they met with us and said, we want to be a national event, and what will it take? And they really ticked all the boxes, and 3 years later, here they are on our national calendar. We've also expanded into Kentucky, and so again, we're in a really good spot right now, but we're ambitious, and we really want to add as many events as possible.
And your talk of rotation, I mean, that's something of a vexed question oftentimes in the WRC, but with having such a a healthy regional scene as well. I guess that sort of lends itself to maybe being more plausible to be able to rotate in and out of the national series.
Yeah, there's, I think sometimes a bit too much focus on the national championship. Obviously,
Right,
for us, that's
right.
that's our showcase events, and that's what we highlight for the series. But we have a much more healthy regional championship than we've had in the last number of years, and to be able to expand on that. And for me, it's giving competitors more opportunities to race. Rally cars are expensive, and you're very limited on where you can race them. Well, any race car is expensive, and it's all relative, right? But your entry level rally cars are still tens of thousands of dollars, and if you're only able to race it once or twice a year, it's tough to justify that cost. But if suddenly you can race it 4 or 5 times a year, it makes a bit more sense. And rally as a whole is a pretty cost effective sport from a money standpoint, and so being able to compete in more events and get more seat time ultimately is what the competitors want, and we're working with event organizers to try and bring.
So Preston, obviously we've got a healthy platform to build on. So just putting your sort of predictive head on, where do you kind of see ARA maybe 3-5 years down the road? I mean, what would you like to sort of see different? What would you like to see enhanced? What would you like to see as growth areas to be exploited?
Yeah, from a series standpoint, when we're talking competition, I'd love to see a couple more OEMs involved, or OEs involved. Again, we're production cars, and there are so few motorsport now that operate based on a true production car chassis as really the basis of what they're using. And so to be able to have more of them involved, I think is important to us, and certainly an opportunity not only for us but also for them. Some of the brands out there have storied rally histories, and they're not rallying anymore. But you look at Subaru as an example of that. They're not rallying internationally, but have a really healthy team here in the US. And of course, the brand sees value in it, or else they wouldn't continue to invest to compete here. So certainly on the competition side, that's what I want to see. And I think as we get larger brands involved with that, we can help keep some of the costs and other things for the grassroots competitors less expensive. Again, talking back to the decision making and always having to look at different aspects, trying to keep it more affordable for grassroots competitors is important. But then from there, looking at larger exposure of the sport and series here in the US will always be that kind of carrot to chase. And for us, I think being a more recognized sport and standing next to our NHRAs and NASCARs and those types of sports in the US is really important to us, and kind of in that 5-year goal.
Well, Preston, we will leave it at that, because I see that the panel has re-entered the room. You've probably got a bunch of preps to make for 2 events on the weekend.
Yes, absolutely. But always happy to make time here. And as with everyone that's part of this group, passionate about what I do, and so happy to talk about it.
No, superb insight. And have 2 really successful events on the weekend. 2 very different events as well.
Yes, very different, but hopefully equally successful.
All right. Thanks for your time, Preston.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Preston, and thank you, Lawrence. Another great interviews. We're going to roll a little video, a short video from our partners, and we'll be right back with you.
EPARTRADE is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
EPARTRADE, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier.
When you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information, and then from there, it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
EPARTRADE really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Speed Sport 1 is your new home for motorsports. If you're a hardcore race fan, you've got it all on this new, exciting network. It doesn't matter if it's on land or water, 2 wheels or 4, asphalt or dirt. It's all free at speedsport1.com. You can also take it on the go with the Speed Sport 1 app. Download it today. This is Speed Sport 1, the live racing network.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2024. We just saw a beautiful video from Speed Sport 1. So wanted to remind everyone, please go on Speed Sport 1. We are live every morning on Speed Sport 1. Thanks to Mike and Joe and everyone at Speed Sport. It's been a delight. They rerun some of the shows during the day. And then we're also live on speedsport.com, on racer.com, on YouTube, on Facebook. And of course, if you want to check the schedule and the list of speakers, please go to ePartrade.com. Mike, we're going to embark in 3 back-to-back series talking about off-road, right?
Yes, we're going to kick it off with the SCORE International Desert Series.
Exactly. And I mean, you had some great sessions so far this week. Anything you want to share with us?
I think it's been a good couple of days so far. I've learned a couple of things. There's even been a few little news tidbits that I heard here and there. And, it's an interesting group of people that join here from all different aspects of motorsports. I've been involved in motorsports for 34 years now, and there's still a lot I have to learn. And I look forward to this next session with SCORE to learn a few things that I don't know about off-road racing.
Excellent. So I'm getting a signal from our producer. Jose is with us, and we're going to dive directly. And I think he's in Mexico right now, and we're going to dive into SCORE. Excellent. Here you are.
Welcome back.
Hi, how are you?
Hello, very good. Let's dig right into it here. Let's get. Well, that was going to be a silly phrase I was going to say about getting dirty, but a person who's never attended a SCORE event, what would they see when they walk to the starting line?
Wow. Well, you would see the best off-road races put on the world. You would see different classes of motorcycles and vehicles with the top racers from even other types of racing events. You would see over $1 million trophy trucks taking on the incomparable Baja Desert Mountains, and just an incredible event that has been going on for 57 years now, attracting champions from all over, movie stars, famous people, and just an incredible scenery down here.
And thousands of spectators, just thousands throughout the course.
And free.
Free.
We don't charge.
What is that experience like for those spectators? I mean, they can get really close to the action.
Yes, sometimes way too closer than what we would want them to, but it's part of the tradition here in Mexico. Like Juan said, over 57 years now doing this, they're so used to it. They're not afraid. That it's part of the tradition here. It's like a religion here.
Just so everybody knows who we're talking to, Jose, we have your name on the screen, but the other gentleman, you are?
Pintos.
Excellent. Good to meet you guys. We talked a little bit about the history of SCORE, recently celebrated a 50th anniversary. How exactly did SCORE get started? Give us a little recap of the early history.
Well, it started back around 1967 when a group of adventurers on motorcycles started off from a bull ring located in Tijuana, just across the U.S. border. They raced down the peninsula of Baja California. It's important to note there were only paved roads on about south of Ensenada, maybe 200 miles. The rest was dirt, all the way down to the tip of the peninsula, to La Paz. And from there, they would stop at every telegraph office so they could get like their notes.
That was like their checkpoints.
Those were their checkpoints. And from there, it started the attraction of people wanting to come and live this adventure. And pretty soon, you had a Mexican 1000 race that was organized by NORA, and then SCORE came on board around 1972, and you had stars like James Gardner, Paul Newman down here racing, taking part in the adventure, and then everybody wanted to be part of this incredible race, and that's that one called the Baja 1000. But now it's evolved into the SCORE World Desert Championship, and it's the San Felipe 250, the Baja 500, and our newest race, 6-year-old Baja 400. So it's incredible.
You touched on some of the famous people who've run in the race, but a lot of mainstream racers who've been part of it over the years too. And SCORE and off-road racing also created its own stars as well through the years. Let's talk about a few of those guys that played a particular role in the history of these events.
Well, I mean, stars in our world, in the off-road world. I mean, we have Ivan the Ironman Stewart, probably Walker Evans. I mean, there's so many, Larry Ragland. Those guys, we see them as gods, as our heroes. And they started racing in this type of races, and now, like you said, the people just look up to them, and they're famous because of what they did racing. There's many more, of course.
And we still got a great champion like Rob McCacken, who is the winningest racer, and he's still going at it. He just recently won the Baja 1000 along with
Luke McMillan.
With Luke McMillan. So, and then you've got racers from Dakar, like Nasser Al-Attiyah or Toby Price, who has won several races down here. We've had racers from Jenson Button, Formula One champion, and it's nice to see them come down here and see the difference of racing in an oval or racing in a Dakar, and then come down here to Baja, and they're blown away when they come down here.
I grew up an IndyCar fan, and obviously my first introduction to road race or off-road racing was through Rick Mears and the Mears family.
Yeah,
they were here. Casey Mears just raced with us for the Baja 1000. Roger Mears was my hero when I was growing up. So yeah, watching them in off-road racing, also in the Mickey Thompson Stadium races, that was just something else for us.
The recent Baja event, how did that go in terms of success? How many entrants this year? You know, you mentioned that McCacken won again, but were you pleased with how everything went?
Well, we had 284 entries total from 15 countries, from 32 states in the U.S. It was an exciting 864 miles of route, because we went in to certain sections south of Ensenada near the San Quintin and all the way to the mid-peninsula to Carabina. And like Rob McCacken was commenting to us, it's just incredible to race through the desert with either a sunset or a sunrise. We had a variety of weather, you know, nice weather starting out, a little bit warmer, and then we had some rain at the end to make it interesting. And it was very successful. It was a great challenge for the racers, and another adventure that they'll go back to talk about.
I think a lot of people in motorsports are used to just showing up to the racetrack and racing. Explain a little bit that's a lot more involved in, we'll use the Baja 1000 as the primary example, that you don't just get there and race. There's a lot of preparation involved.
Well, a lot of people actually do just show up and not knowing what they're going to go up against. But yeah, well, we're one of the few that open up the course weeks before so that people can go and pre-run, make their notes, all their logistics and their pit plans, just everything. When race day comes, they're ready. Everything's like fine-tuned, and usually things go perfect as planned. But yeah, it's not normal that people just show up and, hey, it's the Baja 1000. It's like on my bucket list, and I want to do it. People do it. We had a guy just did it in an old Triumph motorcycle. He only went 70 miles, and I mean, it was his dream probably. But Baja and our courses are rough. They're really a challenge. So people need to come and experience it. Like I said, pre-running it will give you an idea of what you need and how much you need to prepare for it.
How much has technology changed the running of Baja and your other events? And I don't mean technology inside of the vehicle. I mean other technologies, GPSs, social media, whatever it is that has changed how the race is both officiated and run.
Well, it has changed a lot in every aspect. You said not only in the vehicles, just the vehicles themselves, they are just over the top. Technology with them is just unreal how fast they can go through terrain that is so rough. Plus, they're always in communication. You can get all their telemetry. I mean, everything is live. Now we can have live streaming, and you can see from inside the vehicles, just live time what's happening, which sometimes is not good. We just disqualified a team that we were live streaming them, and they did something that it was right there on TV, and so it's good and bad. But I think it's great that people can get to see live action and also live timing. We every hour we can tell you who's in the lead, and it's just unreal where this is going. We can communicate with the teams. From it's I don't know where it's gonna go, but right now it's unreal.
How many different classes are there, and explain a little bit the difference in those classes? Obviously, you know, from the very high budgets to much lower budgets.
Yeah, well, we have around 30 classes between the four-wheel vehicles and the motorcycles and quads. Our top class, not top, our fastest class would be the trophy truck class, and it's divided in trophy truck and trophy truck legends, which is actually the legends. It's an unlimited car. It has to resemble a truck. It's not open wheel vehicle, but everything goes. And the legends, the only difference is that the drivers have to be over 50. But that's like the Formula One in off-road.
Right.
And we have pretty much the same, only but it has to be that's class one, which it has to be open wheel, independent rear suspension, so it's not a live diff. So that's the only difference. No truggies anymore. But they're pretty close to the trophy trucks. Then we start going down the line with the trophy truck specs, which is like an unlimited chassis. It's a truck-based class. It has to be a rear traction, and the only thing that it's limited is in the engine. It has to be a 525 horsepower engine, an LS3 engine, pretty much sealed. It's totally stock, and a turbo 400 transmission. So that class to me is one of the ones that are super popular. We've had over like 45. Like in San Felipe, we usually have like 45 of those. Because it's a driver's class. You're racing against same engines, same transmissions. So the chassis plays a lot, the driver plays a lot. So it's a really popular class now. Then it goes down to like class 10, open wheel, limited engine to a 2.5 liter engine. And then score lights. So it just starts going down to class 11, which is the stock, the most classical race car there is, the stock PW class. Yeah, that one. Those guys are my heroes. And then we start with motorcycles. We have a bunch of classes also there. We have the Pro Moto Unlimited, which everything goes. That's the top of the line class. Then we have like a Pro Moto 30. We have Pro Moto Limited. Then we even have sportman classes. We have quads, pro quads. The one class that is really growing right now in motorcycles is the Ironman class. It's something that it's just mind-boggling that one person can take on the Baja 1000. And it's just incredible.
We had over 30 Ironman race this Baja 1000.
Wow.
And that was I think we had 32. I think that was a new record for Ironman. Incredible. It's just like those guys are crazy because to drive, to race all those miles by themselves, they're incredible. They're a class of their own.
Give people a perspective of the, not just the miles, but the time involved from start to finish in the Ironman class.
Oh yeah, I mean, we give everyone the same time limit. Like this race was, I believe, 36 hours to finish, and it's more than enough. I mean, you have to be over 20 miles per hour estimated approximate time, but sometimes it's hard to keep it at 20 miles. I mean, you have sections that you're running at 5 miles per hour. And you have sections that you're doing in a motorcycle, you're doing 90 miles or more. But the Ironmans, they have to pace themselves. If you see their tracks, every time they stop for fuel, there's like the difference between another class is that they get fuel and they go. The Ironman, sometimes they take 10 minutes to rest because their hands are numb. They're just their body.
Yeah, eat a sandwich, whatever it might be.
They need to stop and rest a little bit. We've had a few that they said, you know what, I had to stop at race mile 500 or I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I was going to end up in the hospital if so. But just people try it, and I think it's the best thing in the world. The sensation of trying it, being an Ironman is just unreal.
Just to finish, it's incredible.
Oh, for sure. I can't imagine walking for that long a period of time, let alone riding a bike.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's amazing, and something I wasn't really aware of, that there was a class.
Yeah, we have quads also that are Ironman. It's a heavier vehicle. It takes, I think, physically it's more demanding. That's why it's not so popular yet. But in two wheels, it's just crazy. I mean, we shake their hands before they take off, and we tell them, like, "What are you doing?" Something up the race, but it's like, why? They're from all over. So it's something that's picking up, that it's going to be way more popular even, and that it is right now. And even in the trucks, I mean, being in a trophy truck for 20 hours, that takes a lot. Like one of the teams that almost won it, he Ironmaned also and won the championship. So it's pretty interesting.
I imagine that in today's world, they have lots of state-of-the-art navigation systems in the trucks. However, how does a guy on a motorcycle know which way to go?
Exactly. A lot of it comes with pre-running, of course, and we try to do our best, not only giving them the GPS files with weeks in advance so they can do their notes, they can do their pre-running, and but we also, we have BCPs that are virtual checkpoints that they have to hit along the race course. So it's not like just go race 1,000 miles and come back. So they have to stay on the race course. It's physically marked, even though, like you said, on a motorcycle, how can you on 80 miles per hour through the whoops and you're watching the GPS? You can't.
Jumping up and down.
Yeah, so we even mark the GPS. Everything's different colored. There's no guarantee that those physical markers are going to be there on race day. I mean, we have just cows. It's just open desert. Cows, vehicles, people. I mean, sometimes there's no markers for 3-4 miles. It's just an adventure. It's just I don't know. We're here at the start and finish line, and it's for us even. It's mind-boggling.
In addition to the 1,000 and the other individual events, you guys actually crown champions at the end of your season. how many people run the full season? Explain a little bit about how the championship works.
Well, in our championship, in Score Championship, you do have to race all 4 races. If not, I mean, someone that does 3 races and could have more points at the end of the year, he's not eligible to win the championship. Whoever races has more points and raced all four races. And well, it's just that either you have to start, the driver or rider of record, they either have to start or finish the race. So it doesn't matter how long they go, how many miles they do. For us, the rule is as long as you either start or finish, you get the start points, placement points, and finishing points.
What is the atmosphere like at one of your events? The complete atmosphere in the pit area, the starting line among the fans.
Well, it starts with the activities of the tech inspection, and then the actual start. We've been starting in recent years the motos around past midnight or 1 a.m., 2 a.m. to give them more distance from the first vehicle, which would usually start around 8 or 9 a.m. There's a lot of excitement, a lot of nerves on all parts. Thousands of spectators at the start, and then all along, like in this case, 864 miles. The racers comment that they're cheering them on as they're going on. Sometimes they even, if they break down or something, the spectators help them, and it's a great atmosphere of camaraderie between the spectators and the racers. It's part of Baja's culture, the whole peninsula, not only our state, which is Baja California, but it's part of our identity. It's part of our culture. We grew up, as Jose was commenting, with off-road racing, and it's really, really popular. Plus, it has a tremendous economic impact, not only on the host city, but on all of the communities around all along the route. And then not only on race day or race week, but actually, like Jose was commenting, 3 weeks of activities. Plus, you've got there are the 4 events that promote tourism-wise, that promote Baja California the most worldwide. When you've got live stream, when you've got social media, where we've gotten over 10 million people that somehow were involved, either watching us on social media or live stream. Then we've got the Score Journal digital magazine. It's reached up to 2.5 million readers. It's bilingual, it's monthly, and you can see videos, you can see great shots. So there's a lot of expectation all throughout the year for the Score races, because it's also like collateral advantages, also like the Surviving Baja series, which was recently launched and now can be seen here in Mexico also, where you can see the whole last year's championship, all 4 races. And so there's a lot of things that come into the race, a lot of organization, a lot of hard work on putting on this, but it's great satisfaction to see that all of this is happening in your state, in your city, and we all the staff on both sides of the border, we have to, we have something to do with it. We cooperated.
What's one thing that happens at a Score race that most normal or traditional race fans would not expect?
Well, I don't know. Where do you start? It depends. It depends. I mean, you see everything. It's I don't know. Anything can happen. It's like the Wild West here.
It's, I think, on a spectator's part, a lot of us grew up also as spectators, and you bring the family, because it's a family-oriented event. As we mentioned before, we don't charge for it. So you bring your family, you see your idols go by on Tech Day. You sometimes catch the start in Ensenada or in San Felipe or wherever the race starts. But then you have the advantage of going out to the actual race course, and you can see them one part, like in a certain section on a valley, then drive over and see them
on the coast,
on the desert. And then you have the advantage of coming back to Ensenada to see them come back. So I don't know of many racing events that you can have something like that from a spectator point of view, but also from a racer, because like Ivan Stewart once said that he raced the Baja 1000 and he went through all 4 seasons of the year. It rained, foggy, hot weather, snow, flurry up in the mountains, and not too many places in the world can you race something like that.
Expect the unexpected, and you still can't be prepared for it.
You can never be. You just have to exactly expect the unexpected.
Is there anything else that the world should know about the Score brand of motorsports?
Well, they need to know that they need to come and experience it in person. This is something that people get hooked on just by coming and expect just watching the race. You'll want to do it because anyone can do it. You don't need to have all the experience in the world. Just show up. We'll find a class for your vehicle, and you can go race. Yeah. People from all over the world that maybe someday they grew up just hearing about it. They come and see it, and then you just you want to do it. You can do it by your own. You can hire companies that will give you the service of putting you in a real full-on race vehicle with all the pit support. So that's unique here. I mean, Dakar also has companies like that. But you come and you can do it, and you could just leave the vehicle and walk back home, and man, those memories are going to be with you forever.
Plus, if you come down to Baja, we're world famous for our food. We've got the best craft beer in Mexico, the best wines in Mexico, and some of the best in the world. Great accommodation. So a lot of the race teams come and the fans combine their stay here. A lot of them say, hey, wait a minute, I'm going to come back for Thanksgiving. We just had so many racers that come back for medical tourism, for weddings, for wine tasting, for whatever. So you kind of get all that mixture, and it's something very, very special.
See, we've reached the end of our time. Very enjoyable conversation. I learned a lot. I hope everyone else did. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. And Juan, I agree with you. That's a part of the world I love, and I love Mexico. I mean, everywhere in Mexico is a great place. No, thank you very much, and great job on the series. And we're going to stay in off-road. We are going to have 2 other sessions on off-road. So stay with us, and we will run a short video from our partners and sponsors, and we'll be right back with you.
When it comes to pushing the limits of performance, the pros know there's no room for compromise. At Crowder Cams, we don't just engineer camshafts and valve train components, we redefine what power means. Since 1955, Crowder Cams has been the name trusted by racers, engine builders, and gearheads around the globe. Whether you're building a street machine, a dragster, or a track car, Crowder Cams provides the muscle you need to dominate. And with Crowder, victory is within your reach.
For over 25 years, Wisconsin-based C-Tech Manufacturing has been engineering and manufacturing the toughest, most accessible aluminum tool drawers, cabinets, carts, and tactical storage solutions for America's hardest working professionals. Whatever you need to store and however you need to store it, put your trust in C-Tech Manufacturing. We build it better. Visit our new website at ctechmanufacturing.com or give us a call at 715-355-8842.
If you're watching this video, you might be wondering, what is WPC? WPC is a surface treatment designed to reduce friction and increase the strength of metal parts. As much as it might seem like a coating, WPC is actually a surface treatment. Think of it like shot painting, but the media is much finer, like talc. So what you're left with is a super hard, smooth surface that actually has some proprietary dry lubricants embedded within it. For more information, visit WPCtreatment.com.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2024. A very special thank you to our sponsor. They are making this week possible. So ETS Racing Fuel, Penske Racing Sharks, Peak, Fifth Third Bank Motorsports, Scott Lewis Associate, Crowder, ARP, C-Tech Manufacturing, Performance Plus Global Logistic, and 3P Performance Racing Sensors. Judy, they have been with us pretty much since the beginning, all these sponsors, and that's really without their support, this would not be possible. So a big thank you to them. Mr. Tamayo, we have you back, and we're going to bring a dear friend of Racer and also a contributor, and we're going to be talking with Marty for Crandon. Marty has been one of our guest year after year after year. So it's been, a supporter of this event since day one, and we're delighted to have you on. George, while we're waiting for Marty, any things you want to share with us on this year's Industry Week?
I mean, it's just, again, I'm always impressed and amazed by the cast of people that come on and share their insights throughout the week. It's always just an impressive list of guests that you guys get on the show, and I'm pleased to be a part of it.
Good afternoon, Marty.
Good afternoon from the frozen tundra of Wisconsin.
Oh, wow.
I flew up from California, have some meetings here at Crandon today, and you can tell I've got my hot coffee here, and I've got my lumberjack shirt. I'm good to go. Ready to talk some off-road racing, from Crandon and Baja and anywhere else. So nice to see you guys, and thank you again for the invitation. I very much appreciate it.
Could not be any more perfect for you.
Yeah, you're locked in there, Marty.
It's locked in. It's green. It's Christmas. It's the whole thing. It's a whole deal. So we're good.
Sounds good.
Nice. Marty, good to see you again. It's been a while.
George, it's been a while, man. I appreciate you being on here and kind of walking me through what we're going to talk about today, and always being there for Racer. It's always been a great experience to be part of the family there, and I enjoy it very much, and have a wonderful chance to come back now and be a contributor again. And as soon as that happened, the Baja 1000 happened, then unfortunately we lost a couple of icons with Malcolm Smith, who everybody knows about from On Any Sunday, and then really one of the most significant people we lost that people didn't know the story about was really Mary McGee.
Awesome.
Who was the first woman everything.
Incredible story she has.
Incredible story. First woman motocross racer, first woman to ever race in the Mexican Baja 1000, the first woman to finish the Baja 1000. And she was in a truck, actually, for a factory team with Peter Brock, who everybody knows the BR. It was a BRE factory team that went down there. And she finished in 68. And then she was the first woman to ever solo the Baja 500 in 1975. And she has a legacy on motocross, sports car racing. It was an amazing story. And, the fact that she just passed the day after Malcolm, and it was the day before her documentary, which was on ESPN 30 for 30, was called Motorcycle Mary, came out, is, I knew her. I spent some time with her. She was a pistol. She was something else. She was exactly the kind of gal you'd think would accomplish those things. And like I said, it was a loss for all of us.
I bet. Just to add a little context to that, I mean, as you mentioned, she may not be a household name, but I believe Lewis Hamilton was one of the producers of that 30 for 30. So it just goes to show, the impact that she had in the community and those who had the pleasure of meeting her.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how that all came about. I got to spend some time with Mary a couple of years ago as an escort for her at the NORA 500. She was the the Grand Marshal, as it were, and her filmmaker Haley Watson came as well. And Lewis's name wasn't in the mix at that time. He made something that he came on afterwards.
Yep.
But I think that the cool part is there were some pictures of this year. It may have been the Grand Prix in Canada. I'm not sure, but Mary was in the paddock, and she just speaking with Lewis, and then Martin Brundle actually, it was like the grid walk, and he actually kind of knelt down with Mary. She was in a wheelchair, and he knew her story, and it was a really touching moment. Here we've got this kind of off-road racer. She was big in the motorcycle world, but even when I done some history on the Baja 1000, her name was there, but I never really dug into who she was until like a couple of years ago. And it's remarkable. And the fact, even alone that she raced Porsches for Václav Polak, in the West Coast, who was, eventually became the Can-Am entrant, and for Milt Minter and all those guys. He was West Coast Porsche, factory racing, and she raced for him in a Spider, 550 Spider, I think it was. Amazing. Like, you just don't think that could happen in one person, but it did.
Yeah. Awesome. Hey, let's turn attention to Crandon, where you are right now. This is this upcoming event next year in 2025 will be the 55th edition of the Crandon World Championships, and I think it's the 9th of the Red Bull World Cup.
No, so that was this year. So behind me, you see this the for this year. So it's a 56th next year.
56th next year. Gotcha.
56th next year, but this year was the 55th and 9th year for the Red Bull Cup, which is kind of a combined weekend where we have all these disciplines of off-road now come. It was not just short course racing here at Crandon. This is obviously the biggest short course race in the world, but we also have now added Ultra 4 rock racing and the burgeoning Class 11s, which are the stock Volkswagens that have been around forever. There's a race this weekend out of Laughlin that I think there's 59 cars entered.
Wow.
59 stock Volkswagens. I don't know if we're going to find them. But the point is that this class has kind of really picked up, and we have a Class 7 World Championship here, and we have night racing here. So it's an all-encompassing off-road weekend. Obviously, the stars of the show that have pushed this thing along for long here has been real short course off-road racing. Pro 2, Pro 4s, the Johnny Greases and CJ Greases of the world, and those guys. And it's what our fans. I think we had 58,900 fans this year over the 3 days, and it was a great weekend. Great weekend with weather. So if you know anything about Wisconsin or the Midwest, you're as a promoter, you're rolling the dice. Like, okay, we can do all this preparation, all this planning, but to do all those races in the 3 days that we have, actually it's 2.5. It's about 52 races that we do back to back to back. So any kind of rain is going to ruin that schedule. The music side of it, the parade downtown, whatever it's going to be is going to all weather dependent. So it was beautiful this year, and we really enjoyed that. And I think the biggest thing that we did, George, this year is in cooperation with MAV TV, we were able to finally kind of get my vision to come to life, and we produced 15.5 hours of live television from Crandon. Yeah. That doesn't include Champ Off-Road Series, which is on Fox, FS2, and they live streamed the flow racing. But MAV we basically set up a production group here, and we had a feed Friday from the parade all the way to the Red Bull Cup race on Sunday night. And like I said, it was 15.5 hours of live television that we produced here. Very proud of that. That's never happened in off-road racing ever. That's never happened live. There's live streaming, but this is actually, on a cable network. So super proud of that. We were also introduced for the first time in-car cameras in short course racing, live in-car cameras, which is a whole new byproduct of the Starlink system. And there's a gentleman named George who actually figured out a way to get a box in there so that the live streaming could go out over the internet and build a network here. Oh, wow. So we could cut to live in-car camera shots without a satellite, or without a helicopter, excuse me. So it's all using these Starlink systems now. It's changed the way fundamentally desert racing is going to be seen, and it did at the Baja 1000, and it certainly is here. I don't think for our sport, one innovation is going to change how coverage is done more than the live stream, because now you can even hook up Bluetooth to the helmet so you can get a cell phone call racing the race from your wife through your helmet, or potentially you can now have announcers link up and talk to the drivers, and they're in the middle of Baja. I mean, there was hours of coverage at the Baja 1000. They did a very good job of doing that. And, it's amazing to watch like these perfectly clear images come out of these trophy trucks, and it's changed everything. So, but we adopted some of that right away and said, hey, we need to have a short course on. So Red Bull Sunday also had them in a couple of the Ultra 4 cars, the Ford factory cars of Von Gittin and Lauren Healy. And then we had one actually in a Class 11 car too. So we have 5 cameras. So it was great. So all that production, I mean, all that work. And so when you add it all up, it's just a lot of content coming out of this place. And it should be, it's exciting. It's compelling. And you can do it. We had a game day set here that we now built so that between races, we could cut to live interviews or features that we had cut. All that type of thing was really, really cool.
Yeah. Super. For those who don't know, Marty, can we just pause and give us a quick history lesson on Crandon and what it's about? I mean, 55 plus years the place has been around, and you're out a couple hours from Green Bay, Wisconsin, right? So you're out in Wisconsin farm country out there, and what's the, and it's a community owned facility, I believe. Is that correct?
It's a family. Yeah. So how Crandon worked, we were actually 2 hours northwest of Green Bay. So we're actually north woods. We're not in the farm. We're up in the woods towards Canada, all the lakes and the, beautiful area here. There's farms here too. But this all came about in 1968 when the Wide World of Sports showed the Baja Mexican 1000 at the time, Volta Baja. And there were some people here in town who said, hey, we ought to have our own off-road racing. We ought to do the same thing. So they built the community got together, the service clubs got together, and they basically did a 25-mile loop through the forest for 4 laps. Plus there was an extra addition. So it was 101 miles. And the race was called the Brush Run 101. Right. And it literally went through the forest and happened for years and years. And it was first started in 1970. And then it evolved to finally in the 80s, the nonprofit club bought the facility we're at now. It was an old dairy farm. In fact, the building I'm in is actually the dairy barn downstairs. Yeah. And from there, now it evolved to really became a specialized sport. It was at beginning it was Baja Bugs and Volkswagen Beetles and Jeeps and motorcycles. And, obviously it's not desert racing. So it evolved its own sport. And several years ago, the Flannery family here, it's a prominent name here in Crandon. Now, Crandon, you got to remember, there's only 1,200 people now in town. So it's a small little hamlet, but 400 acres out, about a mile from town is where we are. And the family purchased it from the club and became a for-profit enterprise. And, thankfully, the Flannerys have generations, Cliff Flannery is a guy who was here for 56 years building it. Now his son Jason is the president, and then their kids are here. I live in California, but I'm the promoter who comes in and helps them to do that. And our office manager Tina Kuloff is here, and but it's evolved. It was always big. It was always a big deal because it was on. What was great about it in the late '80s, Marty Reed at the time was a television production producer and announcer in Indianapolis. Came up and started showing off-road racing in Crandon on ESPN. So you imagine at that time, everybody watched ESPN. An hour of Crandon, like in that time, it was Walker Evans versus Jack Flannery versus Robbie Gordon. Rod Hall was here. All these guys were here racing here, and they did short course at Riverside too. That was another race that Score International did. And then some of those guys came here. Some of the guys from here went out west. Walker Evans was a big one, big influence. Kurt LeDuc. Those guys all came, and to see what was going on at the time to millions of people, essentially in the late 80s, that really put Crandon on the map. And then, then we have 2 events, and it's certainly part of the World Championship now. So yeah, that's what's going on here. Yeah. You've already mentioned a couple of the legends that have been there. Walker Evans, Rob McEachran's another one. Yeah. The late Kyle LeDuc, who we all miss. The roll call of winners at that event is huge, and at some level you could say that that their presence at the event makes the event so big. But I also think that it's equally true that
their presence there and their victories there make their legend big, right? What do you think about that?
Yeah, and Walker Evans said it best, right? He said, look, you can't call yourself an off-road champion until you win at Crandon. And he comes every year. And it didn't matter if it was Carl Renazetter or Johnny Greaves, like you said, or Scott Douglas, or all these Hall of Famers, right? The sport, just like IndyCar, you got to have the one race you got to win. You got to win the Indy 500. If you're going to be in short course off-road racing, especially, you've got to win at Crandon, and especially Crandon Sunday, because now that's the big weekend. That Sunday race we put on with Red Bull is no points. It's all for the money, all for the glory, all for the television, and that really separates it. And that's what brought back the West Coast guys again, because we create our own set of rules, so there was like a balance of performance, because there were two series at one time. As soon as the West Coast guys like Kyle Duke, Ryan Beat, all those guys started coming back out here again, it's like, oh my God, Crandon, because we were on the West Coast with much smaller crowds and on a dirt lot, whereas Crandon is nothing like, it's a field of dreams. It's all grass except for the racetrack. It's very typical. But the other thing that made it is the fans, right? You've got 3-4 generations of fans here who come every year. This is what they do on Labor Day. It's the last big blowout before summer happens. And, these fans, they want to have their ashes sprinkled in turn one. Not that we can condone that at all, but it's happened. And, it's part of the fabric up here. It's just like the guys are talking about in Baja, it's part of the fabric down there. It's a wholly unique event within the off-road space, and actually a wholly unique event in motorsports. It's just not, there's a different vibe here. And whenever you talk to whoever's been around, whether it's Wilfred Eibach or Ralph Shaheen, Chris Jacobs, who was here hosting this year, we had the president, CEO of MAV TV. We had some Toyota people here who had set up, we have a relation with them. They were blown away by just how different it is here. And I think at the end of the day, that's the beauty of this, is that a lot of the off-road activity is based on the West Coast. It doesn't matter if it's a lifestyle in Glamis, or it's Baja, or it's the Mint 400, or King of the Hammers. It's all out there, but we're here. So you have to want to come to get here, right? I mean, if you're a company, or you want to display, or you want to, bring your tractor trailer, or activate, you got to want to cut them Crandon, because it's a long way. It's a long way.
It's an effort. Yeah.
But we've worked really hard to make it worthwhile, and we have 2 races a year coming up next year again. And it's just a cultural phenomenon that whenever I bring anybody here, I love bringing newbies here, letting let them go out to the campgrounds and see what these people have set up. Because people come here and they stay for 5 days. It's camping. It's 2,500 grass camping spots that are all reserved. And the camping was the secret sauce that made Crandon viable, because people weren't coming for one day and coming back the next day like we were doing on the West Coast. They came and they stayed. And so we've had big concerts here before. We're trying to do that again. We had Kiss last year and Kid Rock in 2019. That's a different kind of financial aspect to that. But that whole lifestyle event is what we're working on to grow. And I'm thankful that it's here, because it wouldn't exist. You couldn't sketch this out in a corporate, environment and say, here's what we're going to build. This is organic as it gets. And we've kept raising the bar in terms of the event and its prestige. And it's become more known. The Crandon is much more known to the greater motorsports community. I'm proud of that. You go to PRI next week and people know you, and they know what Crandon is now. That didn't exist 5 years ago. Short course, we moved the Baja 1000, and they probably knew King of the Hammers and the Mint, because those are just entrenched. But not this place, and it's great. It's wonderful to push the sport along, or pull it along, however you want to look at it. And there's the short course element is so great, because it's so spectator friendly. You got to understand, these run the gamut from little kids in these little trophy carts to almost 950 horsepower all-wheel drive Toyota Pro 4s that the Johnny and CJ Greaves race. And it's truly intense. It's the most intense thing I've ever seen in motorsports, period, because you're so close to it here, and it's just so loud and visceral. And it's the guys are, bodies are flying. I mean, it's not monster truck race any means. It's racing. These guys are going at it, and it's exciting to watch.
Yep. My earlier session about an hour ago was with Melissa Eickhoff, who runs the Pikes Peak Hill Climb.
Yeah.
And there's so many similarities between Pikes Peak and Crandon and some of these other events in motorsports that are kind of like these little sort of, I use the term little, probably not in the right way. It's these things that kind of started grassroots, that started as very community focused, and they've grown so tremendously, particularly in the last few years. There was definitely an acceleration at Pikes Peak. I was thinking about it while I was talking to Melissa, because I lived in Colorado in the mid 2000s. And there was a period there where it was like, does that event even still happen anymore? And then it picked up speed again, sort of around maybe 2010, 2012, and it just kept growing and growing and getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And as you mentioned, Crandon's really accelerated in the last decade or so as well. But yet they maintained their sort of original, authentic charm. They maintained that sense of community. They maintain that sense of, like you said, it is that field of dreams. You can drive by Crandon, on May 1st or on July on October 1st, and it's like, what do you mean they hold a huge off-road short course racing event here, right? How do you as the promoter work? Because you've talked about the innovation that's happening there at the same time and the building of it. Because at the end of the day, it's a business, right? Like, we have to recognize that.
Yeah.
But you want to keep that authenticity and that vibe that is what makes the event so special. How do you guys maintain that balance?
Well, it's interesting you mentioned, Melissa. She's been here quite a few times too, and loves it here. And I'm happy to see what she's doing at Pikes Peak. And yeah, the couple of things that you have to understand. One is that despite the level of competition, whether it's the Ultra 4 cars, the Pro 2 Pro, a majority of the racers are sportsmen.
Yeah.
So, and that
like
just likes Pike. They just race here on in the Midwest within 4 hours. So that's been that way for a long time. So they generationally come back. That's a cornerstone. You have to have that. You couldn't have a big weekend like that without the sportsman racers, because again, it's back gate, it's camping. That's one thing. And although you have to have an emphasis on the pros, because that's what television wants, that's what sponsors want. That's that. But you're right. The big thing, like you all this tradition, whether it's the pricing, whether it's the wings, the cheese curds, the moonshine, you're like, oh, some of this is just not corporately gonna work, because the job was to promote, but also bring in more sponsorship, more support for the track, the event, just racers. And if you think corporate, you think that. Yeah. But that's not what works. What works is bringing those people here, like we do now. We have a separate camping area for them that Cliff Flannery stocks with fish. They come, like we did with our MAV TV guests or Polaris guests or Toyota guests, and we set up trailers for them in the back on their own pond, and they have fishing. There's we have generators, but there's fishing lures there and rods, so they can fish the pond that's right their camper. But they then at night come around and they see all the authenticness of this. They don't go back to the hotel, they stay here. And the magic of Crandon is here at the racetrack. It's not anywhere else. But as soon as you understand, hey, I can polish a lot of this. I can do a lot of great storytelling. But this is Americana at its finest. This is, and even Paul Fanner, who's been here, says, this is the Indianapolis 500 of Labor Day. This is exactly the same thing. It's America. It's the Midwest. It's patriotism all day long. We do a big opening ceremony with Lee Greenwood song. We literally have, you got to picture this, George. You have just before the Pro 2, Pro 4 race, which is the finale of the weekend, we bring all of the drivers in front of this giant hill of spectators, right? 25,000 spectators. And they basically line up. And then we basically have Kurt LeDuc will lead us into this singing of, proud to be an American, God bless the USA. And the whole hill is singing to the drivers, and the drivers are standing on top of their trucks. And there isn't more. It's amazingly strong. It started in COVID when we did that the first time, and Kurt actually did that. And now it's a tradition every year. And then we do the driver introductions, on television. But that moment when it's a beautiful afternoon on a Sunday, and tomorrow you have the day. Tomorrow's a national holiday, but we're going to enjoy this right now. And it's the biggest race of the year, and it happens just at the right time of day. And there's beautiful light. I mean, it gives you chills because the grass all looks beautiful. It looks like the Field of Dreams. And I think like I said, there's elements of all the parade downtown where we take all the race cars and go downtown for 2 hours, 3 hours. And, people are just walking, getting autographs, and the kids are everywhere sitting in the race cars. And, everybody's just having a great time. That's all part of the tradition here. It's part of what happens here. And, you can tweak it and you can improve on some things. And certainly the facilities improved quite a bit. The hospitality, the building, the structures, the infrastructure is all improved here. Yeah. But that continues every year. But the core magic is it can only happen in Crandon, and it can only happen with the forefathers and what they started. And it was a back home, down home way to raise some money and bring people to the community. And, it still does, but in a much bigger way now. Yeah,
it's so much a part of maintaining that magic. And you talk about the partnerships, and it's such a lesson in saying that I think making sure that those partners, that they're there to buy into that magic. They don't want that magic to go away, right? That's what they want to be associated with. And if you over sanitize it, if you overproduce it in the wrong ways, you lose the magic. Inevitably, you lose the partners. So it becomes a lost cause, right? And keeping, like you said, you want to make the experience amazing, and you want to raise the level in the right places, but you don't want to lose what it is that makes the thing special in the first place.
No, the hard part is, like if I go to a corporate guy and say, hey, we're going to take you to the Indy 500, they all know what that is. They get it. Yeah. Here, sometimes it takes 2, 3, 4 years for them to finally say, I'm going to take my Labor Day weekend. I'm going to go to Wisconsin. Marty's finally convinced me I'm going to go. Yeah. Once they get here, they always remember it. They never want to leave. And that's part of the magic here, but it just have to work harder at sometimes. But we're getting to the point where everybody knows that's where they need to be. Indianapolis 500, yep, that's Memorial Day. Crandon Labor Day, we're going to keep that. So it's a great juxtaposition and a great bookend to both.
Yeah. We have a couple of minutes left before we got to jump off. But can you quickly just tell us, Marty, for people who are new to the sport, how do they get involved? Where do they go to get more information?
They can just go to Crandon Off-Road or to our Facebook page or Instagram, and we're updating all our social media stuff. That's one thing that we're lagging behind in still a little bit, but we're kind of on Labor Day, we're sold out, so we can't really. Until we can find more place to put people, we're kind of almost maxed out here. So
we have a special video for you, Marty, that our team put together that you sent over. So why don't we watch that to wrap up the interview? A great video about Crandon.
Great.
I'm moving like the wind through the trees, like a train on the track. There ain't no stopping me. Let your wheels spin free. With an AM radio busting out of tune, ghosts from my past singing with a lonesome croon. As the light shines through, and bless my soul, forgive my sins, bury my bones somewhere where the highway ends. Now it's on, here I go, I got a one-way ticket where I don't know, and it's alright, and that's alright. Well, I said goodbye to the southern sky. Won't see me till the day I die, but that's alright. And that's alright. And you know where I'll be, burning dreams and gasoline. Dreams and gasoline. When I was a boy, mama told me, son, don't let me catch you doing like your daddy done. Living on the road. And I guess it's all running through my veins, 'cause I got a hunger I just can't name. gotta get away. Well, and bless my soul, forgive my sins, bury my bones somewhere where the highway ends. And now it's all no, here I go, I got a one-way ticket where I don't know, and that's alright, and that's alright. Well, I say goodbye to the southern sky, it won't see me till the day I die, and that's alright, and that's alright. Well, you know where I'll be, burning dreams and gasoline, dreams and gasoline.
Great video. What a great way to end this session. And, that basically summarizes everything you said, right?
Hey, man, we sell dreams and gasoline here. That's what we do. Actually, everybody this week who's your guest is selling the same thing. We just put it to music. But hey, it's part of, you can see kind of some of the magic here. And like I said, that's just a little glimpse of what we do here. But I want to thank you guys for the opportunity to talk about a little off-road racing and certainly talk a little bit about Crandon, and looking forward to seeing everybody next week out at PRI. So
thank you, Marty.
We'll
Stay with
see
us.
you.
Stay with us. We'll run a short video from our partners, and we will be right back with you. Okay, thank you.
EPARTRADE is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
EPARTRADE, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier.
When you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information, and then from there it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
EPARTRADE really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Speed Sport 1 is your new home for motorsports. If you're a hardcore race fan, you've got it all on this new, exciting network. It doesn't matter if it's on land or water, two wheels or four, asphalt or dirt. It's all free at speedsport1.com. You can also take it on the go with the Speed Sport 1 app. Download it today. This is Speed Sport 1, the live racing network.
Thank you, and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2024. Again, a big thank you to Speed Sport 1 for putting the show on television this year. Mike is with us, and we're going to, we wait for Matt Martelli is joining us as we speak, and we're going to run a short video from Matt's new series, Unlimited, while we bring Matt on screen. So let's roll the video, and then we'll bring Matt with us.
Attention, off-road nation. It's time to prepare for war. The Unlimited Off-Road Racing Championship comes ripping through Parker, Vegas, Reno, and Barstow in 2025. The biggest, baddest, and most prestigious desert off-road championship in the sport just got bigger. It all starts with the return of the Parker 400, January 15th to the 19th in beautiful Parker, Arizona. Then, it's the Super Bowl of off-road racing. The BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400 takes over Las Vegas March 5th 5th through the 9th. Next, mark your calendars. It's a brand new race. The inaugural Reno 600 is coming this spring. Over 600 miles of Nevada desert racing. And finally, it's the exciting conclusion of the Unlimited Off-Road Racing Championship, the 4th annual California 300 in Barstow, California, October 1st to the 5th. Visit unlimitedoffroadracing.com for complete details. The 2025 Unlimited Off-Road Racing Championship is coming. The future is unlimited.
Thank you and welcome back. Matt is with us. We're going to wait for him to start his video, and then Mike, on to you.
Alrighty. Okay, I see Matt there now. Hi, Matt. Welcome.
How are we doing?
We're on our third consecutive session of off-road racing. We've gone from one famous event to another, starting with Baja to Crandon, and now we'll work on your series a little bit, kicking it off, talking about the Mint 400 and the history behind this fabulous race. If you wouldn't mind telling us how that all got started and how it's carried on for all these years.
Well, our culture is all about World War II veterans and crazy people. So, this race started in 1968 when some executives at the Mint Hotel decided to put on an off-road race as a way to promote the hotel, and it just, it exploded and attracted some of the most famous racers of the time. Parnelli Jones. And on and on. So it was a really cool event that occurred, beginning in the 60s and then went on for decades and then went dormant for a while and then was brought back. And then my brother and I and our group purchased it and grew it not just to its former glory, but beyond that, and making it the largest desert off-road race in North America.
And from that, you have evolved that into a series of significant races, a couple that have existed in the past, and a new event. Tell us a little bit about how all of that is going to work, both the series and the brand and the new events.
Yeah, no, it's been an exciting few years, and so from our success with the Mint 400, we've launched the California 300, which takes place in Barstow, which was one of the birthplaces of off-road desert racing. As well as last year, we acquired the Parker 400, which is another really historic race that started actually back in the 70s. It's the second oldest race in North America to the Mint 400. And like a lot of cool history at races along the Colorado River right there, kind of connecting the world of off-road racing from California to Arizona. And then most recently, we've announced our new race, which will be the Reno 600, which we're very excited about as well.
How many different classes are in your series? And yeah, tell us a little about that classes and how that involves racers of different budget levels.
Yeah, it's one of our strengths, actually. We have about 60 classes in total, including bikes, UTVs, and four-wheel vehicles. And so, at the top level with the unlimited trucks, you're talking about multi-million-dollar machines with million-dollar budgets, 1,000 horsepower plus, now four-wheel drive, 36 inches of travel. I mean, it's basically like an off-road F-16. And then all the way scaling down to our lower classes, we have VW bugs that still race with us, class 11, Jeeps, trucks, and really everything in between. So that's one of the coolest things about our style of racing is that we're very inclusive and we get everybody in at a particular budget level.
UTVs are part of the program as well, correct?
UTVs are a big part, and it's been really a gift for us because the manufacturers have built these things so well. They're very race capable machines. In fact, we have some stock classes where you're essentially just putting safety equipment on a UTV and then coming racing with us. So we've never had this opportunity, in our history where you're essentially financing a race car.
And that just adds to the whole show, but brings more people in to be involved in the sport.
Yeah, I mean, UTVs quickly grew to be one of our largest class, actually our largest class with about 100, at the minute, it's about 160 teams. So, and it continues to grow, and and really they continue to push the boundaries at the top of the scale, as well as the bottom of the scale being race capable vehicles just off the dealer show floor room.
As demonstrated in the video that kicked off this session, you guys do a lot of creative things with videos and social media. How has social media made a difference in your racing series?
Well, it's had a huge effect. It's democratized it to a large extent, and allowed people to story tell their particular race stories. And in our particular race discipline, like the Mint, for example, it's a 100-mile loop, so the race course is 100 miles. It's very difficult for us to capture every single thing going on.
Yeah.
To, literally 400 plus teams, right? So it helps us that the teams are out there capturing content both in their pits and with their media teams and sharing that with the world. We have a very rich history as a production group, as Mad Media, of being at the forefront of social media content with a Gymkhana series that we produced and directed, and started with Ken Block, as well as the XP1K series that we created to launch the Polaris Razor, and beyond that. So it's helped quite a bit. Live streaming, the same thing. Like, I think that most promoters have had struggles of getting television coverage, and basically being relegated to 2 a.m. Because it wasn't football, baseball, or something that the networks knew. Now we don't have that problem. We're much more in control of our own destiny via live stream and social media. So it's been a big game changer. And now with the advent of Starlink, we're able to do a lot more with live streaming inside of the vehicles. So that's been an incredible evolution that we're just now unlocking. So, it's allowed us to do live streams where previously it was impossible.
That was one of the questions I was going to ask, is we talk a lot in motorsports traditionally about the technology inside the vehicles and the engines and the suspensions and so on and so forth. But all of motorsports and particularly off-road racing has changed a lot because of technologies that allow you to officiate, communicate, and so many other things during the course of an event.
Yeah, I mean, in particular, like, again, we were at the forefront of pioneering some, technology that was, put together with, in the past, it was relegated to cellular technology, right? So a lot of the places that we're operating at, there is no cellular footprint. So, being able to use Starlink has been a big game changer. And it's been interesting because, as much as a blessing as it is now we have new problems, because it's one thing when you have 10 cars on the field. We average like 150. So now we have this problem where, or this challenge where we're taking 150 car feeds and we've got to sort them out for a live show. But in addition, the cool thing is that those racers are able to share their live feeds on their social media as well, and reach people. So it's interesting. It's, technology and obviously media is always changing, and the consumer ultimately dictates what will be successful. So we're right in the middle of that, I guess, experiment, if you will.
How exactly has your success and knowledge on the media side and the social media side allowed you to expand and grow these events and the series as a whole?
And it's a great question. I mean, that's our forte. So we've been able to make huge strides very quickly. And just really, it's more of our mindset of like embracing technology and, not being afraid to try things and fail um, and reach new audiences. We always say that motorsports is, the best kept secret, and within that, off-road is really the best kept secret, you know what I mean? And so for us, it's all about new eyeballs and gaining more exposure and doing it in a way that's consumable, right? Whether that's, short clips with Instagram and Twitter and YouTube Shorts, or whether it's, longer produced pieces or live stream. We try and do everything and do as much as we can.
On the event side, someone who comes to your events, they're going to see a lot more than a race. The MIT 400, for example, um, there are a lot of things that go on there outside of the race itself. What are some of those things?
Yeah, I mean, it's great. It is an event beyond an off-road race. And our week kicks off with a parade of 150 off-road race vehicles down Las Vegas Boulevard on Wednesday.
Those pictures are impressive in the
Yeah,
video.
it's so fun. It's so cool, because at any given point, there's a few 100,000 people on Las Vegas Boulevard on the strip. And when we roll through, they're like, what is going on? Right. And so that is one of the ways that we attract more attention to, our sport and our culture. That's followed on Thursday by our off-road festival, which is also a very important tool. It's downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. We shut down over 6 blocks, and all the vehicles that are going to race are paraded through the crowds and in front of all the vendors. So there's anywhere between 25 and 30,000 people down there for a free event. And then we race Friday and we race Saturday out at State Line at Prim, where our start finish line is. And we have a amazing VIP area, as well as a viewing area, live stream. And this year we're super excited because we're bringing short course racing to that lineup to add more entertainment value. And like you said, Marty was just on. Short course racing is just spectacular. And we have a captive audience that we want to put it in front of.
That's unique. Did not know about that yet. So that's an added attraction to the Mint 400. Will you do these same types of things with the other races as well?
Yeah, as we grow the other events, our goal is to always grow them into a mint-like event, right? Because then it's giving you more than just the race to consume. And usually when you have multi-day events, you've got to stack them with things to do.
What is the appeal to the race fan to this type of racing as far as the vehicles and the competitors and just the overall senses?
It's a good question. I think for us, it's tangibility, right? So like I'm, thoroughly impressed by Formula One's achievements and have nothing to say but good things. However, it's pretty unattainable for the average American. And we are a nation of truck drivers, people who drive trucks, and that's what we race. So for us, it's a little bit of an American point of view of like, not only can you come and watch this, but if you want to do this, you can do it, and it's within reach, right? Our drivers are all attainable. They're people you can walk up to and talk to, and you can see the vehicles and ask them questions. So I think for us, the appeal as a fan is the tangibility, and the excitement. I mean, look, there's nothing like seeing our start line of 2 unlimited trucks going door to door, 850 to 1,000 horsepower, jumping 15 feet in the air, and you can not only feel the horsepower in your chest, but when those guys land, you can feel it shake the earth, right? So it's super, it's super exciting, in terms of racing goes. And then you get to go watch them battle out on this, 100-mile loop, which is, it's crazy dramatic. I mean, every year at the Mint, it comes down to the last lap. And, it's you don't know who's going to win, until it's done, right? And it's usually not the person that we thought was going to win.
Talk a little bit about the obstacles and the logistics involved in one of your races. Let's just use the Mint 400 as an example.
Yeah, it's for the racers, you mean?
Yeah, do it from both sides for the racers, and then as far as presenting the event.
Well, for consumers, we've made it really easy, at the Mint, and we do that with most of our other races, to get to the right locations to see, these spectacular vehicles perform. And you can do it in our remote viewing areas where you're out in the desert with a pickup truck and a cooler, and you can have that experience. Or you can be at our start finish and have a full-on VIP experience, right? And everything in between. For the racers, this is an incredible challenge. I mean, we're talking about some of the roughest terrain in North America, embedded rock, just crazy. The Mint is known as being the roughest desert race in America, right? And it's unrelenting. There's only two real areas on the course where you kind of get to relax, and they're lake beds. So if you think of relaxing as making your vehicle go as fast as possible, then that's relaxing. But no, you're dealing with, just massive sand washes, silt beds, rock gardens, embedded rock whoops, really, really rough terrain that is super, super difficult to just even finish a vehicle.
As far as the series as a whole, those four races are four very different, but yet four very intriguing and appealing locations.
Yeah, that's one of the things that's really cool is that you have the varied terrain, right? You have, the Mint, which is extremely rough, difficult to pass, but it's still a sprint race. And then you have Parker, our first race of the year, which is a lot faster, smooth, multiple lines, high-speed graded roads, a lot of sand washes. It's more about speed than it is as to how rough it is. And then the California 300, which is another rough technical race, but more variety of terrain and more opportunities to pass. Like it's a real racer's course, where you can, really methodically kind of plan out your race and be very, really use your race craft. And then the upcoming Reno 600, it's a spectacular race course, really fast, really flowy, not really rough at all at this point, although we think after pre-running it'll get a little rough, but comparatively it's about, technical and speed and flow.
You mentioned at the beginning about being having veterans as fans and maybe a little bit of an older fan base, but I would imagine from seeing so many of your videos that that does attract a younger fan base, does it not? I would think it would.
Yeah, I mean our fan base has completely flipped, right? So, and it really was the advent of the UTVs. It started with trophy carts that introduced some younger racers into our culture. But then I guess it's been about 8 years now, we started the UTV World Championship in youth racing, and we've had a huge influx of youth racers and UTVs, right? Just a fantastic way to raise your kids, keep them out of trouble, keep them not looking at their phone or their iPad, and they're learning life lessons. They're learning, perseverance. They're learning how to work with people. They're learning all these incredible things that then they can go apply to their life and be better and stronger people. But it's funny, military and veterans are part of the DNA of our culture. They were some of the people who founded this culture, were, mostly World War II vets who had come back, and frankly, they were bored.
Right.
and they had technical know-how from using vehicles during war times. And then that was reinforced by Vietnam vets and, by Gulf War vets and so on. And then a lot of it too is the area, right? So I'm next to Camp Pendleton here in San Diego, and one of the hotbeds of off-road culture. There's a base in Vegas, there's bases all around us in the desert. So I think that it's part of our DNA. We have tons of active duty and retired veterans that continue to race with us, as well as active duty police and fire. So a lot of first responders that participate with us.
What else do people need to know who are in the audience today about unlimited off-road and the races that make it up that we may not have covered?
Yeah, I mean, I would just say come out, enjoy, some time watching a race. If you can't come out in person, watch social media and watch, our live streams. But it's definitely approachable. It's one of those things, I encourage everybody from the other parts of the country, to come out and spectate and experience it. There's nothing like it. It's awesome. Myself, I was born in the Midwest, and I moved out to California as a kid and got thrown into the middle of this. So I have a little bit of a perspective of how special it is.
I know you talked a little bit about, well, the veteran aspect of it, and you were right on. I was trained in journalism by Chris Economaki, and that was always his one of his favorite things to talk about was how all the guys came back from the war. He was one of them, and that everybody needed to have that thrill that they had while they were serving during the Second World War, and that fulfilled it.
Yeah, it's the thrill, it's the challenge, it's the camaraderie as well, right? Like I see a lot of active duty guys join pit crews and, run them very well because they're used to operating in groups and working together. So I think it's very familiar with a lot of active duty and veterans. They look at it and it keeps their mind and their body all working. And we love them, I mean, that's part of American culture is our military. So we're really proud to have them involved with us.
And people who want to watch by streaming or other television, how exactly can they do that?
Just go to our website or our social media, and all that information is there, unlimitedoffroadracing.com. Or if you're looking for a particular race in our series, they all have websites as well. But yeah, that and social media, as usual, that's where all the answers are.
All right, very good. I enjoyed speaking with you today. Thanks for taking part this week. I see Francis and Judy are back.
We are the timekeepers.
Thank you, Matt. Great sessions, and you're a master of streaming and social media and talking about this. Again, a big thank you to Speed Sport and Racer. We're streaming on racer.com, on Speed Sport, on YouTube, on social media as well, on Speed Sport One, their TV network. So they have helped us expand our reach much further, and that's wonderful. So thank you very much, Matt. And Mike, stay with us a few more seconds. We're going to wrap up today. So we had a wonderful day again. We traveled the world from this morning with Steve Phelps back to California with Matt to close the day. We have 2 more days ahead of us with, again, big lineup of speakers. So for the schedule and for the list of speakers, please visit ePartrade.com. Judy, Mike, any words to end this day?
I just can't believe we're halfway through, and to see all the comments here coming through, it's really it's heartwarming. A lot of good comments about all the different series, and just an engaging kind of crowd.
I think I said earlier, but my favorite thing about the Race Industry Week is the diversity from one aspect of motorsports to another. And I have been around it for 33 years, but a lot of that has been in my bread and butter, the short track industry. So learning about off-road and boat racing and some of the other things is very interesting.
Yeah, and that's really the concept. Really is our destination. This B2B platform. We cover all specs and forms of racing, from sprint and midget to F1. All sorts of suppliers on here, dealers, and that's where the concept is based around. Just all types of racing, off-road, tractor pull,
and drag racing.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, everyone, for watching. We will be back tomorrow morning at 5:45 a.m. Pacific. Again, thank